Yeah.
Do that.
All right. Good night. All right.
Matthew's a trip, bro.
He's like a.
A lot of people get triggered by him, but I don't anymore.
There's definitely it's just like I started out in Flat Earth, man, wanting to go up against some of the best, like straight away, man. I'm like,
yeah, me and you at the same time, right? Like way back in the day.
Let's talk to the guy that works for fucking NASA and runs the Hubble telescope for 25 years, 20 years.
Freaking, we had there were other people that were just like people would just come into voice rooms and trigger us just for no reason. They just wanted to argue. No, man, I'm really serious about this.
I just like to talk to a physicist or mathematician or scientist or the engineer.
To be honest, actually, we have more serious people that join these days than we did back in the day,
right?
Yeah, because it was really kind of a shit show, like 5, 6, 7 years ago. People, he's like, "Hey, I'm just some random fucking asshole on the internet."
Yeah, it happens around here occasionally as well, but
no, it still does.
Not as much.
Well, I mean, but
usually me that's causing problems, but
that's true. Dude, you're just some fucking random asshole.
Causing
on the internet, causing all kinds of crazy. No, but we asked our definitions and arguments really when we asked someone that said, "Hey, I'm here to ask questions about Flat Earth," we asked them some definitive, concise questions, and we just wait for the answer and see what happens, Whereas, when we first started, it wasn't the same way, because we've been doing this for so long. We actually know what to ask.
I found this cool guy on BitChute, robot polisher. And I dropped some links earlier to some of his videos he's got on his channel there, and they're just kind of short and really awesome, man. He's got about 7 or 8, 10, I don't know, maybe more. I don't know. I haven't looked at them all, but every one I've watched of his has been totally hilarious, man. So, you guys should check it out. It's amazing Flat Earth shit, man. They did a good job. It makes you think.
Am I getting roasted by somebody in the live stream? Or are they? Maybe I missed it.
I don't think so, man. I mean,
yeah, they're really pissed. Jim's really pissed that I muted him.
Let him back in. Hear him out.
He's not even in the room anymore. Hey, Jim, jump back in and I'll unmute you.
Yeah, jump back on, man.
They're freaking talking shit about me. Dude, I actually don't care if you talk shit about me. People talk shit about me all fucking day long. I'm fucking used to that shit, bro. It doesn't even hurt my feelings.
Man, I'm on the truth, man. Far out. That's cool.
Jim, jump in the voice room. I'll unmute you.
Well, I'm here for Flat Earth, and who's a shiller, and I don't give a fuck. I'm bringing what I'm bringing. You bring what you bring.
Fuck off.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah,
fuck off. What?
Hey, do me a favor.
Hey, PMAC doesn't it? It's FACK, right? In the Irish strain. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah.
It's meaningful.
Anyway.
Hey, do me a favor. Flat Earth dude. FED. Fuck off.
Hey, Jim 7, just jump back into the voice room and I'll unmute you, man. I think you're arguing with Brambo. Brambo's being a dick. I can see what's going on.
Yeah, bring it live, man. We're fucking hiding in the chat.
I ain't doing nothing else right now. Fucking A.
I'm just
Do
kidding.
you know what? Do you know what FED stands for? Flat Earth dude. Fed. You're a fucking
The fad,
bro.
yes.
He's a fan.
He's a fucking fed.
When I came up with the name, man, somebody typed that in the chat, and I went, "Oh shit!"
I like. I like
It's
it.
It's like what if I was?
Hey,
Never.
Yes.
Those fuck the fucking cocks. Fuck the.
shut up, Fed. We're not listening.
We're
not listening, Fed.
All right.
You're just a Fed. Hey, Fed. Fuck off.
Welcome to late night. Flat
Let
Earth.
me see if I can find a gift that's back off. This must be an Irish gift. This must be an Irish gift.
It must be FAWK, not FACK.
Oh no, it's FAWK. Okay.
Fuck. Fuck off. Anyway, just you know, right? Fuck off.
Fuck off.
One of my favorite flat earthers, man, is Dal. He's
beyond. He's beyond the imaginary curve.
Beyond. But I just love the way he just handles everybody like a fucking man.
Yeah, he's man.
He just like, fuck off, you fucking tard fucking fucker.
Yeah,
like, whoa, man, that guy. Yeah, he doesn't.
Well, I'm a shill. Well, fuck off. I know. I do. Yeah, I like him.
How about instead of fuck off, I just posted that. Do you see that one?
Oh, shit.
Potatoes. Shut up, it's fucking potatoes. It's a fucking potato. No, fuck off.
Fuck off.
Potatoes. You're a fucking potato.
I love you, P-Mac. You already know.
I know.
Hey, I had to do it. Hey, I'm Irish too, man. So fuck you back and fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, that's great.
Anyway, I never like attacking people. I don't care if you're a shill or not. I'm not probably coming after you. But Flat Earth's awesome, man. Check it out. I got all kinds of cool Flat Earth shit, man. And it's all free. That's what's cool about it.
It's just like when people say, "Oh no, Matthew, he's a paid shill. That's why you let him in." No, nobody in this server at all is getting paid. I've made I get donations sometimes, but not much. I mean, it's just like nobody here is getting paid to make this happen. We actually do this volunteer work because we love this server. We love to do this and have this conversation. We're not doing this for money. Nobody here is making money.
Nobody. Never get money.
And I know that for a fact. All the moderators, admins, and nobody here is making any money from what we do here in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. Nobody here is making any money.
Hey, space is tough, man.
We actually spend money to make this happen. We spend money on this. It costs me money to actually make the live stream happen.
Thousands.
Not thousands. I mean, it cost me hundreds. Yeah, I mean, I've spent hundreds of dollars to make this live stream happen. I've done it. It's already done. I do it every fucking day. Nobody, and I don't beg for donations, but I just say, hey, if you want to send me money, send me money. But dude, I just do it as a volunteer. Everybody, we utilize this platform Nobody's making money here. I mean, it's just like you guys are here making money. No, we're not, man. We're actually here because we love to talk about this because there is a danger because you've been mind controlled into a situation where you think the Earth is this
more than likely
stupid globe. It's dumb.
It's very possible.
Nobody here's making any money, so just get out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah. Pick me.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a paid shill.
Definitely.
He's actually paid by the flat earthers to make the globe earthers look bad.
But the beyond the Mason curve, you don't see that man making money, right? That man can make tons of money, right? That man can make at least $250, $300 a month on ads alone. Do you ever see any ads on Dell's?
Nope, not one.
Because you know what? He don't care. He don't fucking care. He's just telling you the truth as it is, as a man. Man to man. And God bless him for that, man. He's not interested in making money, man.
Is there any way that the flat Earth could have formed naturally without the help of God?
Yes, with a big explosion. That obviously, after the explosion, it all fucking came together again and made another explosion.
What explosion are you talking about?
Big explosion.
What are these freaking?
Who are these people?
The Earth. It's so amazing. Look how badass Earth is. I mean, this is the most amazing thing that you've ever seen. It could have happened on accident because of like all this massive mass just coalescing and then just.
I'm getting wee. What are you talking like that, man?
Because I'm just doing my like comedic kind of thing.
That's pretty good.
I mean, even though I sound like a gay man when I do that.
You actually do, yeah.
Okay, good. So this huge expanse of the universe is so massive, right? I mean, there's so much mass in the universe.
And a black hole. Don't forget the black hole.
Yeah. Well, which black? Oh my god. All right, no, see, this could get dirty. This could get dirty because dirt is black. Dirt is black. So we should probably
white hole
it back.
Should we call it?
No, the white hole would be
big white hole. The white hole.
See, this is why we don't make any fucking money off of this shit.
We're too busy making jokes.
Because if I really went all the way with that, then I would probably get the channel shut.
You'd be off YouTube in
yeah,
3.4 nanoseconds.
And we might be talking about white potatoes in Ireland.
Yeah, see, black people, they get tattoos, and then I actually wondered the other night, why don't they get the white tattoos? Why did you get white a fucking outline? Why? What? Listen,
do you know that's a point? That's a really good point. Why don't black people get white tattoos?
Yeah, we can't see your fucking tattoos, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can barely see the tattoos on black people. Why don't you get white tattoos?
Why do you get white tattoos?
That's like white people get black tattoos, but why don't black people get white tattoos?
White people get black tattoos. You're black, you can get white tattoos. Makes sense.
I know. I mean, the black tattoos look pretty good on the brown skin, but you can't really see what they are until you actually get close.
Close up.
It would really look. I think it probably would look cool if they actually got white tattoos.
It would look brilliant. It would look like if I
never thought about that before. Why don't black people get white tattoos?
That's what I'm saying.
Or even color and like black. They probably have to do like a background with all white or like gray or something to actually make it come out. But dude, all the black people they get the same tattoos white people do, and you can hardly see them.
Yeah, I was watching the guy made it all night. He had a great tattoo, right? But I had to look really, really close. But if he had done that white, it was a fucking eagle, but all over your chest.
Yeah, but you can barely see it because his skin's brown.
No, you can't see it. You can't
Yeah.
see it because he got a black tattoo on a black fucking body.
It's not funny. It's just like
This is true.
they're probably pissed off about it too. It's just like, God damn it! I just spent $5,000 on this tattoo, and nobody can see it.
Nobody can see it. Yeah, boys closing their eyes. Who the fuck? Is that a tattoo? Does he have a tattoo? I don't know. Does he have a tattoo? He might have.
Nah, you can tell when black people have two tattoos, but you
Yeah,
have
it's
to
a
look
little bit
really
blacker.
close. You have to look really close.
Really close.
Man, that's a badass tattoo. Can you bring it closer? Hold on. I'm going to bring out my reading glasses. Oh, now I see it. Now I see it. Anyway, dude,
Hey, just a thought.
hey, P Mac, is that racist?
No, it's
No,
colorblind.
it's fact.
It's colorblind. It's colorblind.
No, dude, I
No,
love
it's not. Of course, it's not. No, it's not. If I was a black person, I'd get a white tattoo, man. Wouldn't have to
That would
ask.
be, dude. I want to see the first black person get a white
A
tattoo.
white tattoo.
Yeah, just
Okay, first.
is it chalk or what would they use to make a white tattoo on a black?
Pretty good,
black
my
person?
God, he spent $5,000 on a fucking eagle on his back, and I can actually see it.
Wonder what type of ink they would use to make to make a
White tattoo?
tattoo, or like
No.
white background, maybe even colors involved.
Let me think.
Like,
Let me think
since your
about this.
skin is dark, what we're gonna do? We're gonna make a gray or a white background so that since your skin is darker, we're gonna if you want people to see the tattoo, we're gonna have to do a background here, and then we're gonna do the boom boom boom.
So,
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Maybe it's been done. I just never heard it done before. Maybe it's already been done.
Hey, see if I was a black man, I get a white tattoo over my body. All over my body.
I don't know why you would do that.
Because you can't see the black fucker tattoo, man. Anyway, moving on. Hey, the earth is round.
That's very controversial, P-Mac.
Is it?
No, it is. In this room, it is.
Why would that be?
You said the earth is round. I don't know what you mean. Yes. Tell me what you mean by that.
It's rotund. It has a
it has rotundancy.
Rotundance about it.
So the earth is rotund.
Yeah, that was. But I was trying to say that.
All right, so if you say the earth is rotund, that means it's that word is actually mostly associated to human beings. You know, you wouldn't necessarily use the word rotund.
Yeah, but I used to deal with it, bro.
What is below the earth?
Fucking earthquakes, a shit ton of earth, and lots and lots of fucking tectonic plates.
How far down did they drill? How far did they get?
About 8 miles.
8 miles.
About 8 miles.
All right. Well, you're about 3,900 and.
Who asked?
40 miles short.
Who asked that question? What's below the earth?
Resolve? Was it Resolve?
It was Frostnite.
Not 50.
My bad.
What's on the other side of?
Hey, we've been talking a lot of shit.
The moon.
Pay attention if the new people jump in.
Yeah. Hey.
Make sure
earthquakes. Therefore, flat Earth. Round Earth.
Oh yeah, quake, earthquake.
Therefore, round Earth.
Definitely, 100%.
All them shits.
Nah, that doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, it makes the same sense on a globe Earth as a ball Earth, right?
So earthquakes.
Earth,
Yeah, same thing.
Earth. Damn,
Quake.
Earth.
Quakes.
Because, like, I guess either the dome could wrap around and underneath it, or the dirt could just be, like, infinitely deep. I don't know.
Who said
There's
anything about a
probably-
goddamn dome or dirt wrapping around anything?
Well, it could be.
We
no,
observe. We like to work with observations around here. That's our main focus. Usually, is
Yeah, we don't know.
we like how far down can we drill?
Yeah,
8 miles.
I
Okay.
I tend
Let's
to
be
be
on that.
objective,
I don't
but
know.
I just want to keep everybody on the specifics.
Yes,
8
right.
miles deep and 4 mile wide.
No,
it.
that's
10
not even
miles deep.
specific.
Far as
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know.
as far as like the Cola super deep borehole, which people mispronounce many times, I know it. That
Pronounce
happened
it again?
in, was it '79? I think is when they went. There was this island off of Russia where they
Yep.
bored down about 7 miles,
7 miles, you say?
and they couldn't go any
7.4
further.
or something.
Damn, why not?
And
Something.
it just
It
so
wasn't even 8.
happens in the basin between the in the Atlantic between Europe, Africa, and North America and South America. The deepest basin there is same distance below sea level. I'm like, man, we was trying to dig really hard, and once we hit about 7.5 miles, we couldn't dig no further.
That's it. She broke. Can't
Yeah,
do.
she broke. I mean, we put every
Hot,
drill bit we could possibly
I heard
find down there.
just melt the fucking.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
drill
like
bits.
that shit wouldn't even. I mean, ain't nothing. It's like we couldn't go no further. And then they sent submarines into the Atlantic Ocean, and they go into the Marianas Trench. Oh shit! Once we got down there, guess what happened? Couldn't go no further.
Ain't that something?
Same distance
out.
below sea level.
That's something we can do is drill holes. We went down and.
Well, that's
drilled
pretty
lots of holes.
impressive, though. I ain't
used
gonna
to
lie. I
work-
mean,
I worked in
that
the
Cola
oil
Super
field.
Deep Borehole was a pretty impressive project.
I worked in the oil
That was
fields.
badass. Oh, you did? You worked in
In
the
high
oil fields?
school, man, in the summer. Yeah, we drilled, set up pumps, and helped build fucking drilling platforms. Okay.
Really? Did you like hit a hole and it just like the pressure just like whoosh?
No,
No, not like that.
never.
You can do that though. I mean, at certain
Yeah.
places you dig, man, the oil will just be like, holy shit, it's spraying everywhere. Oh, it's just like run. Sometimes it'll catch on fire.
Yeah, not cool, man.
No, yeah, but you can do that in places in Texas and certain different places. If you really hit one of those pressurized oil wells,
Yeah,
dude, you'll be spraying freaking black gold,
black
Texas
gold,
tea,
Texas tea.
like all over. It'd be raining black gold, and it's just like, oh shit, clog it up, stop it. But anyway.
Funny stuff, man. Anyway, so we drill into Earth. We can observe Earth. We can stand on it, look around, check it out, go up high, go to the beach. Oh yeah, always a good idea. Go to the beach and check it out. Don't believe me, man. We live here. We can do that. Check it out. If you got some curvature, man, we'll be here 24/7. Just give us a call.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that shit for a long time.
Where do we go see the curvature? Over there? I'll be there tomorrow, man. Hold on. Let me get my
Like I can't see the curvature in Arkansas. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I don't
There's no
have any. And, well, I don't think there's curvature at all. But I have been to the coast. I wouldn't see why Earth should be curved anyway. So people are like, oh well, okay, since you live in Arkansas, you're landlocked. You know what's, dude? I live right next to Oklahoma and Kansas, flattest places. Western Oklahoma and the whole state of Kansas.
It's flat.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I can just drive over there. It's flat as shit. It's like, well, it ain't water. Well,
Most of America.
there's a reason. All right, so since that's land and that's not curved. All right, so how about you go to the coast? Well, I've been to the coast before, and I wasn't looking for flat Earth when I was at the coast last time.
Right.
I came up, with the flat Earth, idea. I've been in Arkansas the whole time.
Flat as pancake.
Dude,
Flat as pancake, man.
Dude, South Arkansas is flat as, it's rice land. And, Rice Land, the company, China buys rice from Arkansas.
Sorry.
But anyway, so yeah,
flat,
as far as curve, you're going to find curve in Arkansas. You're not going to find it anywhere because there's no such thing. But you can drive. I've been from Arkansas down to New Orleans and been to the shore at the bay. I've been in Alabama and fucking Mississippi down at the bay, Ben. And it's the ocean, man. I've been in Florida, in the bay. That's the ocean. It's curve. And they'll be like, well, you wouldn't expect to see it. Right? And it's just like I was asking Matthew. It's like, well, all right, so where would you expect to see the curve? And he's like, you wouldn't. I was like, yeah, no shit.
No shit, Sherlock.
Anyway.
You nailed that one.
Well, bro, just like I worked on airplanes for 9 years. I built cabinets for the interior structures and stuff. And I never did flight tests with them, but those were. I won't even get into that. That was the most frustrating job I ever had, was working on airplanes.
Yeah, I think.
And it was pressure differential, and stuff. Like I can build cabinets for this airplane while it's sitting on Earth, and then when you go up 30,000 feet and pressurize the cabinets, it's like, we're doing this test, and it's like, oh shit, the shit don't work anymore. Okay, cool. Hey, I'm gonna do the best I can. And the engineers didn't even know what the fuck was going on. It was frustrating, but yeah, it's just like, hey, we're flying these corporate jets across wherever, all across the world. Like, what globe? What globe are we flying these fucking airplanes over?
Oh, that's a good one. Flying shit on a globe. That's cool.
No, what globe? What globe? And I worked on airplanes for 9 years.
There's no hobby, but you have to, when you're thinking of the globe, you have to measure everything level to the ground, which is flat.
And I've seen several videos, like some flyers, like, can I talk to the pilot? Can I interview the pilot? Just like, hey, we just traveled 1,200 miles. Were you flying over a globe or flat? The pilot's like, no, it's flat. It's flat. and
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a
Fucking
bunch. Yeah,
shitload of
bro.
those pilots going, no, treat it flat. Treat it
Yeah,
flat.
it's flat. I mean, it's flat. I mean,
Right.
what else are you gonna do? I mean, you're a pilot. You're fucking
Oh, yeah.
flying the whole airplane.
It's
1,200 fucking miles, and flying it over.
Dude,
You're not flying over a globe, are you?
right.
Oh, the pilots be like, it looks flat to me. Oh, well, it might as well be flat, then shouldn't it? You know, I mean, it's just like, well, yeah. I mean, it might as well be flat because I flew flat the entire time.
I had to because it's
Because
flat.
if I tried to fly over a globe, we'd all be dead right
We'd
now.
all be dead, man. We'd all be dead.
If I was trying to adjust for the curvature, the non-existent curvature of the Earth, we'd all be dead right now.
Dude, the airlines are having a bitch of a time right now in the news cycle. Anyway. Yeah, we'd be flying on a globe. That's
All right. My job as a pilot is to fly over the globe. So what I have to do is go 8 inches per mile square, but it depends on the altitude. So I have to, dude. They autopilot my ass.
yeah, you'd have to be on it. Be riding that stick the whole time, man. Damn.
Dude.
Anyway,
you're gonna kill everybody on that plane if you try to fly over a globe.
Right. Don't do it. Don't fly on the globe.
Yeah, don't pretend the Earth is a globe when you're flying an airplane, please.
Well, it would be really hard to do.
You just maintain altitude. You get to a certain level. You have a flight plan. Get to level.
Boom.
Don't ignore us, flat earthers.
3 degrees.
Make sure that you get, the passengers to the airport.
You have to have the nose up at about 3 degrees. It's like
That depends on altitude and speed.
Way up there,
Yeah.
about 3
It's
degrees.
about 3 to 4 degrees, depending on altitude.
Yeah, weighing 30,000 feet, just a little 3 degree will get the job done, man. Most likely.
And that's some of their excuse, right?
But it's just
they do nose up for the
falling.
curvature. It's like, no, that's not for the curvature. It's to maintain altitude.
I'm falling down and I can't get up.
I'm falling. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit.
Where's my alert button? I'm falling down.
Wow. Dude, flying a plane across Earth, an airplane across Earth is just like, you couldn't.
Yeah.
You couldn't fly an airplane across the globe.
Why not?
Well, you'd have to.
Because airplanes are designed to travel in a straight line from one port to another. You could turn the plane if you weren't. But yeah, I mean, and ships are designed the same way when they travel across seas. So you say, why can't you fly an airplane over a globe?
Yeah.
Well, tell me how you could.
Well, the wings will kind of act as a pivot point, and the plane will kind of turn with the gravity as it curves around the horizon.
Well, let me ask you this: when they designed the plane, did they design the wings to do that?
I think so.
No.
How do you think that?
Negative.
Because
Because
they had to, because the Earth is a globe.
Dude, somebody give him the link to the.
Well,
to the
I mean, it would fly either way, regardless of if it's a globe or not.
And so if an airplane was designed to travel across a plane, it could actually work over a globe too, because gravity knows what to do.
Gravity knows what to do.
Like the way the main wing and then the tail wing interact with one another, it balances out the plane so that it keeps a level flight.
Wait, you said the main wing? What is that? I don't think there's a main wing.
Tail wing.
Well, the one,
tail.
the wing that is in the center of the plane, roughly.
Yeah.
There is no wing in the center. Are you talking about the fuselage?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
No, well, the fuselage is the core. The wings actually help it maintain level flight. The tail, helps it go left and right, and they're
left and right and up and down.
There is no main wing. I don't know what that was.
That's airlines he's talking about. He's talking about airlines. Make it go left and right. It's airlines. Yeah.
Talking about the wings on the plane, right? The wings.
Right, so there's two wings, one on the port side and one on the starboard side.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, there's always two.
Yeah, the reason I called them the main wings is because there's also wings on the tail.
Oh, I thought you were referring to one wing.
The wings and the tail don't make anything go straight, bro. They make it go left, right.
They don't call the wings on the tail wings.
So on the tail,
he's talking about airlines.
Tail wings.
The horizontal wings on the tail are meant to stabilize the plane so that it maintains a level flight.
Yeah, over a plane.
All right, cool. So
got that right.
It's all right, Frost Knight. All right, cool. I mean, we're not gonna totally take the piss. It sounds like we're about to teach you something, but that's okay. We're gonna let that happen. So, I worked on airplanes for 9 years. What happens? The wings stabilize once the airplane's in flight, right? Well, let's just start while the airplane is in flight, right? Say it's 20,000 feet, right? Well, there's jet. I mean, if it's jet propelled, it's going to be at least 20,000 feet. If it's a propeller, it's going to be probably between 15,000, 20,000 feet, maybe. Depends on the style of plane and which. I mean, are you familiar with some of this stuff, Frost Knight, or are you just like talking out of your ass?
A little bit. I'm a little familiar.
All right, so you have wings. You know what wings are. We go from the stabilizer. There are stabilizers designed into the wings, and the instrument panel has. You know what a gyroscope is, right?
Yeah.
All right, so. Are you comfortable talking about the gyroscope?
Sure.
All right. So, the instrument panel when someone's flying this plane, the gyroscope is what tells them whether or not they're level to the surface of Earth. Correct?
Yes.
So is level, like when you're flying a couple 100 miles an hour across Earth, and the gyroscope tells you, according to the instrument panel, doesn't matter which type of airplane, that means you're flying in a straight line, right?
Yep.
Hey, Helium.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
That bottom line. That's it.
Yep.
Straight line.
Straight line. Hey, don't some of those like cheaper planes, Cessnas or whatever, don't they just have like a bubble level thing, man? Not a gyroscope.
No, not necessarily. I mean, dude, would you ever get in an airplane? You're like, well, look at cheaper friggin'. if you're even flying 50,000 feet or
Use it.
freaking crop duster or whatever, you want to make sure that you're flying. You always have a gyroscope. The instrument panel tells you
Well, isn't it just
you're
about
traveling level across Earth.
like
It
I had
doesn't matter what your altitude is.
You have a vertical stabilizer and a horizontal. That's
I
it.
had a bubble level on my sailboat with a compass on it.
I told you it works the same way with ships.
Good for you.
And that's it came with the fucking boat. I didn't put it in or anything, but it worked.
Yeah, it's functional, bro.
so
So
Nice.
where's this goddamn curvature that they keep telling us about?
Where the fuck is it, bro?
when you're using ships and airplanes and shit, and it's just like, oh, I just traveled 500 miles in an airplane. I didn't have to consider curvature of Earth at all. Where's this curvature?
It look flat.
Yeah, Frost Night. Where's that curvature?
It's in the what do you call that one place with the
Narnia.
Yeah, it's in the wardrobe.
It's in the cupboard.
Yeah.
what's that bridge in like this somewhere like one of the southern states? I forget.
The causeway.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, the causeway.
Frost Night. Hey, man. To be honest, if this is one of your first times,
Pontchartrain.
oh, all the Pontchartrain Causeway, right? All right. So are you talking about? Hold on.
What about it? What about?
I know he's about. I know
Big
what
flat,
he's about
man.
to
What's
say,
up?
bro.
Or I saw a picture and there was like some
Yeah.
metal towers that were like kind of looking like they were going over the horizon.
Yeah, that's bitching, man. Looks cool, man. Looks good on.
All right. So that's not even 100 miles.
It's what the causeway is like 26 something.
Yeah, it's not
26 miles.
All right.
Pretty good.
He's talking about Soundly's.
I know. Soundly used to do a live stream with that cuck shit for fucking months.
Frost Night. Yeah, I know. I've talked to him before
ridiculous.
too. Yeah, have you talked to him?
No, I have not.
I have. I've talked to him. So, Frost Night, are you talking
God
about
bless you.
Soundly stuff? Across the causeway there in Louisiana.
Yeah, the power lines, the Soundly picture, I think. Yeah.
So is that the curvature of the Earth?
So cool.
In my humble estimation, I believe that is indicative of the curvature of the Earth, but I could be wrong.
Oh God, no!
Dude, there's a bridge I got a picture of a bridge in China, man. It's 100 miles long. It's 3 times longer than that one, man.
I've been across that causeway at least 6 times. I've driven from Arkansas. I grew up in Arkansas. I've driven across that causeway 6 times at least.
Right.
Flat as shit. Seeing those power lines, I'll tell you. I've talked to him. I've talked to freaking. Now, this dude lives in New Orleans, so he knew exactly what to do to manipulate this freaking image. What he did was went to a certain point on the causeway, and he used P900 and zoomed in as far as he could. Which I think the P900 goes like 80 times zoom, right? It's manipulation. He didn't, dude. If he took,
I don't want to say trick photography. I want to say
0 times zoom.
It's well designed photograph.
Yeah, dude. It's just like people that fall for this are just like it's just the weirdest shit, bro. Dude, I freaking called his ass out when he first came out with that shit. It's just like, bro, I know how you freaking manipulate the image, man.
Dude, he was doing a live stream 24/7 on his little.
This was like 3 years ago, and it was just like, bro. But hey, Frost Knight, man, you're here with us. I mean, if you want to go talk to Soundlake, you probably can get a hold of him, but you're here right now. That dude sold you a bill of goods that doesn't even line up with anything you heard us talking about.
Observing reality.
Observable reality, planes and boats, how they navigate. They don't. Dude, if you wanted Soundly to help you navigate across Earth, holy fucking shit, you're probably going to die.
We're going to be
in a bad way.
We're fucked.
We're in a bad way.
I'm not going.
Yeah. Anyway, so hey, I mean, if you're new to the conversation, welcome to it. But yeah, don't look at anything Soundly has. Soundly's he's not even legitimate, bro. I mean, he's been here several times. We've talked to him.
All right.
He's just not legit, man.
Okay, but how about the Starlink internet satellites? How does that work? Because people genuinely get internet from pointing the satellite, the dish up at the sky. So what is it picking up if space doesn't exist?
All right. Well, how about this? What do you believe about Starlink? Why don't you send us some images or videos that tell us about Starlink? What do you think about it?
Do you know anybody that actually has it as a service for their internet? That's my first question.
I've only seen people on like YouTube and stuff, but I'm fairly confident that if I ordered it, it would work.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part,
I know
we
one
just
guy.
If you're going to bring something up, I mean, just share the information you have, and then we'll take a look at it and we'll analyze it.
New Perspective just posted a picture of the little dots in the sky. Those are supposedly, Elon launched some satellites, and they're floating around Earth and transmitting internet wirelessly, down to those.
I just want to know if because I don't know anybody that has the Starlink internet service. I've been asking for a few months, since February, and I'm just waiting for somebody that's actually using it to come on here and tell us a little bit about it, because I haven't found anybody yet. But if you know somebody, man, yeah, I'd love to talk to you. Thanks. We'll be here all week.
Yeah, well, it's mostly just in areas where, like rural places where they don't have access to high-speed internet, like cables and stuff.
I have a friend, super Northeast Canada.
You mean like in deserts?
Super Northeast Canada. He's way out in the boonies. He got the satellite fucking internet. He did. It wasn't Starlink. It was some other service. And it sucks, but it does work. Whatever he got, it works. No doubt about it. I can get him on the phone here if you want, man. I'm not.
Yeah, get him on the phone. Fuck it.
I can get him on the phone.
Yeah, get him on the phone, man. Motherfucker. I'm just kidding.
Because the only explanation I've heard for satellites are satelloons, which are balloons that just float through the sky, and But that would be a lot of satelloons to constantly be shuffling through the sky.
But why do they lose coverage in the middle of the desert?
Mic check. Can I be?
Heard New Perspective.
Cool.
Hey, real quick, man. I got another guy, Ben, out in Utah. He had XM radio, man. It never worked the way out in the fucking boonies in Utah.
But
it never worked, not once.
Hey, Frost.
Nothing.
Frost, you referenced when I posted that as soon as you mentioned the Starlink, right? You referenced mine as like an official capture of Starlink, correct? That's what I thought it was when I downloaded it, and I made a GIF of that. Right now, if you open that up and look really closely, you'll see like a little tractor beam going from one line of Starlink to the other. Like they're connecting. Everyone should look at that. I don't know what that is, Frost. How do you explain that? What is that little effect going on there? Looks like some drone action almost.
AI. Don't AI.
What is that?
I think the tractor beams are photoshopped in there
They're photoshopped in there, but the Starlinks are real.
Well, I mean, a lot of people saw them with their own eyes up in the sky.
Right. This is supposed to
I
be.
can
This
ask
is a
them.
real capture. This is like a live capture. I just made a GIF of the different frames of it, but this is actually what people saw. There was no Photoshop.
People saw red beams shooting between them.
Well, why would they Photoshop that in?
Well, it doesn't look real.
Well, if it was a drone, it could be. If it was a line of drones, there could be some kind of lighting effect. The whole thing could be just a light show.
I mean, what the fuck, bro?
Are
You
people
seen
apparently
you
getting?
expect this GIF?
GIF.
Are people apparently getting internet from Starlink, like with a satellite dish?
Mac and I are.
Yeah, like you can go on their website, purchase
That's
it,
basically
and
how it is.
it's fully operational and
Yeah,
available.
So does your
between
satellite dish
somebody.
move and follow these things flying across the sky?
Yeah, it does.
Wow,
Well,
that's cool, man. Far out.
wouldn't they always
Anybody?
have to be overhead
Damn, I'm
to
asking.
actually get internet, though?
Anybody got this thing? Anybody know anybody that has Starlink internet? Please jump on in.
Because
Anybody.
if those things just fly over once every few hours or whatever, how do you keep getting internet?
Well, there's like an entire line of them, that's permanently cycling through
Wow,
constantly.
man.
Yeah, they're not that close, like they are in this GIF. That's just when they were launched.
Is somebody tracking these bad boys? Obviously. Is there a website that would say, "Hey, man, Starlink's coming over your house tonight. Check it out."
Well, I mean, if they're over your house, then they'd always be coming over your house like all the time. But yeah, I'm sure there's a way to track them as well.
Well, check that out. Let me know. And if you know anybody that's got Starlink internet, love to hear from you. We're here 24/7, 365.
Here, I'll post a amateur YouTube video of someone setting up their Starlink. I don't know. I mean, if you'll believe him or not, but
Well, I know, man. My buddy did a beta test with Starlink, man. But that was years ago. Like 2 years ago.
I think there's like an
And he
output
said it
building.
absolutely sucks shit. So there's that. Anyway, carry on.
I think they're bouncing a signal off the firmament back down to an output tower or something for satellite TV and all that crap.
Yep, I buy that.
Give that man a cigar.
I'm buying that one.
Thank you.
I could see that working because we can do that. That is supposed to be a Starlink fucking map. Fuck off.
Do me a favor. Fuck off. Fuck
Go
off.
show, man. Fuck off. That's fucking stupid. Fucking.
And
So Frost, I just posted the original link from that video that I posted before with the GIF that I posted with the laser beams, and then I posted a little screenshot of the description of the video, and it's saying, "Oops, can you hear me?"
Yeah.
Okay, so in the description it says that this video shows a train of SpaceX Starlink satellites crossing with each other on April 22, 2020. Shortly after launch, this was a test of the laser communication system. Laser beams are not visible to the human eye because their wavelengths are blah, blah, blah. Digital cameras can capture a wider range of wavelengths, so it was possible to capture laser beams in this case. So this is like saying that the digital camera is capturing the laser beams for real between these satellites.
I see. Okay, so that's why it didn't look legitimate.
Yeah, but it was real, right?
No.
Well, I mean, it's true that you could potentially pick up a laser beam with a camera that you couldn't see with the naked eye. I mean, I'm sure you could test that. If you
Right.
wanted.
So now the claim is that these satellites have laser beams that are connecting with each other.
No.
That's what the claim is.
Yeah, I know. That's what the YouTube description says. But if you think about it, laser beams that can be caught by cameras, specifically microwaves or radio waves, which are going to be the type of lasers that these are sending back and forth,
Yeah.
they're not going to be picked up by cameras.
So, but that's what the video is claiming. So you're saying the video is lying.
Well, no, the video is claiming that there's cameras that can pick up laser beams. That's true. However, the beams that these are sending back and forth aren't going to be, anywhere near infrared or color or ultraviolet. They're going to be radio waves and microwaves.
Okay, so now you're saying that the camera's not actually picking it up, but these are actually communicating with each other in this way.
Well, the Starlink satellites do claim to be have a laser form of transmission, but I don't know. It would seem strange that the camera would be able to even see them from that distance.
It does.
Yeah, it all seems very strange. Just the formation, the fact that they'd even have to be communicating with each other in this way. What do you think the reason for this kind of relay would be, with the laser beams communicating with their counterpart crossing the other way?
It's like a drone light show, man.
Exactly. That's what it seems like.
A Disneyland kind of light. I've seen some drone light shows. There's some.
What's the explanation on the globe side or the satellite link side? What's the reason for all of this light show or the laser beams? What's the reason for the laser beams? Kosho.
Say what?
What's the reason for the laser beams on these satellites?
To communicate with each other.
Communicate with what? Like to communicate information?
They're sending information. That's the whole point of them.
Okay, so then as they cross their counterpart, the idea is that they're sending a laser beam to the other one to communicate data.
Yeah. And probably their positions if they're communicating with each other. But if you look at what their wavelengths are, hold on, let me see.
Man, I would love to capture some video like that. That would be cool. Damn. Point your cameras up. Point them up, boys and girls. Which time's the next Starlink going to cross over Southern California? Anybody got that? I want to see this shit for myself.
How high up are these things supposed to be anyway?
A couple hundred miles, I think.
Okay, so they're not in orbit. It's not any kind of like it's basically happening over our stationary plane just as easily as a globe. There's no like globe claim here, really. Obviously.
Yeah, of course. Unless somebody here has the Starlink internet that can verify that it works great.
Well, how are these supposed to be satellites if they're not orbiting? Are they work satellites that work like drones, just a couple 100 miles up? Is that the idea? I mean, what's the claim here? Right? These are just drones. If they're only a couple 100 miles up, they're not real satellites. Right? Kosho?
I'm just trying to find the wavelength. Yeah, it says here that they're high speed. Or Harlan, it says that they're. Read this again. It said something about microwave size waves. So that's not visible. Here we go. High speed microwave link.
Yeah. It's not visible.
But what about the drones themselves? What are they? I mean, the satellites themselves. Are they supposed to be in orbit?
Yeah, they're in orbit. Yeah.
Oh, but they're only a couple 100 miles up, I thought.
Okay.
How can that be in orbit? It's not even outside the atmosphere.
A couple 100 miles up.
Well, they work like drones.
The ISS is a couple 100 miles up.
Okay, so it's falling still. It's microgravity up there. It's just a couple 100 miles up.
It's orbiting. You can orbit something. You can orbit something.
It's called microgravity. Yes, that's correct.
Really?
Microgravity is that's just a name for something in free fall.
But how would it be in free fall? Only a couple 100 miles up.
You can put something in free fall from 5 miles up. I don't know why there's a problem with that.
But I thought the whole idea was that it's supposed to be orbiting and falling and not ever really getting closer because it's constantly falling. But if it's only that far up, it wouldn't seem to work that way.
Yeah, all that matters is that its velocity is fast enough.
Dude, the ISS.
Oh, that's right. Okay, the math has to work out with the velocity fast. Okay.
That's how it works. That's how orbit works. Once you have a certain tangential velocity, you're going to effectively be in orbit.
Tangential, baby. It sounds good on paper, man.
No. It could be that the drones work this way, or that the ISS drone works the same way, or whatever it is. however it's powered. They got the math worked out so you can say it's tangentially fast enough to be falling and never actually reaching any closer to the Earth. It's crazy, but it's interesting because it's not even it's not even an orbit claim, because if they're only that far up, how could they ever go around the whole Earth, right? Are they supposed to be? I guess they could be, yeah. I guess they could be going around the whole. They're just circling around the top of the stationary plane, right? Yeah.
Free fall.
As long as the math looks right, then you could be convinced that it's going around a ball. It's interesting.
It's super interesting. If it wasn't fucking super interesting, we wouldn't be here, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's a great magic show.
It's a great magic show. But anyway, I'm a natural phenomenon observer. I like to keep it down here where we can do shit right here on the fucking ground.
Is the moon a physical object or just some sort of metaphysical
light?
light?
Outer space, man. I want to talk about what we live on, and what we live on is Earth, man. And we can check it out because we live here. Ain't that something? Fucking A. What a fucking idea. I don't live in the moon, man. I want to talk about what we live on.
Yeah, but we can look at the moon.
We can looky-loo, man, all day long, man. We can look at the sun, but I wouldn't recommend it without filters and stuff, you know.
Hey, Kosho, so that picture you posted, is that supposed to be the Starlink map of the
constellation of the current satellites they have up there, yeah.
Oh, just all the satellites, not the Starlinks?
No, I posted the coverage map.
Yeah, he's got the Starlink map,
the Starlink satellites. The Starlink and the satellites are the same thing. So Starlink satellites.
Yeah, but they just don't look like to be in lines the way Starlink is. That's the reason I was asking.
I know, but as I told you, you can see that there's like a line close to the South America. It's because when they're launched, they're close together. But as
I can see some CGI has nothing to do with what I'm standing on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
So they dissipate as they don't continue to stay in a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they stay in a line, but they're spread out.
Yeah, they have ion thrusters to move farther apart from each other.
So you could connect these dots and show the line still, but it just be more spread out, and it looks random because it's more spread out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see patterns in there for sure. I can see.
You guys saw the Terminator, right? With the what was it called? Starnet.
Like weird.
This is basically exactly what they used in that movie.
Skynet.
Skynet, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yes.
Talk about predictive programming, huh?
Talk about predictive programming. Yes.
It's totally different. This one's called Starlink.
It's great CGI, man. Really wonderful.
The guy behind Skynet, he comes good in the end, remember? He blows himself up with a bomb. Yeah.
He does what?
He's holding a bomb and he blows himself up when the Terminator comes in.
Okay. He has a moment of reason.
Spoiler, man. Total fucking spoiler, man. Yeah,
1988 or something.
35 years old.
Ruin it. I'm still gonna want to see that.
Ruined it for me, man. Hey, man. I like Earth. I live on Earth. I can check it out. Let's check it out together. If you want to go up into space, man, you got to join NASA. All right, and then come back and talk to me. Thanks. Keep it down here, man. Keep it on the down low, would you? Keep it on the down low.
I thought of a random question that maybe Kosho could entertain, or any other baller, I guess. Okay, so like the whole idea that, we have all these different vectors that we're supposedly moving, and the threshold of what we would feel is just under what would be possible with all the different movements, and then you use the vector math and you use the the little g constant, and it makes it seem like that's about where it should be, so that we wouldn't be able to feel all these different movements, right? Is that right, Kosho, about how it works?
I wouldn't say any of those words in that order, but I would say that Yeah, and it's not
vector math, right? Vector math takes all of the vectors and then combines them into one, right?
just with using addition. You just add them together.
Right. Combines them into one. That's what I meant. That's what I said. Yeah. So then let's just take them one at a time, right? Thought this might be a good exercise. Okay, so we can't feel them all according to the vector math that adds them all into one and then puts it into one smooth motion to convince us that this is all one smooth motion. So you shouldn't expect to feel it, right? So then we'll work up from 1,000 miles an hour, right? If we're just going 1,000 miles an hour, the claim is we wouldn't feel it, right? Because of they got it started there with the, it's just the, it's just the 15-degree rotation instead of the actual ground speed of 1,000 miles an hour. We're not going to believe that anyway, but then let's just take the 66,000 by itself without the 1,000 miles an hour. That, do they all work out is the point? Do they all work out in their own right that you wouldn't actually feel them? Because once we get up to like just one thing flying along with the sun at 500,000 miles an hour without the other vectors, how can you claim you wouldn't feel that? Right?
Well, we can add them all together if you'd like and see what number we come up with.
That's the whole idea. It's like you take them all apart and individually, they all are fucking things you would feel completely.
Well, let's find out.
Time, you would feel movement.
No, it doesn't. You don't find out by adding them all together. You find out by separating them all and looking at each one and how ridiculous it is to think that you wouldn't feel that.
Let's look at the biggest one that you would feel. The one that should be the strongest one, which is the rotation. The one caused by the rotation. This one is by far the strongest of the accelerations.
It's only one a day. It's just one per day.
But it's the strongest one because it's closest to home? Are you saying it's the strongest one because it's the closest to home? Or are you saying
it's the strongest one because if you actually calculated the acceleration
with the
it's the largest one.
But then still, like if you were just like if you had like a tether to the sun, right? And you're just dragged along with the sun at 500,000 miles per hour without the other vectors, why would you not feel that? It's still 500,000 miles per hour. It doesn't matter how far away you are from the sun because you're being dragged at 500,000 miles per hour.
Actually, we're falling towards the sun.
Sure, doesn't matter. But it's still 500,000. No matter how you cut it, it's still 500,000 miles per hour. Doesn't matter what range it is or how fast or close to the sun is or the distance that you might be orbiting. None of that matters. You're still moving literally at 500,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, so let's say the orbit around the sun. Okay, because that's the next
miles
one.
An hour.
Yeah, so we go 67 to 65,000. So we change by 2,000 miles per hour in the course of 180 days.
Hauling ass.
So do the math on what that acceleration is. 2,000 miles per hour over the course of 180 days.
I'm hauling ass around the sun.
But none of that takes away from the actual speed. I mean, relative to, you could say the acceleration is the only thing you would feel, blah, blah, blah. Then you could break it down and say, you wouldn't feel acceleration. It's all based on this idea that you don't feel the plane movement at a certain smoothness and linearly. So it's all taking that idea and just blowing it completely out of proportion and saying, well, according to that, if we could make the numbers make it seem like the acceleration is really low, then it doesn't matter how fast you're going. It just doesn't matter. Is that pretty much the idea?
Well, I'm not sure what you expect to observe about motion. Like motion is not something that you can just feel. The speed, I mean. Acceleration is what you're going to have any sort of tool to measure.
Right. And there is acceleration changes as well as momentum changes and all that.
Yeah, there's acceleration.
Threshold so low. It's like the mathematics make it so that the threshold seems plausible as far as the being that low. But still, you got the actual speeds, and the actual speeds individually you would expect to feel regardless of it because it goes so high. I mean, like it's like you can imagine that you wouldn't feel a plane's motion at 500 miles per hour at a certain point of smoothness or whatever linearly. But then when you go above this, faster than the speed of sound, then you start talking about, well, how could the human body, even within a contained, which the Earth isn't, within a contained area, even withstand that, especially in multiple different directions. But then the vector math just seems to solve it all. For the people that are mathematically minded, it's good enough.
good
People that
enough
are
with the math.
practically minded. It's just ridiculous.
The
Honestly.
maths make it so. Maths.
Yeah.
It's perfect at the maths.
Hey, Kosho, I don't know if you heard, because you were a little bit in the debate with Witsit about the quotes and stuff, and we were talking about that in our channel and some of these things that you couldn't find that were directly quoted in some of his memes. Did you hear him on here earlier? I don't know if you did, but some of these things have been maybe even scrubbed on the internet. A lot of what Einstein said in the original publications aren't available to even find.
I heard that today. Yeah, that was interesting, man. Yep, scrubby dub, man. Can't have.
Did you hear that, Kosho?
No,
that might be why you couldn't.
However,
maybe why you couldn't find some of the direct sources.
No, I did find the direct sources.
Okay, and they were contradictory. Oh, okay. Could you repost those here? I didn't see those.
Yeah, let's check it out, man.
You have to find it, whichever specific one you're talking about.
Whichever one you came up with. I don't know. Whichever contrast you found between the original and what Witsit was posting. If you want to present it, I don't know. How many were there?
I'm not gonna go over all of them, but
how many did you find that were contradictory?
I mean, all of them were.
I mean, taken out of context or actually misquoted?
Some of them were misquoted. All of them were out of context. Yeah.
All right.
Could that be due? Could that be due to the internet's doctoring of this information?
Say that once more.
Could that be due to like the internet scrubbing doctor of information or changing of information?
Likely, no.
Well, how do you think that he came up with the quotes that's different than what you came up with?
You'd have to ask him where he got his from.
Okay, so what's your most likely scenario? Like he got it from an unreliable source. They were made up. They were just, what?
You'd have to ask him.
No. You're the one that pointed it out. You have to back up.
Hey, Kosho, can you prove space? Prove me space to me, Kosho.
Here's one of his quotes. Say, pages that it's from. Here's the book with the pages.
Prove me. How can rats live on space?
I'll be back.
Here's a rat on that rocket walking by on space. How can that be possible? You globals just have fairy tales, nothing more. Before NASA, 1957. I'm going to give you a CIA document. Just a second. So, 1957, they were at Antarctica talking about flat Earth and firmament. This is before NASA. Say bye-bye to space. You globals just have bullshit. No proofs, nothing. Just bullshit. You know nothing.
Okay, we heard you. Can I get back to Kosho for a minute, brother? If he's still here, Kosho. So the one you posted, is that supposed to be showing what Witsit posted, and then the text that the page you posted above it was supposed to be what he actually said? What part of the page am I looking at?
So if you look in that page, he doesn't say what Witsit said. What's his quote says he says. Okay, some of the words are in there.
What part of the page?
You can actually look at the few pages before, few pages after. This is still the same. The point he's making is opposite to the point that's being made in what's his quote. He just doesn't say it. I think one thing you'll notice though is it says in this quote, it says is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax. And so what it kind of looks like is this quote is actually not from this person here, but might be from somebody who was, editorializing his book and maybe giving his opinions on what he was saying, but it's obviously not a quote from him. So Or from
Where do I find on this page anything close to the quote below it? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's not in there. It's not in there. He doesn't say that at all. Like he says, he talks about the tectonic model. He talks about stellar parallax, but he doesn't say any of these things that are being said. He actually says quite the opposite.
Okay, well, could you post a better one, like something that you found that was misquoted, or something that was like a comparison between what you found and what Witsit posted, so that you can see the difference of what was actually said or how it was taken out of context? Something direct that I could have like a direct reference to look at. I could say, oh, okay, here's the quote, and then here's where it was misquoted or misrepresented. Because the one you did post just kind of say like, oh, it's a page that you could read it doesn't have anything to do with a quote necessarily, but a couple pages before that, you could find another thing that, shows how this quote got, paraphrased or whatever. Something that's like easy to see.
Give me 1 second. You see that third one or fourth one by Philip Plate?
Yep.
Here's his actual article, or where this quote is from.
Okay. Do you have the point at which the quote was from? The actual quote was taken from, or do I have to read the whole article?
I would recommend reading it, but I can just tell you right now. He says, shortly after he starts the article, he says, geocentrism is a valid frame, but not the only one. He says, I don't need to. What did he say? Oh, yeah, he says, I have two things to say. Geocentrism is a valid frame, and second, heliocentrism is not any more or less correct, which is basically what it says in his quote. However, right before that, he says geocentrism is so wrong, so amazingly wrong, it falls apart, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, he goes on to describe what he means by saying that they're both valid. He's saying that you can use either as a reference frame, when describing some event or whatever. However, using it as the center of the universe, both would be wrong. And he goes on to describe exactly why he thinks geocentrism is wrong in great detail. So,
and what about heliocentrism? He says it's not any more or less correct as well, right?
Well, what he says is it's more useful. Here, let me see exactly what he says.
Yeah, just highlight it, screenshot it, put it in there or something.
All right, hold on. I actually made a quote. Maybe this will help. I made this quote. It kind of says it in this quote that I posted.
You're taking parts of what he said here?
Yeah, I just took a different part of what he said.
Okay. See, that's what I'm looking for. Something that's directly what the person said, puts it into context. You have any other examples?
Well, like I said, all throughout this article, every one of those quotes is in its own way taken out of context. And
well, I know. I'm asking for another good example because that's a broad claim about all of them.
Yeah,
but
I posted
the details. When we get down to the details, like this one, okay. So he's saying heliocentrism in its limited way. Okay, wait. Call it galactocentrism if you want, and it's just as useful as geo or heliocentrism in its limited way. Okay, so that's an interesting thing. Galactocentrism. So is he more about like the geocentric with the microwave background type idea, or what?
He's just talking about the reason why he's saying that those reference frames are useful in any sort of way depends on what you're using it for. Like if you're describing, I don't know, the satellites or something like that, put something in orbit, then you're going to use a geocentric, reference frame. And if you're going to send something to Jupiter or Mars or something, you're going to use a heliocentric reference frame. So the reference frame depends on what it is you're describing. But it doesn't mean that it's like the end all be all for what the universe is doing.
Or if any of it's right, because he's saying it's useful. It's not the best thing for everything. So because it's not a best frame for everything means that it could be completely wrong, but it's useful.
But in the rest of this article, he talks about why geocentrism is just completely wrong.
But he also kind of seems to include heliocentrism in that bucket.
No, not quite. He says, here we go. Like I said, I'm not going to quote his whole thing. If you read after,
none of those systems work if I want to know turn by turn directions.
Yeah, Kosho, I just read that whole thing. Do you stand by what he just what you just posted? Do you stand by that?
I mean, it's more or less correct. I think he's trying to be
more or less. You're so vague in this bullshit. I mean, are you serious? Do you really think that this means anything? I just read the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole point is that somebody else portrayed his opinion.
So it could be everything and nothing at the same time. Basically, is what he's saying.
Helio, wait, you're misreading what the whole argument's about. It's not about Kosho agreeing with this guy. He's just trying to represent what this guy said accurately, since Witsit posted something from this guy that seems contrary. He's not trying to argue. He's not trying to support an argument here, and it's not something to attack him over. We're trying to figure out where the original idea from this one guy came from. Whether he was right or not, it doesn't even matter. It's about whether he said what he said or not.
Maybe I missed it.
Yeah. He's not trying to make a claim here. He's just trying to make a claim about the quote. All right. So what's another good example, Kosho? Let's go through another couple. You said they all are out of context. Do you have another good direct comparison of the quote that Witsit posted compared to what you think it should have meant or what it actually said?
I don't want to go through a couple, but I might see if I can find one more. Hold on. It's kind of a tedious task. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, as far as that post there, did you get it from Witsit, Kosho, or did you get
No. This post that he posted is like what the guy. He's paraphrasing a lot of the quotes the guy said, and if you scroll up, Julio, you'll see the quote that in the middle that of the one the string of ones that Kosho put. There's one in the middle that was taken from what Witsit posted, which makes it seem like the guy's being a little more harsh. I'm not sure. I don't really get that he's being a little more harsh necessarily as far as Julio.
I think from what I read, just in that quote there, I mean, it's so abstract.
Oh, it's special relativity. Well, you're right. You're right, and that's the point. It's all special relativity and reference frame dependent, and that's basically what he's saying. Like, depending on the reference frames and how you use them or how useful they are.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to necessarily call out anything. I mean, it's just like
the problem.
That's
the problem with special relativity.
The whole phrase speaks for itself. It's so abstract; it means actually nothing.
Right. Special relativity is like that because it's all reference frame dependent, and it means that you can't know anything about anything without the reference frame you're relying on to give you that information. And that's how they got away with making it all make sense, because you could just change the reference frame or use some kind of like Lorentz contraction to fix it all.
Right.
And say
Anyway, I didn't want to disrupt.
Hey, Kosho, I was going to ask you because it's another thing Witsit was talking about earlier. The Lorentz contraction. Can you explain that? And do you support that idea that the Lorentz, because that makes sense to you? The Lorentz contraction.
I'm talking about in special relativity where you travel fast enough and things get smaller or distances get shorter.
Yeah. What about that? Does that make sense, or do you think? Can you see how someone might see that as a fix-all, like just a way of excusing it?
What does it fix?
Pertaining to the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Oh, I don't see how it fixes that.
That's
I don't see what it does fix at all.
Well, you know about the Michelson-Morley experiment, right?
Yeah, the original one, yeah.
Well, yeah, and all the ones that were done ever since, and that it was like 1/6 of what they should have gotten if it was supposed to be the rotation of the Earth,
Well,
right?
it wasn't the Michelson-Morley. The original one wasn't sensitive to the rotation.
No,
Well, regardless of the original one, I'm talking about the overall Michelson-Morley findings that have been repeated over and over again, showing it's about 1/6 of the movement we would need if it was actually a rotating Earth. But that 1/6 can actually reference the ether, and the way of fixing that is to add in the Lorentz contraction, which means that the distance is getting shorter rather than the speed changing. It's like the reverse of what you would think, or the reverse of the readings. And they excused it, it seems, by saying the actual distance got contracted because of the movement. Does that make sense?
Kind of, except for I don't remember that being the result. Let me
It was a
look.
way of erasing the results so that they could continue to. That's how special relativity was born.
Yeah, I
And
know,
this
but
Lorentz transformation is put into everything.
yeah, I know, but the Michelson-Gale test, the one that was actually meant to observe the rotation, actually it did observe the rotation without any errors.
There's a whole thing about that too, but let's just get to mention that.
Say that again.
Michelson-Gale Pearson, the one that
what?
was. Say again.
It what? It didn't.
No, that one was meant to. It was the interferometer one, and that one was meant to observe the rotation, and it did.
What did?
The Michelson-Gale test.
I looked into that too. I can't leave this part to go get my references right now, or I'll get cut off from the conversation. But okay, so this is all stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. How?
I remember they use like the rotating table, like the interferometer, basically.
Hello?
What's up, man?
Is it silent? No one say anything? Okay, you were going to post another comparison. You said between the quotes that
looking over some of them. I gotta look at the one that I have the other data from. Give me a second, I guess. I mean, the best thing for anybody to do, so a single person doesn't have to do all of this, is I would look into each one of these.
Right. If the information has been changed on the internet, or that source isn't available, the original source is not available for whatever reason, then the quotes. It's more about the results of the test than what someone said about it anyway. In the end, but regardless, the misquoting or the claim that there's a misquoting going on, and whether that information is still available I'm trying to get to the bottom of that a little bit. And if you've done the work already, why not just post what you found? Since you say
I've done the work for some of them, but
I thought you said all of them.
No, I know that all of them are out of context. But I haven't actually. I haven't done the work
for some.
Say what?
How do you know they're all in context if you've only done the work for some?
Because I know, for instance, like the ones with Edwin Hubble, he wasn't even talking about the same thing that the other ones are talking about. So he's talking about the cosmological principle, which is based on the cosmological redshift and the interpretation of that and the assumptions that they made for that, which has nothing to do with, the geocentrism. It has more to do with the
So did you prefix that with a foreboding of we might find something wrong with the calculations, or
no, what? I didn't say anything like that.
all right? So you're happy with what are you presenting now?
I think he wants
He's
me to
going to try to
present.
find one of the other quotes that Witsit posted to
Quotes.
see to show us the context he thinks it's supposed to be in or something. He said they're all out of context or misrepresented or something. So if the claim is all of them, I just wanted at least a few examples of where he found those mistakes or possible misinterpretations.
Give me half a second.
Sorry, I thought it was calculations.
No, it's about the quotes that Witsit was using and Kosho's claiming that they're all out of context or misrepresented somehow. Okay. And then Witsit was on here earlier saying that some of the stuff seems to be scrubbed, or the original sources aren't even available, or they were never published to begin with. They were quoted, but then not published for the reasons that a lot of other things don't get published, because they go against the mainstream narrative.
Is this the reason why Kosha can't find it right now? He's having a hard time.
I can find them. They're actually a lot of them are online. But did you not ask him where he got them from then?
It wasn't about like I wasn't trying to like figure out whether the quote was real or not. It's more about what they're saying that makes sense as far as like the overall admittance to a lot of these things by these people. Oh, the other thing he was talking about was that the ether was absorbed right before special relativity by Einstein, accepted by Einstein. And then his correction of the whole special relativity, Maxwell's equation, right? They acted like that. Einstein was like supposedly like helping Maxwell's equation out rather than trying to augment it to fit special relativity, and it was all just kind of misconstrued. It's just the same signs of a lot of the same tactics we're seeing within the discussion today that we're at the outset, in my mind, of course, because I don't think we're moving. So if people that believe we're moving, like think that this is out of context, it's going to be a totally different look on whatever quote you see.
Yeah, so
P is stored in the lungs, Abraham Lincoln.
Einstein specifically was using the fact when they had figured out electromagnetism and Maxwell's equations. A consequence of Maxwell's equations is exactly that: the speed of light is a constant in all reference frames. That was a consequence that they had to accept if Maxwell's equations were true. So Einstein simply used that to, consider what the ultimate consequences of that would be, and that's how he came up with special relativity.
Right, but the reference frames is the key, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the key. Saying, okay, well, just depending on the reference frame, we can make it work.
Not depending on the reference frames, it has to be the same in every reference frame. So the speed of light has to be the same.
I'm talking about the speed of light. I'm talking about reference frames in general with special relativity, right? That was the key to make special relativity work.
No, it was in physics since Galileo.
What? It's the Lorentz
law. Talking about special relativity.
No, there's something called the principle of relativity, which is made by Galileo, and that's just all about reference frames and speed not having any meaning unless you're talking about reference frames.
So you think
but then we're talking about the universe in general. The way that Einstein used reference frames was the key to his special relativity claims, right?
Well, yeah, but like I said, that's because it was a consequence of Maxwell's equations, and the consequence of it was that from every reference frame, the speed of light has to be constant. So, or is the same constant speed. So,
that's true.
Anyhow, hold on a second.
What were we waiting for, by the way? Just so I can refresh my memory.
We're waiting for him to. We're waiting for you. Can say whatever you want, P-Mac. What's up, brother?
Hey, man.
How you doing, bro? He's just trying to get another example of. He's trying to get a quote from Witsit and show where he found some kind of discrepancy.
Oh my god. Hey, okay. All right. Joe Biden is a kitty fiddler.
Which Joe Biden?
Both of them.
I mean, all 5 of them or whatever. Whoever it is now.
All them universes you ever want to go in, they're all fucking kitty fiddler.
Is the imposter really a kitty fiddler too?
Oh yeah.
Whoever it is, we're saying is president right now.
Yeah, especially him.
It's got a different shaped head altogether, man. It just doesn't look like the same person.
I know, he's the biggest one. Oh my god.
Plus the earlobes thing.
Back in a second.
We got a lot of other people in here. I'm just waiting for Kosho to post this thing. That's what I was all about. But some other people can talk, you know. Any other questions? Anybody have something they came up with recently that's interesting?
I suppose looking for a quote that somebody said that might have been from somebody who might have been once again past in the history of past things isn't really relevant to the actual topic of where we are right now. What do you think? What do you think, Kosho?
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? Hey, you're a good dude.
Thanks, man. I'm reading right now. Unfortunately, some of these quotes can only be found in lists of
list upon list upon list. In the list there, somewhere amongst the list there's quotes there somewhere in the list. But you're bound to find them. So anyway, moving on. Is there any proof of motion? Anybody found any proof of motion at all? In all those quotes? Amongst all that fucking tirade of fucking sentence upon sentence upon sentence. Anybody find any proof of motion? Because if you did, I would fucking love to hear it. Motion. 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 I guess not. Okay, moving on. Next topic. What about them Simpsons, huh?
Wait, who?
The Simpsons?
Simpsons? Is that what you said?
Fucking Simpsons, bro.
Oh, well, like with the dome and shit? Or what are you talking about?
OJ or Homer?
Well, it has to be Homer, right? OJ never fucking predicted anything. What about them Twin Towers, bro? You see them Twin Towers come down? Boom, 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 boom.
Yep, boom, 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 boom. That's how they.
In the history of mankind, as a skyscraper fell into due to fire, but somehow, one day, 20 a year or a year ago, they all came down in one fucking boom, 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 boom. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It's a bit crazy, Octane. It is, isn't it?
It's a little crazy.
It's fucking ridiculous, bro. You got firefighters, you got fucking people saying, well, we heard boom, 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 and they come down.
I mean, those big booms were probably like the towers crashing. I would think those make some pretty big booms.
Yeah, like an aluminium airplane. A plane made of fuck all. Just crashed into it and destroyed them.
Fuck all. Didn't it crash like into the tower going pretty quick? I mean, it's a passenger plane, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it disintegrated as soon as it hit it.
Yeah, that's going so fucking quick.
No, there was no planes, you guys. I know it sounds like a crazy thing still, maybe to some people, but there was no planes, bro. Please.
No planes, 9/11.
Yeah, it's just holograms that hit it.
Well, you did see that one.
It was actually more like a drone plane that was like it looked like a plane. It was like a missile, like a guided missile. It seems like, and then we were showing a graphic image in real time on TV that looked like a plane, and then they cut when the nose of the plane came out the other side of the building because they didn't expect that the drift of the helicopter was going to pick that up, and they cut to black on all channels at that point, and then it came back on for right afterwards. But yeah, the nose of the plane coming out the other side, which you can see in the original footage, is impossible. So that shows right there there's no planes.
I think that was the day that they decided, whoever they are, they could just do whatever the fuck they want. The whole world was looking. I was looking. My cousin said to me, "Paul, you won't believe this. Some stupid bastard just dived into the one of the Twin Towers." I said, "Fuck off! I was in the toilet having a good shit." No way. Well, my shit lasted that long. He says, "Paul, you won't believe this. Some other fucking blind bastard that fucking dove into the second tower." I said, "No way. That's no fucking way. No, that's a terrorism act. That's the act of terrorism." Yeah, you could be right. And then both of them came tumbling down. I mean, that's just fucking insane.
It is pretty insane.
And then the third one came tumbling down that wasn't even supposedly hit. And then all the rest of them, there was like 6 buildings that came down.
Four.
They don't even talk about the
I thought
rest.
there were 3.
7-Eleven.
No, 3 that most people even know about.
I mean, it sounds like we're talking about a small area. I mean, their buildings got hit.
No, all go look into it. You'll see that all 6 of it, or 6 maybe all 7. I don't know. Yeah, but they all came down, so they were all taken care of, right? They didn't demolish the other ones. Just look into it. How many buildings were there, right? There's building 7, so there's 7 of them, right? So if there's 7 buildings, how did the other buildings get taken down? Did they claim to have then post 9/11 gone and taken those other buildings out so they could clear the area? Is that the claim? No. Or maybe that is the claim. I don't know. But supposedly there was like 6 buildings that came down in the same fashion. They needed to clear the area out. They couldn't just leave one building standing, so they had to demolish the other ones. And having them come down on their own footprint was key. And the other key was making sure that the conspiracy theories were born and mistakes were made on purpose so that the truth movement could be started on the internet. It was like a whole package deal.
Yeah, it seems to me something happened that day that we haven't got quite to grips with yet. But it's almost like the impossible happened.
That was the original reset, basically. Or not a reset, but the launching to the reset, yeah. It was the takeover, or the showing of their hand on purpose. That's the crazy part.
Yeah. That's
you show your hand on purpose and no one can do about it, then you wield the power. People are just in shock, either in denial or shock of the enormity of it, and the ability to use the media to control both sides of it.
Yep, that's it, bro. Wasn't one of the Bushes in charge of security? They read the building out one day. There's just about a week before it actually happened.
Yeah, Marvin.
Well, ain't that the strangest thing?
Nothing to see here.
Move along, people. And he's reading My Pet Goat upside down, or is it A Pet Goat? I can't quite remember because of the Mandela effect. Was it my Pet Goat upside down? Sitting and the classroom he was in, the kids were talking about jets and fucking hitting and kites and steel and must and that you know.
That's an interesting one, PMAC. You know why? Okay, so that was another one. That was another one given to us, right? With the kids chanting their words that they were repeating, and they were given that. That's true. They were chanting those words, and some of them were like steel. I'm not sure if steel was one of them, but some of the words, but some of the words aren't what they're saying, and then so that it was subterfuge, right? So they put out a video making it seem like they're saying planes hit steel, but some of those words aren't the actual words they were saying. It sounds similar to the words planes or hit and steel. Hit, I think, is one of them, but I don't know. If you go back and it's one of those things put out there to make it seem worse than it actually is, so that then you could put it out as, oh, look, the kids were chanting. Yeah, well, they were chanting, and it's weird, and there's some of those words there. But some of them weren't the words they were saying, so they make it look worse on purpose. So then the anti-conspiracy theorists can come in and say, here's the real words. You're just being paranoid. So it works to both sides. See how that works?
Yeah.
It's like a bait. It's like they're baiting us to repost something that's inaccurate. So then they can call out the inaccuracy and make it all seem crazy.
But something really strange happened that day. I don't think people actually knew what it was, but we watched it. I mean, watched the towers fall down.
Directed energy weapons were used, to make those towers fall. That's the only thing that makes sense.
But because like them towers are built not to. Every tower is built not to fall due to fire. But
absolutely.
Somehow they did. Yeah, absolutely.
And there's also claims that those buildings in particular were built to fall that way. according
Well,
to
that's
the.
bullshit. It's made of
Well,
steam.
they could have been. When you think about it, think of how long these people plan ahead, right? Those
Uh-huh.
buildings could have been built to spill in planning for 9/11 from the very start. Like they had this all set up, even that far back. That's how crazy this world is. It seems.
Yeah, can we inspect the rubble? Nope. Donald Rumsfeld's fucking truck company took everything away. Bye. Shut up.
Yeah.
Look here.
What was the name of that? What was the name of that company? Controlled Demolition.
Fuck.
That's the name of the company. Controlled Demolition.
Isn't that a coincidence?
Talk about in plain sight, right?
Yeah, and that was the Pearl Harbor that got America into Iraq, right? Condoleezza Rice, Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, they all made billions because all their companies, the companies that went in to rebuild Iraq after the war, all belonged to Condoleezza Rice, Dick Cheney, and Donald Rumsfeld. What a coincidence.
How's that coming, Kosho?
I mean, how fucking dumb do
Still
you have to
working on
be?
it.
Still working on it. Kosho, Jesus Christ, bro. Where are you now? Do you need a library?
Something like that.
You know what? I give up at this stage, bro. I think it was a pivotal moment, 9/11. I honestly think that was a
Oh,
pivotal.
fuck yeah.
Yeah, that was the moment that things shifted. And after that,
Yep.
everybody's waiting for 2012 to fucking do something. Nah, I think it happened long before that, bro. And here we are today.
First big step towards the New World Order.
We're halfway there. It's true what some people say, though. People just want to be governed. They don't want to be told that they have an actual individual mind. They can work things up. No, they just want to. You tell us what to do, we'll fucking pay the tax. It's Putin's war. It's so choreographed, man. I mean, honestly, I don't even think this world's real anymore. Tell you the truth. To be upright and honest with you, I don't think anything we see today is true. I don't think this is actually a real world. I think it's an approximation of reality. It's trying so hard to be real. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? Choo. Do you want to hear a crazy thought? I think 9/11 was an introduction into reality can be anything you want it to be. And this life, as we know it, is not real reality. Crazy thought, bro. And the positive thing about that is if it's not reality, we've nothing to worry about. We're caught up in a false dichotomy. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? What do you think about that for a fucking solution? Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
What's up, Doctor?
Yo, what up?
Hey. See if everything is temporary. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If everything's temporary,
Yeah.
how is it real? Like if you're here today, gone tomorrow, and nobody remembers your name, what you know? How is that real?
I mean, things can still be real and be temporary, no?
No, I don't agree. No, I think you're talking shite.
Let's see.
But that's like just your opinion, man.
Let's quote. Good.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think this is a. How do I put this? Real reality? Would that be a saying? Could you say that? Could you say nothing is a real reality? Would that be an oxymoron or some other kind of fucking shite?
Sure. I mean, that's a pretty hard question.
It's hardcore, right?
Yeah.
It's like really strange, right? Because this pig's rib that I'm eating right now, this isn't actually a pig. This pig did not exist. It's just my imagination, but it tastes really good. A bit like Cypher from the Matrix, eh?
I have no clue how to answer that.
It's really tasty.
It's all that matters, right?
For now. What I'm saying is, there's a possibility that the Earth is not a spinning ball. And on top of that,
Shit,
it's
on
not,
top of that.
on top of that, it's not what you think it is either. It's up to you to work it out. It's a computer generated holographic misnomer.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
One more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Hello there.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Clappy.
I think he said he'll be right back.
Shit. Octane.
What up?
Well, seeing there's nobody else here to talk to, I may as well talk to you, right?
I mean, sure. I mean, I don't really have much to talk about, but
yeah, it's the logical conclusion, right? So logically, what do you think, bro?
About what?
About the shape of the Earth.
I think there's enough evidence for people to come to a conclusion.
You don't think there's enough evidence?
Oh no, I do.
You think there is enough? Okay.
I think there's enough evidence, not necessarily proof, because I mean the Earth is very big, and to bring like every single human to space and be like, look for yourself, is impossible. But there's enough evidence, I think, for someone to come to a conclusion.
Okay, so evidence is contrary to proof. It's kind of like proof, but not really proof.
I mean, but we could use like evidence to get to a conclusion, right? Like if there's an overwhelming amount of evidence, we can be safe to say that it's probably true.
Probably.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's always a chance, right? If we're just going off of evidence, but I'm like 99.9% sure.
Okay, so
there's always that 0.1% where I'm like, eh.
Okay, so I think we've established that evidence is not proof.
Correct. They're two different things. I mean, people use the words like interchangeably a lot of the time, so it depends who you talk to.
Like you just did?
Well, no, I didn't. I mean, I acknowledge that, like, since it's just like evidence, that yeah, I have to leave it like a 0.1% chance that you know what, maybe it might not be a globe. But there's so much evidence that I think I could logically come to a conclusion and be relatively safe.
Okay.
Right.
You choose your words very well, don't you?
I mean, I try to, especially on this server, because I mean, if you misspeak, you get fucking you get roasted for that. So
roasted.
Yeah, roasted.
Right. So, would proof is proof a big deal to you, or is it just you could base reality on evidence?
I mean, I guess I would say we do have proof that the Earth's a globe in the form of videos and pictures from a lot of different people. But the reason why I don't use those is because I know you guys don't believe space to be real, so that's why I just don't even bother.
Well, that's but that's not really proof, is it? That's evidence. That's something that can be manipulated to make you think a certain way.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
But that's why it's good to have a lot of people take the same picture to verify if it's true, right? Because if someone like send me a picture of like, I don't know, let's say like the Loch Ness Monster, I mean, if there's only one photo out there, no one else could get a photo of it, it's probably not real. But
well, the same thing applies to what you're talking about as evidence of.
No, right, but what's different is that we have multiple different people taking the same pictures and they all make sense. They all.
What do you mean makes sense?
I mean, it's all showing that it's a globe, basically.
What do you mean? What do you mean makes sense? It makes sense of what?
It's all showing the same shape.
What you've been told? Of what you've been led to believe. It makes sense. Is that how it makes sense? Like we're told it's a globe, therefore, if people take multiple pictures of a thing, therefore it makes sense. It's evidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strong evidence. I would say damn near proof.
Well, wouldn't you rather rely on proof and logic? Wouldn't that be? Yeah. Wouldn't that be more a more stable foundation to build your beliefs upon, or your what you how you perceive reality to be.
I feel like we're playing with words a little too much with proof and evidence.
Yeah, but we are, mate. Yeah, but that's true.
So is proof just something you see with your own eyes? Is that what you consider proof? What is proof in your view?
Oh fuck! That's a multiple, isn't it? It's like what you can prove, what people can prove, what is proven to you.
I mean, but you usually prove by showing a lot of like evidence, right? So if you go to court, you're trying to prove something by showing people the overwhelming evidence, for your side.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think like evidence leads to proof in a way.
Well, that's correct. Yeah. So a plethora of evidence leads to a proof. Like the evidence builds up until it only logically makes one sense. Which
makes sense that you can get to one conclusion with this evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And I just, and I guess I just think that there's enough evidence for the proof side
all right.
to logically come to the conclusion that it is a globe.
Globe. Okay. So let's hear the first piece of evidence. Do you have what's the first evidence you would have?
So I like the Eratosthenes experiment.
Shut up.
But I like it not for the reason that you're thinking of, but so let's say the sun is local, because a lot of flat earthers, I don't know if you say that, but the sun they say is local. It's not 93 million miles away. It's a lot closer. Still far away, but a lot closer than 93 million miles away. And if that's the case, we can actually measure the distance right to the point source, right? Because it's a point source, it's a light, so we can measure the shadows, and we can figure out how far the sun is. But the problem is that when you change your position on the Earth, it shows a different height for the sun for each measurement. And the problem is, if it's flat, then it should all be pointing towards one point source of light, but it's not, because the ground isn't flat. That would be one of them.
For the first piece of evidence.
And I have a video to visualize it. If you don't, I think you understand what
I'm saying.
No,
I think I've got it. Yeah.
I mean, I'll post it anyways, just in case anyone else is listening or whatever.
You never know.
I'll just I will timestamp it for people just to make it that much easier. But this is something that people have done before. And I think even the server could do it. I mean, the math seems relatively easy. It's not too difficult. I mean, it won't be hard to find someone like who's pretty good at math, but like we could each get like a shadow measurement from where we are, and we could figure out, I mean, if the height matches up. But so far for the people that have done it, it just doesn't match up. The sun's at a different height, so it doesn't.
All right. So, but we're not talking about lights in the sky.
No, right. No, but what I'm saying is, though, if the ground was actually flat, we should be able to get the same height to the sun. But the fact that we get different heights shows that the ground we're standing on is not flat. Otherwise,
no. It proves that the light above might be in motion. It's moving at different degrees.
Wait, so it's moving up and down?
No, it's across and across. Yeah, so it's not so much to do with fucking distance, but it's to do with the angular motion of it. Not that the Earth must be moving. Therefore, that's why we get different. No, it's move. It is moving. It's an angular. Do you understand what am I trying to say here?
I think I understand what you're saying, but I still disagree. But I think I understand what you're saying.
Right. Okay, I'll try my best.
I'm
really shit at maths, by the way. Maths is hard, bro.
Math is my worst subject. I hate it with a passion.
Well, you and I got something in common then. So, but the thing is, we're not talking about lights in the sky. We're talking about the Earth that we're standing on, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you want to keep it to the surface and only the surface. No.
Well,
no lights, no shadows, no anything. Just like, what do we see? I mean, I completely agree with you that what we see is flat, motionless. I completely agree. I mean, that's why people for so long, like thousands of years ago, believed the Earth was flat because they didn't have the technology to realize how small the curve is. I mean, what the like per mile, it's like 0.000126 like miles per curvature or something like that. It's like extremely small. So I mean, I agree. It appears flat. But once you start using technology, you start to realize that it's actually not flat because our senses aren't that precise.
All right.
That makes
Right.
sense.
So yeah, no, that makes sense. So their perspective of it, what they're trying to provide to us is that it's a ball, right, with water.
I mean, we say it's a sphere, but technically it's not even a sphere. You're wrong
Well,
when you
it could
say
be
that.
pear-shaped. Who cares, right?
Yeah, pear-shaped is more accurate.
But it's a motion. It's some kind of a spheroid in motion.
Yes,
without
a late spheroid. Yeah.
Yeah. So against the vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand by that very first statement?
Yeah, like the vacuum and how kind of pressure and vacuum exists, right?
I'm the water and fucking.
Well, so what I would say is that we kind of already have that here on Earth. I mean, the higher you go up, the less atmosphere there it is, right? So, I mean, wouldn't, in theory, if that were to be true, shouldn't the higher pressure here on the ground, shouldn't it be shooting upwards essentially to fill the void above us?
You know, but the question is, how the hell is it holding all that bendy water?
So there's forces that we experience. We experience an upward force, buoyancy, and we experience a downwards force. And
have you seen the size of the Atlantic Ocean? And the Indian Ocean?
Seen the size? No, but it's probably fucking big.
Yeah, it's very fucking big, right? So what downward force is holding that to the exterior of a...
Well, so we know there's a downwards acceleration. That's proven. Now, where we get into theories is what causes the downwards acceleration. And I think that's where we'll disagree. I'll say gravity because, to be honest, I'm just going with the majority here. It sounds good. Mass attracts mass, bigger mass. Yeah. Ice roll with Newton's. It's a lot more simpler than Einstein's.
Right. So if I put a big marble next to a smaller marble on a table, eventually the smaller marble will move towards the bigger marble. Is that what you're saying?
I think there's too much friction for that to happen. I know you can do that with Cavendish because they're suspended, so there's less friction because with air.
Okay, no. So let's suspend a big marble next to a small marble and let them suspend there forever and ever. Amen. Will the smaller suspended ball eventually move towards the bigger ball?
I want to say I think so. I think that's what should happen.
Oh boy.
I mean, I think that's what happens with the Cavendish, right? Or unless the Cavendish works differently. But to my knowledge, the Cavendish usually has like 2 lead balls because they're not magnetics. That's why they use lead. And I forgot what happens. It goes like back and forth between them. But yeah, I think that's what should happen.
Oh, you think so? Okay. All right. Well, how? What?
Well, so there's multiple theories.
Oh my god!
The main theory.
Here we
go. Well, okay. If you want me to be honest, I don't know the cause. I just know there's a downwards acceleration. When I let something go,
no, you said theory.
It accelerates faster.
You said theory.
No, downwards acceleration is not a theory. That's just something we experience. We can measure it. Now, what causes the downwards acceleration? That's in question, because no one's questioning that when you let something go, it drops, right? Right. We're not going to deny that. And it seems to accelerate the more time you give it in free fall. So no one's denying that, and that can be measured. But the cause, what causes that, is in question, and that's where we get into theory land. And Newton's is pretty good because we could make a prediction off of his theory. Like, no matter how fake you believe the theory to be, if it makes a prediction, people are going to use it. So that's why people even use Newton today, because it's pretty relevant within our solar system. And I believe if you're not going like the speed of light, Newton still works fine.
Okay.
But if you want like better like accuracies, then you go with Einstein. But yeah, we don't know the cause.
No,
one
nothing.
does.
Nothing can go the speed of light, right?
I mean, light goes the speed of light.
Except light.
Right. So I mean near the speed of light, or things getting close
Near
to
light
it.
speed, yeah.
Yeah, so like I don't say that we know the cause. People who say that just don't know, or they heard wrong, or were taught wrong. But I think we can all agree on there is a downwards acceleration. I don't think there's any point in debating that, right? Like, do we both agree things accelerate when you let them go? I mean, generally, unless it's more buoyant.
No, I don't have a problem with that.
So that's cool. Okay, so we agree on something. There's a downwards acceleration. Now, where we just disagree is what causes it, right? Because you guys say something is more dense, so that's why it happens.
You kind of no, but you see, the thing is that what people are doing is they're boiling it down to a downward acceleration of a single particle in relation to the Earth. What we're saying
no,
is
that's gravity. Downward acceleration is just something falling. It's not making any. It's just saying things fall. There's no.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, because like once you start talking about it's pulling towards it, now we're getting into the theory aspect.
So you agree that the ball Earth is a theory?
That what is a theory?
The ball.
The ball is a theory.
The ball Earth, the ball accelerating around the sun accelerating around the sun. Everything is it's a theory.
Again, with there being so much evidence, I believe the ball to be basically fact at this point. Again, I'm always leaving a 0.1% because I never seen it with my own eyes. But
here's the thing, though: is there any proof of the Earth in motion?
There's the Foucault pendulum.
No, that's not proof. That's not proof.
Well, that's evidence of because so my question would be so let's say we are on a motionless flat plane, right? When you swing a pendulum, why would the pendulum then all of a sudden start to move in a very predictive manner? Because we can actually predict on a globe Earth, like on a globe model, using the globe model, we can predict how much it's going to swing in what time, depending on where you are on Earth. Why would that happen on a flat motionless plane? That would be my question. Like, is it just a magnetic field that we're not understanding? Is it
perhaps?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But again, that would be my evidence towards the ground moving. And that's really the only, I think, evidence I can think of.
Well, that's okay.
For motion, to my knowledge. There's probably more. Oh wait, like isn't there like a light gyroscope or something that shows the 15-degree? Isn't there like something like that shows a 50-degree movement or something? That's more advanced and more math, and I don't fucking care. We'll call pendulums easier.
So, the oceans of the world, like a kind of a Foucault pendulum, like they move in like one direction, adhering to the outside of a fucking shape. Like water does that naturally. You ever see that?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. Or
have you ever seen water bend in vast amounts to the outside of a shape while in motion?
How much water, right? I've seen water stick to balls, but that's because of like adhesion or whatever it's called.
Trillions upon trillions upon trillions of tons.
Right, water. Exactly. Like you're talking about like a lot of water just surrounding the ball and it just floating.
No. Is there any?
I've seen pictures of it.
Fuck up. Any experiment? Anybody ever fucking proved anything on a small scale?
So
No?
I would say. So what I would say is, if we're
Is
playing
that
by
more evidence?
well, no, I was gonna say, if we're playing by flat earther rules in terms of trying to prove the globe, it's extremely hard because because it's basically saying we can't use any technology that has advanced like the scientific field. Like we can't use rockets, we can't use space. It's very hard because, again, I mean, like I said, I agree with you that if we took technology out of the picture, I would believe the Earth was flat because, again,
I didn't
thousands
put
of years
technology
ago,
in the
people
picture.
did.
I didn't put technology in the picture. I didn't
No,
say
but
anything about
what I'm
technology.
saying is but what I'm saying is it's like, by playing by the flat earther rules, we essentially have to say we can't use technology and
Let's
only
play
use
by
our
our
senses.
rules. Let's play by our rules. Your rules, Octane, my rules. Mine's logic, yours logic. Right?
Yeah. But I think because, I mean, you're basically saying just use my senses, right? It feels flat. It looks
No,
flat.
I didn't say anything
Or
about
no?
senses. I'm talking about logic.
I would say senses play into logic. No, I think they kind of work together a little bit.
Well, logically, if you think about it, it doesn't make sense. You see, now you said something earlier on, which I agree with, is that the ball, the model which you have in your head, is very, very hard to explain. It takes a hell of a lot of fucking explanation to explain that shit. Okay? Whereas somebody else like myself, it's very easy to work out. It doesn't take a lot of maths or fucking brain thingy or jigsaw puzzles and putting things together. It's very, very easy to explain. It doesn't work the way you think it does, and the reason why people believe that it's a globe, etc., and they're sitting here 10 years later, probably 20 years from now, still trying to explain how it happens, is the hardest thing to do, because it's really hard, because it's against logic, it's against science, it's against nature. You understand what I'm saying? You probably you could sit for 50 years and try to explain to somebody how it works, and it would be really hard on you, and you really have to figure it out and go down to nitty gritty and mathematics and shit. But
explain which parts, though, I guess, right? Some parts would probably be easier to explain. Like, it's probably easy.
Well, there's
to
only
explain,
one part. There's only one part. The one part is it's a big fucking ball. It's a big fucking ball. Tons and tons of water. And it's spinning against the vacuum. And it's doing it because, let's see. See, if you take A and minus it by B and subtract C and put D in there, then somehow it works. You know what I mean? You have to really fucking go far out to try and explain this shit. And all it is a simple explanation. It's not a fucking ball.
I mean, now, just because it's complicated, I wouldn't say necessarily mean
it's
wrong, right? I mean, it could be complicated because it's big, it's complicated. I mean, it's hard to map out over long distances because, again,
that's what she said.
It's
It's
not even
big.
a perfect sphere. I mean, to be fair, like, it's not like a perfect sphere, right? I mean, like, if it was a perfect sphere,
it doesn't matter how perfect it is or not, though. And that's not the point. The point is, the model does not work. And you can sit for 50 years and explain to somebody in mathematical terms and all kinds of fucking logistics that you can think of. It's not, and rack your brain and try and tell yourself you believe in it, because you come to some kind of conclusion about some fucking fairy tale. It just does not work. It's the Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the answer. It's not a spinning ball. There's no way water does that. It cannot happen.
Well, I mean, It
You
can
mean
happen, right? So, I mean,
it can't happen. Well, it's never happened before.
Well, so why I say it can happen is, for example, so we both experience downward acceleration. So that exists on flat Earth and or a globe Earth
sorry,
model.
Octane, can I stop you there? You're talking about downward acceleration again. Why do you keep coming back to downward acceleration? What the fuck is that about, bro? What is that about? Because somehow, because downward acceleration exists, therefore
that's able to hold the water
that's
to
just
a ball,
crazy,
yes,
bro.
on the globe.
That's just crazy, bro. That's what the hell, man.
I mean, but why? I mean, because like if
do you understand? Do you really? Sorry, I like you, bro. But do you understand how fucking crazy you sound?
I mean, I understand how I sound crazy on a flat Earth or talking about globe Earth stuff. Yeah, I could understand why I sound crazy.
You definitely do.
Okay, that's fair. I expect to sound crazy on the server.
But I appreciate your opinion. Your opinion is valid, and I will entertain it as far as I can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It can be whatever you fucking believe it to be, bro. But it's just not what they're telling us it is. Because it's easily provable, this not. Easily provable. I don't have to sit here and rack my brain and use downward acceleration and math and shit just to prove that
I mean, I'm
there
not
might be a
using
possibility that it's something else. It's just not what they're telling it is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just bringing up downward acceleration to say, well, that's how water would stick to the globe Earth model. Would be the downward acceleration that we experience right now.
Right.
Would be the same force.
Okay. So where does this downwards acceleration come from? That is holding.
Well, that's the thing. No one
whole
knows
oceans.
Into theories.
Whole oceans to a ball. Fuck.
I mean, when you think about it, I mean, even on a flat Earth, right? It's holding it down on the ground, right? there's still downward acceleration. I mean,
well, yeah, it's absolutely.
I mean, and I think one misconception is I think that you're like seeing the ocean as like a whole. When downward acceleration, I mean, it affects even like the smallest things, right?
Sorry, should I see the ocean as like particles?
Well, I mean, it
should I see as
particles
small,
too. I mean, the downward acceleration affects particles.
A lot of small little lakes, all built into one big ocean. What? How should I picture it?
Well, so do you think downward acceleration like brings things down based on their like overall?
I don't know, bro. Listen, you can downward accelerate everything, bro. It's not.
I mean, yeah, but it's true. It is it is happening to everything. Everything is being affected by it
on a ball or flat surface. Yeah, so it exists. Obviously, it definitely exists, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the downward acceleration. I mean, like we agreed. Yeah, no, that definitely exists. Now, what causes it? That's a debate.
Well, we are in a container. You don't think so?
I would say we're like kind of containing because we have the atmosphere and it does kind of
contain
like asteroids and stuff.
Like half a container.
It's like both closed and
half a
open.
container.
You probably heard that before, right?
Open and closed.
Yeah, it's open and closed.
Yeah, that's just dumb, bro.
I mean, because like we're still able to leave, but it does kind of keep things here too.
But we can't leave. But we can't. But we might be. Maybe.
I mean, we sent Voyager 1. I mean, Voyager 1's still going strong.
You think so?
I mean, not as strong as it used to, but it's still going.
Oh, that was the 70s, bro.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That's why I was able to travel.
What happened to Elon Musk's fucking, what do you call it, the car? Put up in space? Where's that now? Is that past Mars?
Fuck if I know. I don't know.
Fuck if I know.
Like, I didn't really keep up with it past, like, the second day.
Oh, everybody sort of lost interest?
I mean, pretty much. I mean, I guess, like, I mean, like, how long do you expect someone to watch a car in space? Like, what's the... fun. I'd rather watch paint dry.
Well, it's the paint you should be watching Why is the paint drying? Why is the paint peeling? What the fuck? It's paint, it's leather, it's tires. What's still? How is it still fucking existing? Oh, it's just a molten metal. And everybody just lost interest in about 2 days. Yeah, hey, well done, fucking car in space, good man. What the fuck? Voyager. Beep. It's just a couple of blips on a fucking computer screen, right? Isn't that how they land things on Mars? Like a blip blip?
I have no clue what the hell is a blip, but no, I don't know.
It's a blip. It's just a blip.
I don't know how they land shit. Probably has like some joysticks or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, parachutes and joysticks.
That's all you need.
Listen, it'd be nice if it was true, right? Because that means that it's infinite and fucking everything is out there and blah blah blah. But it's just,
it doesn't really matter to us right now because it's not like any of us are gonna get to lose, so regardless.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, you mean like don't put a car in space and nobody give a shit 2 days later. Everyone went, oh, well done, bro. Bang. Hey, it's passing Mars. Shut up, nobody gives a shit. Hey, my car's passing Mars. Nobody gives a shit, We've lost interest. Fucking Putin.
Pretty much. A lot of shit has happened since the Roadster, that's for sure.
The Roadster, that's the fucking name. Well done, man. Yeah, the Roadster.
And that's a fast fucking car, regardless of what you think.
It's the fastest car in history, bro.
That thing is speedy. Those electric engines are insane.
Yeah. That's funny, bro. That's the fastest roadster in fucking televised history. Where is it now? Nobody gives a shit. Shut the fuck up.
I don't think it's secret knowledge. I think they have a Wikipedia page that kind of talks about what it's doing.
Yeah. Does anybody care?
There's probably, out of 7 billion people, probably.
Oh, the fucking price of gas is $6 a fucking gallon. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you live in California, which I do. Do you live in California?
I might.
Is that a soft yes?
It's kind of a, I don't know, open close system.
I'll take that as I'll take that as a yes because nowhere else in the country is at $6.
I could be open, it could be closed. Who knows?
God, what is the gas price average? God,
fucking it's $6 and it's $5.50 and fucking $5 now.
Oh, it's $6.21 is the average in California. How the fuck is Alaska cheaper than fucking California? That mind boggles me.
Well, Alaska's probably making its own fucking oil, like.
True.
Just pumping that shit out. But they've got a real hard on for greenhouse gases, they call them. And red meat. And you can just see the direction the world's going, can't you? Do you want to be here in 50 years?
I think it'll be okay.
No, it won't be okay.
Through harsher times. I feel like
it'll be okay. Are you fucking
the Cold War and shit was a lot more stressful than what people were going through now. I feel like we've been in worse times.
The Second World War?
No, I was talking about the Cold War.
The Cold War.
It's kind of recent because there's been worse times where people have felt more dread. I think it's gonna be okay.
Isn't it strange how you wake up with a feeling of dread? Chinese just gonna walk in. They're just gonna walk in, bro.
Wait, who are the Chinese?
The Chinese.
They're just gonna come to America. Is that what you're saying?
Chinese come to America. Ni hao.
I guess we already have a lot of Chinese here in America.
Nah, it's just a game. It's just a game, man. It really is. Putin knows exactly what he's doing. He's going for the what do you call it? Donbass. That's all he wants, the Donbass region. He's going to take the Donbass region, and he's going to withdraw. What do you see? Too many Russians living there that believe in Moscow.
Wait, so what about Moscow? What'd you say?
The Donbass region. That's the eastern part.
Yeah, where the fighting's going on. Or
Yeah.
Majority.
Yeah. He's going to take that, and he's going to fuck off. Thank you very much.
Is he though? I mean, I feel like he's going to go after what's that small country by Ukraine that's like scared? They're next.
Belarus.
Moldova. No. Moldova's terrified. They're like, oh fuck, we're next. That must be a scary feeling just thinking that a fucking country's just gonna come and steamroll your shit. It's not a good feeling, probably.
It's not. But Ukraine has a military of about, was it 80,000? Near a million.
I'm sorry, say that again. Who has what? Something million?
Ukraine has a military of, I think it's about a million.
Yeah, the military is really small. I mean, their military, like before this conflict, was fucking pathetic. But they really got their shit together because I think they realized that there's a threat.
Ukraine?
Relatively close. Yeah.
Ukraine.
I mean, like their military was like extremely small for a while, and then they really started beefing it up.
A million Ukrainians is not small, bro.
No, I mean now it's that, but like in the past, it was really their military was kind of pathetic.
Someone here is Ukrainian?
No, we're just talking about it.
Oh, I thought he said he was living in Ukraine. Sorry.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I didn't hear him either. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. Who do you think's going to win?
I would still put money on Russia, even though they've been kind of fucking up, I think, quite a bit. But I think they still have just more to just throw.
Empire.
Because and plus they're closer too, so they have that advantage. They're like right next door. I mean, I think it's just gonna be like a proxy war. I don't know if it'll ever end. It'll be another forever war.
Yeah, because unless Russia wants to like do a full general mobilization where they just draft like millions of soldiers, like if they just keep the same tactics they've been doing, then I mean, I think they could hold the land that they've conquered so far, but to continue making like vast territorial acquisitions or whatever, I think that would be unlikely.
Yeah, that's gonna be the tough part. Yeah, but they probably just hold what they have. I mean, I would assume probably in the future they're going to try to take more because that's literally their history. They take something, wait for a bit. They're like, all right, we're going to take some more.
Yeah, that's empire. It's a bit like you fucking Americans or Canadians.
Yeah, I always wish that America would have continued Manifest Destiny like North and South. So like Canada and Central America.
But it's all a load of bollocks, really.
What is
the whole thing? Everything.
It's just everything.
Just everything, bro. Weasel. Everything.
P-Mac.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of flat earthers, like they just sort of disregard like everything, like all geopolitical stuff. Like they just think it's all just a hoax and it's all orchestrated.
No. Listen.
Libertarian vibes.
Yeah, I might be a flat earther, right? But I have a very, very in-depth view of geopolitical happenings. I'm not stupid, bro.
Are you South
Africa?
Africa?
I don't think P-Mac. I don't think P-Mac's one of the flat earthers.
Are you from South Africa?
I grew up there.
Yeah, I heard the Boer accent.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, lekker brew.
Hey, how did you know, man?
I talked to some South Africans online, so your voice reminded me.
They're good people. Salt of the earth.
You got the boost.
Oh my God! You can't say that. You can't say things like that, bro.
Well, I support Eugene Treblanche. I think he was a good man.
Yeah, but he's dead now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, no. What do you mean, unfortunately? No, it definitely. I think he got what he deserved.
I think he was doing what was best for the Boer people, and he was trying to, increase their, because it's really unfortunate what they've been doing to the farmers and like slaughtering them and stuff.
I never thought I'd hear a South African like.
Yeah, lekker susse cracker. Yeah, let's get back to Russia.
I mean, what more to say? I mean, they're kind of mean to people. Whole ass countries, actually.
Those bastards.
Yeah, I want to see a Russia that is more like the rest of Europe, just like chill and kind of like non.
Like the only European country that's like not chilling.
So yeah, it would be cool well, obviously, like I disagree with the European Union on a lot of stuff, but if the European Union was more closely to my political views, like I would like for Russia to join the EU and NATO as well. But of course, they'd have to change their opinions.
Well, then China's gonna fucking take over Taiwan, then.
I would like to see China try. I don't know how good their military really is.
You would like?
I'm really curious to see how good the Chinese military is.
Just so we can see how it goes. Just gonna sit by a fucking
yeah. Like I just want to see the Chinese military in action because I think it's gonna be dog shit.
Definitely going to take over Taiwan.
I feel like it's
definitely going to take over Taiwan. You listen to me? They are definitely
what cost
going to take
right?
over
That's
Taiwan.
Yeah, they can take it, but at what cost? That's what I'm curious about.
I mean, I wouldn't mind Taiwan being part of China, except I would just want the Chinese government to be more like the Taiwanese government. The only reason I don't want China to invade Taiwan is because I don't agree with Maoism.
Yeah, because they're going to change up their whole shit. Yeah. Because I think China has like that one policy or whatever the fuck it's called.
The thing is, whether you people say, why do you love America? Well, freedom. You ain't got freedom.
Hell yeah.
You're taxed out the fucking eyeballs. China is fucking taxed.
It's theft, but necessary.
Political systems are bullshit. All of them. Right? Can we agree on that at least?
Wait, that's bullshit?
It's political systems are bullshit.
I guess what does that mean? I don't know what political systems mean. Like,
okay, anarchist. I am a pure anarchist. I don't believe that anybody.
I mean, I guess I believe like some ideologies are more dumb than others.
Who's going to fucking fix the roads? We'll fix the roads. We'll sort it out locally. The centralization of power is the worst thing you could do. I think that anybody who wants to be a politician should be fucking guillotined right from the start. That's how. Yeah.
Because it means in a video game stream. It means that in a video game.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of a government so long as they do exactly what I would want them to do, which would mean I'm basically the dictator.
Yep.
Nice.
So, like, the more they diverge from what I prefer, the less supportive of that government. But on the other hand, I don't think anarchism would provide me the lifestyle that I want either.
You only think that.
What lifestyle do you want?
Well, like not having to pay for like a privatized police force, I guess.
Not being taxed to the eyeballs?
Well, I would like to have the normal tax that, what I'm paying for is the things that I would have paid for anyway.
So you wouldn't want to fund NASA?
Well, I'm personally a globe earther, so I believe in funding NASA, but...
Oh, you do? I didn't even look.
Yeah, come on.
You believe in funding NASA.
PMAC.
Come on, mate.
I could hear his voice.
Well, I think space is real, and therefore, if it's real, I want to explore it.
And go where?
Anywhere.
Here's not good enough?
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to stay here too, but I also just want to see what's out there.
You know you're not going to stay here forever, right?
Just explorers.
You know you're only here for a short time.
Well, that's why I also want to increase funding to life extension medical technology to increase my lifespan.
Right, so
you just eat healthier.
I mean, I guess that's part of it.
Like reversing the effects of aging, like
put into a fucking bot.
Like your telomeres or whatever. Every time your cells divide, like your telomeres get shorter. So some way to like restore your telomeres so that you don't age and you don't like get wrinkly and old.
Telomeres.
Yeah, I've heard about that stuff, but I don't know how far it goes. But I know they can extend it, but it's not. You can't reverse it.
Well, you know, like for example, lobsters never die from old age. They just get too big to where they can't like sustain themselves anymore, and then they starve, or they like.
That's right. They starve, yeah.
Yeah, like they're molting when they molt, like their shell or whatever. Like it's just their.
Are you a lobster? Are you a lobster?
Are you a lobster?
No, but I'm just saying, like hypothetically, maybe there's some way we could, figure out a way for humans to live much longer, hundreds of years, maybe.
You die. End of story.
Like grow an exoskeleton or something.
Put my consciousness in a robot. You ever hear of the eternal jellyfish?
Which one?
The eternal jellyfish?
No.
It's an actual jellyfish that I think basically lives forever. When it gets to a certain stage, it does a metamorphosis and it reverts itself back to puberty.
Oh, wow.
It's no, seriously, check it up on Google. It's crazy, man. This jellyfish, right? It lives for like 100 years, and then when it realizes it reverts back. Somehow, it cellularly reverts itself back to puberty.
That would be cool,
wouldn't it?
I wish I could do that.
So who was the Glober before? Sorry, what's your name, mate?
It's Octane Frost.
I think it was Frost. Yeah. So what do you think about all those? If you love space, what do you think about all those videos when they show them hanging around on harnesses and faking space on green screens? Why do you think they do that?
Yeah, I think those harnesses are. I think they're just like camera glitches or something, like some sort of. Just some weird shadow or some sort of encoding error or something like that.
Why would it happen all the time though? So people grabbing onto a shadow? How does that work?
Fading in and out.
I think it's like a coincidence that they happened to look like they were grabbing something right as the artifact appeared that looked like a harness.
Bro,
with the astronaut looking down at the wire saying, "Hey, why'd you fucking do that?" That's a bit coincidental. Do you believe in coincidence?
Well, I've watched a lot of those videos, and they weren't compelling enough for me to believe that it was real. Like it was just kind of, I could see it go either way, kind of thing.
Mate, I've seen over 200 of those videos, and they're all very convincing. Why would there be 200 videos? I'm not trying to have an argument with you, mate. I'm just, but why would there be that many videos of bullshit? You know. Like,
well, I know in other situations.
You're still sitting there going, "Oh no, it's just a shadow from a camera."
Yeah.
You're not questioning it a little bit?
Not even.
Well, I mean, I've seen other things like unrelated to flat Earth that have been like weird coincidences and things that happen with cameras and whatnot. So I'm willing to accept that there could be some things that are just strange that are unexplainable, but might not indicate what they appear.
Hey, look at the hair.
Oh yeah, the women hairspray. Why? That's the strangest thing ever.
Like if you're going to send somebody up into space, the first thing
Make them shave their hair.
Shave them.
Yeah, shave all their body parts.
All of it. That would be logical.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I actually have a kind of frizzy, wavy hair, so my hair kind of does that even on Earth.
What? It floats?
Well, it just like bunches up in a weird spray, like hairspray kind of a look.
It stands straight up.
It stands on end.
Yeah, like when I wake up in the morning.
Gravity.
When I wake up in the morning, I look like I just stepped off of the ISS.
You're holding on to an electrical rod. What about the ones where
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going to take for these people to believe. I mean,
I don't know.
It's just like somebody floating by in a harness. It's just a fucking glitch. The harness is a glitch. Him floating by is a glitch. It shouldn't happen.
The thing that got me was the moon landings. Yeah, once I saw all that crap, then I just went, the whole thing's a joke. Because everything after that point, if they haven't been to the moon, then all that other shit is just adding on to where they left off, which is adding on to bullshit. So, what do you Globe guys think about the moon landings?
I watched another documentary where he basically just went through all of the points of the moon landing hoax documentary, and he gave really good explanations, plausible explanations for each weird anomaly.
Did he get gas pressure without a container? Did he do that one?
Did you see the landing struts? The landing struts with no dust?
yeah, on the feet as well.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, no crater underneath from that booster.
120 pounds of pressure. Yeah.
Not one bit of dust.
Was it 120 pounds? Yeah, something like that.
I liked there was this investigative journalist that actually went to where they've got the moon lander and stuff like that. And he was saying, but you guys had backpacks and things on. He said, how did you turn around in here? And they're going, oh, well, we just did.
Just did?
And and he's going, oh, well, where'd you fit the buggy? Where'd you fit the moon buggy? Oh, I'd folded up and this and that, I guess. But there's no room for it. And he measured everything. He went through absolutely everything, and he goes, no, this is impossible. It didn't happen. No.
Yeah. It cost the American taxpayer about 2.6 fucking million pounds to get a buggy on the moon.
Or to go into a movie studio, more like it.
Yeah, never didn't fit.
You've been on for a while today, mate.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All day you've been on. Oh, day here, but I don't know what it is there. Oh, it's night there, isn't it? 11 hours at the moment.
I'm just walking. I'm just walking on the moon.
There's a video of the buggy folding up, by the way.
There is.
Well, I mean, it's animation, but I'm showing the.
It's animation.
I just posted it though.
Another animation.
An animation.
I don't know if there is a physical video, but that's just to conceptualize it.
Yeah, but I mean, you can conceptualize anything, really, can't you?
That's true.
But I mean, if it's possible in an animation, then it's possible to build it too, right?
Not necessarily.
No, not really.
You don't have to,
assuming all the parts match up.
Yeah, well, that's it. In an animation, you don't do all the mechanical parts, do you? You just draw an animation of an outer shell, and then that's it. You just draw an animation.
Walking on the moon.
Yeah, but you can see that the pieces aren't like clipping between each other. Like they're all fitting where they're supposed to.
Let's have a little look. Oh,
Is it in the voice text?
yeah. It's animation.
It's like it.
Oh, nice how the wheels fold up there. That's amazing.
Where is it?
It should be the last link in live stream.
Oh yeah, got it.
The
bullshit.
19 marks the
Look at it. Oh, come on.
Bullshit.
3D animation.
I'm not gonna look at it. But oh, thanks for showing me that video.
It's amazing. I believe now. I've seen the video. It had to happen.
They definitely went there now.
Definitely. They made it, therefore it must be.
Well, like, have you ever played with a Transformer toy?
Not for a while, but
they fold out into a robot and then to a car and all this stuff. So it's possible to create things that collapse in and neatly fold up, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, but it's not possible to travel to a vacuum. So
Optimus
Prime. Right,
that's
talking about a different thing, right? That's talking about traveling to a vacuum and one thing folding.
Yeah, I know, but that's where they took it. So.
I was sure you're saying things can't fold in a vacuum?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they never went to the vacuum. So,
okay.
Whatever.
The conversation was about folding. So
no. Well, I'm saying it's irrelevant because they never went there. So, whether you have a folding buggy or not, it doesn't really matter because they never went to the moon. So,
I mean, then why did the question ever come up about folding?
Oh, it's just came up in conversation because the craft was too small to actually hold a folding buggy. So.
Oh, okay. So it's just funsies.
It's just a conversation. Yeah.
Hey! Don't ask me how I got a monkey suit and a fucking guitar on the ass, okay?
Oh yeah.
So why couldn't they go to a vacuum though?
Because no one's ever gone there.
Nobody can.
Well, you could go into a vacuum on Earth, right?
A vacuum.
Can you? The last guy that did it, his blood started boiling. So.
Well, I mean, you'd have to wear some kind of a protective suit, right? You couldn't.
Well, he was.
I mean, I think he did pressurize his suit. No, or didn't he? Had
no. He passed out. He passed out within fucking 30 seconds.
Well, because the suit was function. No.
How did the? They do that. They do a test. It fails, and then they still say they're going to a vacuum. That's the only time they've.
I'm sure you could have a faulty suit, but I'm sure there were other suits that worked properly.
Yeah. So you said you can go inside a vacuum on Earth. Has anyone ever done it? Have you got any experiments that have done it? Not experiments, sorry. Have you got any?
Yeah, they've got a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I know, but are people going in it?
No. Yeah, I mean that's what happened to that one guy, right? I thought that's what we were talking about. One guy literally.
Yeah, I know, but has anyone gone in it and it worked? No. The spacesuit worked. Have we got any evidence of that?
Oh yeah. I mean, I would assume so, but I don't have it on.
Yes, I assume.
We assume the Earth's a globe.
I mean, I would assume there's a person
here. I found a video. I mean, you could obviously.
Is the one where the astronaut has a helmet that can turn, but he turns his head? Is that one?
Oh, is that the clay animation? Is that the one, the Russian one, where he goes?
Here, it's
What's up, bro?
I just posted it in the text, voice text, but yeah, it's a spacesuit training in a vacuum chamber at NASA Johnson 360 view.
Okay. He looks like he's shitting himself. Holy fuck. I'm about to die.
Oh, I see you're watching the video, Pete Mac. I can hear it.
Of course.
I don't think it's. I mean, I don't see why you would question the possibility of having a pressure suit, though.
That's a pressure suit,
right? Because I mean, we have it for like deep sea, no?
Yeah, but that's an opposite pressure.
But it's still pressure.
No, because that seals to stop water getting in. Then when you're in a vacuum, it wants to take all the pressure out.
Sure, but can't the suit? I don't see how you.
You don't see the difference between out.
I mean, I know
in.
there's a difference, right? Because I mean, one, you have a pressure trying to crush on you, and the other, the pressure is trying to expand out, fill the void. But
yeah,
still, you can make a suit for both, couldn't you? Why would one be?
Yeah, they'd be different suits, though.
Sure, yeah, no. I mean, I'm not saying they would be the exact same. I'm not saying you take a spacesuit and go down, down to the ocean.
What was heating the Earth surface when they landed? What was it, like 150 degrees Celsius? And
what was that?
The temperature differential on the moon, and they can move from like minus 40 to plus
200 and something, isn't it?
200 something, yeah. So what suit's going to make you survive in 200 plus?
Yeah, and what do you use? Do you use rubber seals? Because if you're using rubber seals, one would freeze the other way and one would melt the other way. So,
what a suit, though. Who made that suit? Can I get his name? It's fucking amazing.
Well, the difference though is that, because the moon is in a vacuum, you're not like baking in an oven where you're surrounded by hot air. You're just getting, the temperature directly from the sunbeams onto the.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
How do you know that?
Shut up, bro.
How do you know that?
That's so stupid. I'm sorry to be facetious, but it is facetious. Well, just because just because it happens to be this, and the rays aren't that, and the Earth isn't doing this, and there's no atmosphere there, and we just stepped up in 140 degrees Celsius and moved to minus 40 in a fucking heartbeat. Easy.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if there was
not a problem.
Atmosphere.
And we also had folding fucking buggies, bro. And we went out and played golf on the fucking moon.
I mean, look at a firefighter. They have suits where they walk into blazing fires to save people.
I know all about that. I've done it, but you can't. No, it's ridiculous, man.
And the other one, like you know how they took that photo of the Earthrise?
Yes.
If they landed on that side of the moon, on the light side of the moon, that side of the moon is always facing the Earth. So it would be directly above their heads and it wouldn't rise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's locked. So if they're looking, they'd be looking at the Earth directly over their heads. So why would the Earth rise? It's always looking at it. It doesn't make any sense.
That's a good point. And plus, the Earth should be fucking. It should actually take up the entire fucking still.
Yeah, because what's it supposed to be? Is it 3 times the size of the moon?
Four times bigger. So if you're looking at Earthrise from the moon, the Earth is just a wee tiny. It looks like you're looking at the moon from the Earth, but it's 4 times. But the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon. So
yeah,
the Earth. The moon, the Earth should actually be like massive, bro. Just like, what the fuck, bro? It's just take up everything, right? But nah, we've got suits and folding buggies and photographs. Therefore, it must be true.
Well, the Earthrise photo was actually taken from orbit when they were in the space.
Right. So what's the difference?
So they were orbiting the moon.
What's the difference?
Well, because they were orbiting the moon, that created a situation where sometimes the Earth was behind the moon and in front of it.
Well, you're looking at the Earth from the moon, so shouldn't the Earth be like 4 times bigger? Shouldn't it actually be like humongous?
Yeah, you can't get away from that one.
Well, the perspective of the camera, can change, but
it's the bending of a lens. Is it refraction and all this kind of shit?
I think if you were to measure it,
holy shit, bro! How many times? How many times does somebody have to tell you that what you believe in is a fairy tale before you actually realize it's a fairy tale? How many times?
I mean, I think if you measured the,
I think.
Do you think?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think the government would lie to you?
No fucking way, bro. They would never. No way. I love the government.
I mean, of course, the government lies to you. I mean, but do they lie about literally everything, especially when it comes to space?
Well, if you had a mate and he lied to you, would you believe him again? If it was a big lie.
Because I mean, it depends like how much like evidence he shows me. I mean, if he lies, I'm gonna be like, okay, then show me a fuck ton of evidence, and then I'll believe in you. So,
yeah. Okay. And then he lies again. How much does that shatter your confidence in him?
I see a lot more evidence. Then it has to keep going up.
That says that them to fuck off.
So how many times does it take for them to lie for you to go, okay, well, they're liars?
I mean, but it depends what they lie about too, right? So, like, what if they tell the truth about one thing, but then lie about
what do you mean
something
depends?
else?
Well, the moon landing
is a lie. A lie is a lie.
Sure, a lie is a lie, but I mean, I've met people where like they lie about something, but they tell the truth on other things, and it can be for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, but there's a few other things that we can't mention on here, but there's a lot.
I don't trust the government, but I also am not just going to assume the government is lying about everything either,
I mean, like, you have to find like a good middle ground in between it, right? I mean, it's fine to acknowledge that they lie.
Frost, you are the epitome of a fucking fence setter. you are definitely on the fence, bro. They might not. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like an epitome of a fence setter.
Well,
pick a side, bro. Pick a side.
There's that saying like every lie, or what's the saying, like 100 lie is fuck, I forgot.
Yeah, good one.
But the point of it is that in order to successfully lie, you have to tell truths to I mean, if you're constantly lying about everything, then it's going to be more obvious.
So then it won't make sense.
That's exactly what's happening.
That's what's happening.
That's exactly what's happening.
They've got to cover their ass every time someone questions what they say, and then they tell another lie to cover the lie, and it just shows.
The lie just grows. Yeah, it just grows and grows and grows. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger until you can't.
So what's one lie that they have told? I'm just curious. Like, what's the biggest lie that they have told? Like something I can go and be like, oh, this is what they lie about space.
That the Earth's flat.
No, not. Wait, what? That the Earth is flat?
Yep.
It's a ball.
Are you talking about like that CIA picture or some shit that was posted here earlier?
It's a ball. That's a lie.
I mean, because I never heard like NASA necessarily lie about like anything. Like, so like
the lie is that
because it seems like the only lie you guys have is basically that it's not a ball, like, or that they're lying about that. But it's like, okay, what else have they lied about though?
Right. So hang on a minute. So you're saying that if we figure out that they're lying about the ball, it's not a big deal. It's just like it's just
no,
like,
but
I like that's one thing. Is that what you're saying there? Excuse me. Excuse me. What did you say? If they're lying about the ball, if they're lying about
because
the ball,
I feel like you're jumping to conclusions. Because I feel like you have to show like evidence of them lying about something.
I didn't jump to anything, bro. Where are you jumping? Shut up.
I mean, so the
So you said, I feel like if the government can lie about one thing, they can lie about another thing, and maybe they can lie, maybe they can't, maybe they can. If they're lying to us about the shape of the Earth, what do you think the implications of that is?
No, but first you need like evidence of them lying.
Answer the question.
It's everywhere.
I am.
Answer the question, though. It's a pretty important question.
Okay, so what's the question?
It's a massive question, bro. That is the question of the
Okay, wait, can you ask it again?
21st century. Buck Rogers in the 21st century. If they're lying to you about the shape of the Earth, what else can they lie to you about?
But that's what we're discussing. If they're lying about the shape of the
Everything.
Earth, you're basically
of course
presupposing the conclusion.
I'm not
assuming the conclusion is
presupposing
true.
anything, bro. It's a foregone conclusion. It's already done. It's done.
Based on what
dusted.
previous evidence
They
of
are
them
lying about the shape of the Earth. The Earth
what
is
else
not
have
a
they lied
fucking
about?
spinning ball. Well, everything. Anything they want to.
But you can't just say that's the cop out. You can't
I
just
can
say,
say
there's
that.
no
I can say that because it's
Okay.
true.
Well, it has a radius. It has a measured radius. Yep. So if it has that, then it has a curve. Yeah.
And
A physical curve.
Can you prove the curve?
No. That's what I'm getting to. So
Sorry.
I mean, I can show evidence of the curve. If
it has a curve, and you can see further than that distance of the curve,
then
the implications are
they're lying about the shape. They're lying about the parameters, Octane.
No, but
They're
what I'm
lying
asking.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I'm asking what else has NASA lied about?
Everything,
so,
bro.
Let's get away from the shit. But you need evidence, right? So, like, to show someone's a liar, you need to be like, this is why they're lying, and here's why, right? Instead of just saying they are lying.
They're lying about space because they never went.
But you're jumping to conclusion. You're just because
No,
you're
it's not.
assuming that
No,
you
it's
already
not.
know.
No, scientifically, you cannot. Scientifically, chemically, you cannot.
I feel like I'm explaining this clearly. Maybe
no,
I'm not.
no, they cannot. They cannot.
So I'm not aware of other lies that NASA has told, but I know, like, for example, like the CIA has been caught lying at certain points, and the government in general has a lot of classified information, so therefore they're kind of lying by omission by not telling you. And
so NASA's not the government. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's possible. I mean, I'm sure NASA has confidential or classified information, probably, but I don't.
For what reason, though, right? Because now that comes into conclusion. What reason is it classified, right?
Do you remember in Bill Clinton's first term, he came out and he said, "Yes, we admit we're sorry. The American government was holding unauthorized experiments upon the American people with LSD, with all kinds of things." He admitted it, and he apologized, and everyone went, "Okay, all right, what's for dinner?"
Yeah, nothing to see here.
Move on, bro. See, in the olden days, people would have strung them up at the nearest fucking tree, bro.
Yeah, and also like the NSA was spying on Americans, and then it had to be like a whistleblower, Snowden, right?
Yeah, Obama, right? So they've been proven to be liars. And you believe that they're telling you they went to the moon? When
I mean, I'm pretty sure I said in the beginning that I agree that the government lies. I never denied that, and that's I think what you're saying. The government lies about other things, so why would they be telling the truth about this? I mean, but again, I need evidence to show that they lie about space. They don't really lie about space ever.
Octane,
I've never seen anything where.
Octane, have you seen the multiple fucking videos from the ISS that are proven to be fake? Like they fade in and out, like harnesses, like everything. How much more do you need to see? Do I need to take you up there?
A lot more.
Slap you around the face?
Yes, that would be preferable. Yeah, I would like to go.
Call you fucking Jemima and tell you it's a fucking lie. Well, I mean, how much more do you need, bro?
All right. So if they're not lying about space, then we can get back to the the curvature measurement then.
I mean, so we do have an indirect measurement of curvature, right? I mean, that's how we got the circumference. That's how we got the radius.
Indirect?
And Yeah, so indirect. So that'd be like the Eratosthenes experiment. That's an indirect measurement.
So it's not
But-
an actual measurement.
But then you've got to assume that light rays come in straight, parallel, and you've got to
of course, there's
assume that
assumptions. I mean, that's why it's indirect, right? We're not.
That the sun is unlimited amount away. So.
I mean, but
how did
okay.
they
So
get
let's say
those?
the
How
sun
did
is
they
local,
get-
though.
Yeah.
So
You
let's say
can
the
still
sun
do
is
it on
local.
a flat plane.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But here's where it falls apart. When you take multiple measurements, you start to realize that you get different heights for the sun. So let's say if we were truly on a flat plane with the point light source that was relatively local, we should be able to measure the height of the sun essentially from your location. And people have done it, and people have realized that
is the sun a physical thing?
it would have to be, or it doesn't exist. Non-physical things don't exist.
Why?
So yes.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? Everything that exists right now in front of you is physical.
How do you know what the sun is though?
Because we have something. Fuck, I'm a butcher. It's specto something. How the fuck you say you
Don't
guys
talk
know what I'm
about spectroscopy.
Hey! You just asked me the question. I answered.
Yeah.
Don't-
Okay.
He's trying.
Spectroscopy.
Thank you.
That's
yeah.
That's becoming another word like gravity.
I mean, it's a really important tool, and I think it's proved its worth. I mean, I feel like we can tell what something's made of here on Earth using the tool. So I think.
Yeah, but how do you know that something in the sky is the same as it is on Earth?
Well, because the tool can tell us.
How do you know it works the same?
Okay, so
measuring different gases that come in at certain colors. How do you know that those things in the sky are emitting those colors that are the same as the experiments done on Earth in a container?
The tool tells because I think it works by like it shows a missing gap or something like that, like in the light or something like that, and that's how we're able to tell like what it is. I don't know exactly how it works.
I'm not sure how it exactly works, but. Yeah.
But I think there's like black lines, and when you fill in those black lines, like with something else, and then you're able to tell it's a certain molecule or some shit. That's how I briefly understand it. Yeah, so I mean, we do have a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. It's just not a direct measurement because I mean, how are you going to directly measure the Earth? Like, we don't have mile-long ruler.
No,
we don't have.
There's no measurement.
Octane, please stop saying indirect. Please stop saying indirect.
Nope, I'm gonna keep saying it.
All right, go ahead.
It's either a measurement or it isn't.
So we have no direct measurement.
Indirect measurements are measurements, no? Unless we're just going to throw out indirect measurements.
Yeah. You got a couple of indirects, you put them all together, you get evidence, right? And then you put all the evidence together, and you get proof, right? Fuck off, bro.
There's one easy way to prove whether the Earth is flat or round, and that is, I mean, you guys believe that the Antarctic is an ice ring, correct?
No, we
Some
don't.
flat earthers.
No one's seen that.
What?
Some flat earthers will say yes, hardcore.
Somebody, yeah, let's see, yeah.
So anyway, yeah, like let's say Antarctica is an ice ring. Well, if you were to if you were to take a sailboat, right, and swim all the way around the ice ring, you would always have to be turning away from Antarctica, not towards it, right? You know,
like facing north.
Well, I mean,
has anyone done that?
Oh, like you couldn't go straight along it, right? Like you would eventually crash into it.
Yeah,
right?
because like either the ring is like either it's like.
So you admit that it's a possibility.
Well, what I'm saying though is like if we were to sail around Antarctica, and we're constantly turning towards Antarctica, then it's an island. But if we're turning away from it, then it's a ring.
Well, to talk about that,
well,
Captain Cook did that. He went 36,000 miles and never made it around. So what does that tell you?
Well, there's an annual sailboat race where people try to circumnavigate all the way around Antarctica. So there are a lot of people.
Have they done it?
Yeah, there's a lot of people have done it actually.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. That's no.
And they always you know, turn towards
in his diary. It's like a continuous ice wall.
Yeah, who? Captain Cook? Yeah.
Mr. Cook there.
Yeah.
The continuous.
But why trust him all of a sudden, though? Right? I'm just curious. Why give him so much credit? Couldn't he just be lying?
Who, Mr. Cook?
It could be. You don't know, but
Do you know how he died?
Right, but I feel like you guys give him a lot more consideration than a lot
Do you
of
know
other
how he died?
government officials.
This is as an aside. He was a bollocks of a man, right? He was hubris. He had too much fucking faith in himself. He went into an island with the islanders somewhere in Indonesia, I think, and the cannons were fucking. And the islanders went, "Fuck you, bro," and they sliced him up into little pieces.
Yeah, they ate him, man.
Yeah, the islanders just cut him up, bro.
It was in Fiji, I think.
Fiji, yeah.
Yeah.
Hubris. He had too much hubris, too much faith in the ice wall.
Well, there's a flight that takes around 11 hours from Chile to Australia, and that would be impossible if we were on a flat Earth.
I know the flight, mate. It gets cancelled all the time. I keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it does. I've seen it. I cancel it.
It gets cancelled all the time, and it says it takes that long, but it never. If it does go, it takes a lot longer. And how do you know how fast that plane's going anyway? So
it's one of them flights that never take off. Never takes off.
Yeah. All right, guys. It's been interesting. I've got to go back to the family and be a normal human being.
Guess we'll talk to you some other time.
Is that possible, Timbo?
Nah, not really, mate.
Yeah,
they think I'm crazy anyway, so.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Claire. Thank you for joining, man. It was a pleasure to speak with you.
It was fun.
Let's do it again sometime. Easy way. So it's just me, Octane, and Frost. Me, the same one.
Deadly trio here.
Two fucking Mag Globers. I got 2 Mag Globers here, bro. Just kidding. 2 Mag Globers in my hand. What the fuck am I gonna do with these bastards? Well, if you downward accelerate the globe in an extension of fucking a minus pi, it's obviously, isn't it?
Wait, what the fuck did you say? I underestimated like one word.
Well, we were talking about politics because I would rather drive towards politics and talk to you 2 fucking insane motherfuckers. You guys still believe the Earth is a ball, so I would rather just talk to you about politics because perhaps there we can find some common ground. Frost.
Yeah.
Are you do you believe in government? Oh no, that's right. You do and you don't. It's open, it's closed. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I just want a government that I am in control of.
So he wants to be the leader.
He wants to be in control.
Yeah.
You have ambition about you there, bro.
Or if the government just so happened to coincidentally do everything I wanted them to do anyway, then that would also be good, but that would be less likely.
Isn't the American government?
Wait, so you think the first thing's more likely?
Yeah. You Frost, where are you?
United States.
Yeah. Isn't your government doing everything it can to be government?
They're not doing exactly what I'd prefer.
What's your beef?
Well, I think that like immigration is too high.
Open the borders, bro. What's wrong with open? What, you fucking racist? You don't believe in open borders? Fucking racist.
Well, I just want to curate the quality and standards of the people in my country, not just have it be willy-nilly just anybody.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think obviously you need people to come in, but not to the extent where it overpopulates the fucking the system. The system can't fucking cope. All right, you know what I mean? I mean, I welcome a few Ukrainians, a few Africans. I don't mind, bro. But you can't flood a country with immigrants, legal or illegal, and expect that country to still cope.
Yeah, because I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and we've had a lot of immigration from Mexico, and it just has totally changed the culture to where I feel like I'm an outsider in my own country.
There you go. Which it shouldn't do, and it's okay to enjoy the benefits of cheap labor and people come in, but you can't allow the country open borders to the point where it destroys the country, which is what I think the Biden is trying to do.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
And it's so hard for like people to even state their opinion when it comes to border policies, for example, because if somebody was to say, "Oh, we shouldn't have open borders, or we should have stricter regulations on border control," people are automatically labeled as, "Oh, you're racist. Oh, you don't like Mexicans." But it's the same thing as if I was to say like, oh, somebody's opinion on LGBT or their opinion on if there is, more than one sex. It's like, "Oh, you're homophobic." You know what I mean? Like, we're so quick to jump to that conclusion without realizing that there could be reasons why, without race even playing a role. What about terrorism? What about, like, terrorism could come from any country, not just countries where it has in the past. It literally could be any country. So, you know what I mean? Like, people are just so quick to jump to conclusion.
Yeah, it's not part of your mindset. You don't mind if people come in.
So one thing I don't understand is like they change a culture thing. So why is that a problem? I guess I was never hard stuck on culture to begin with. I mean, if it changes, it changes. But is that necessarily a bad thing? Like, does it change a culture?
Too much of one people. Yeah, that's a bad thing.
But why?
Well, there's a book.
Why?
Yeah.
There's a book.
Because you feel like an outsider in your fucking own country. That's why.
I feel like an outsider just will change with the culture. It's not that hard. I mean, I guess how drastic.
Excuse me. All right, we should just fucking change, right? Just change.
Well, no, I'm not saying you should change. If it changes,
just allow
that's
the entire half of Africa to fucking sail on into the EU.
And no, I'm not saying like open
without being called a
racist.
I don't like it. Because
I'm not for like open borders. I'm just saying
Octane. People can't cope. The system cannot cope.
It's coping right now. It's been coping.
It's not coping, bro. It's not coping. What do you mean it's coping? Are you fucking insane?
It's not coping. Most countries are pretty safe, peaceful, flourishing. Yeah, it's everything's fine.
You haven't the after effects of that. You haven't seen it.
I mean, I'm not saying that it brings in all good and nothing's negative, right? I'm not saying that. But to say that that's a reason why you don't want people to come in is because your culture might change.
No.
I mean, listen, your culture is irrelevant.
You got the whole thing entirely wrong. People should be allowed to come in. That's fine. Legally, they can come in. They can do work. You should not open your borders to Africa or South America and just allow people to flood into your country. Because your country
I'm not for that.
will not cope. And you're not fucking racist for thinking that.
Borders.
You're fucking open. You're just basically, you're logically thinking that this, Jesus Christ, we can't cope.
No, because I probably agree with you on most things. I just don't agree on with like the culture change. Why that's an issue. I mean, I'm not for open borders, but I don't understand why a culture change would be your first point to bring up as to why we don't want too many people.
So an influx of people into a certain state would not change that state into something else.
I mean, it can't.
Another
But
one could be.
My question is, why is change bad?
Yeah. What about like sex trafficking, for example? In one country where it may be legal for somebody to have sex at like 14, for example, it may be illegal in the United States. So maybe people are trying to, traffic people from one country to another. Like that could be a reason why we should have stricter regulations. I don't think it should be closed completely, but I think that there should be only a certain amount of people going in and out at certain times. I think that it's great that we have a lot of security, but there's ways, I'm sure, to bypass security. Let's be honest here. Like me, I don't have a criminal record. I think the worst thing I've ever gotten charged with was speeding in a school zone.
You
I
bet.
could just go
Yeah,
to,
how dare
you
you?
know, Britain and be completely fine, but like they don't know what I plan to do there. I could be a fucking psychopath. They don't know that. Just because I have a clean slate. You know what I mean? So
This
it's sad.
this is why the UK decided to get away from the euro, because the euros were bringing in illegal sex trafficking, modern day slavery,
Mm-hmm.
and it's still till today they're still doing it. They're
Oh,
still
I
doing
know.
it. This is why they did it.
What
People,
about illegal gun trade, for example? Um, you know, high
Oh,
capacity
hey,
mag
now I like
weapons
my
or
guns. Hey,
whatever. Like
not my
we
capacity
got
mag
like there's
weapons. Right?
a bunch of reasons why we could, be more considerate with our comings and goings on our borders, not just with people, but with items, goods. You know what I mean?
yeah, I see that, and also cut the shit what you're saying too. Modern day slavery wasn't a thing until 2020. Suddenly, it's a thing. There are people abusing other people. There are people sex trafficking other people underneath the radar. Things we didn't even know about. We're all living in our nice fucking rainbow land, right? We opened the borders to EU. Suddenly, there's gangs everywhere. There's people preying on fucking underage kids. There's people sex trafficking other people. And the UK just went, hang on a minute, stop. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
So, no, yeah, that's fine to do that. I'm just saying for the change of culture, that's what I'm stuck on. I don't see why that's a bad thing. I'm not saying strictly border control.
Romanians. Listen, I'm not going to say like I'm sorry. I don't mean. I mean Europeans. Europeans. There's a lot of bad people in different countries. French, Dutch, German, whatever. All right, they're bad bastards, right? They're trafficking children. They're trafficking children for sex trades. How are you going to allow that to continue?
I'm not saying I want that law to continue. My main point
sounds like you wanted to.
No, I'm talking about why is it such a big deal for culture changes? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying lessen the border.
Culture change is not, I mean, it depends on what the change is, right? Like some culture changes could be good and positive. However, in this case, I think, I personally prefer my old culture, and I don't prefer the new Hispanic culture that has emerged, as well as, I don't feel included in the Hispanic culture because I'm not Hispanic, right? And therefore, also there's a social scientific book called Bowling Alone, where he was like studying the effects of diversity on various communities, and he found that in highly diverse communities, a lot of positive metrics went down. For example, people stopped engaging publicly as much. They stayed indoors and just watched TV more, because obviously they don't feel included when you have all these different cultures and people competing.
It's a passive takeover. That's what it is. It's a passive takeover, not a war. It's a passive takeover.
I mean, because I live in America, and I mean, like, we're kind of an experiment. I mean, we became the most powerful country, and fucked up immigration happened. So I guess that would be my evidence for that it's actually positive.
More
evidence. Literally have an experiment that played out and still playing out.
What did they tell you about evidence? Evidence is not proof, bro.
Yes, but you use enough evidence to get to what most likely happened, right?
Still not proof.
You show someone a lot of evidence.
It's still not proof.
I mean, but you usually use evidence.
I told you this already,
right? I know we went over this like 4 hours.
We've been talking about this for hours, bro.
So yeah,
evidence is not proof of anything. It's just evidence. It's not a proof.
So we took in a lot of European immigrants, but obviously their cultures were more similar so I think it was easier for it to blend in and the melting pot or whatever. But when you start incorporating a lot of people who are not so concerned with like, I want to be an American, they want to hold on to their own culture and preserve that culture within America.
That's right.
They're not really looking for a melting pot experience.
Yeah, they just they bring their own little part of India or Pakistan or Afghanistan or wherever they come from, and they take over the town. They're not interested in fucking listening.
Okay, so one thing I do agree with you is that people should like integrate to a certain extent, right?
they
I mean, I don't expect everyone to go full blown American when they come in, right? I expect them to hold some of their culture and to spread it, right? It's kind of cool. You guys see other cultures in America. I like it, but yeah, but I think you should like try to like somewhat like put yourself in the culture and try to like fit in with the country you're moving into. Because if you don't integrate, well, then it causes problems, right?
No, they don't. They don't though.
Yes. I just think there's a fair balance. I just don't think it's good to say flat out that culture change is bad, because that's just not.
Did you say flat?
No, change. I said culture change.
You said flat out? Flat out.
Okay, I said flat Earth. Yeah.
Flat. It's flat. It's fucking flat, bro.
I mean, like, other than the food, what positive? Other than food, like, what other positive cultural experiences have you had with minorities in the United States?
I mean, we like their parties, their hangouts, just what they do, just how they think about different things. Like, just their ideas alone are pretty interesting. But I guess that's to show that we're not really too different, are we? Right? Isn't that we just said that we're actually not too different at the end of the day? So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Well, but there also is an aspect of like, kind of. I think a lot of people are just inherently sort of prejudiced against, maybe
100%. Yeah, because like you identify with your like own people easier.
Yeah, like, so I mean, if these people were coming over and they were just like super like, oh yeah, like they wanted to be my friend and they wanted me to include me in their culture, then that would be a little bit different. But I feel a little bit of hostility, like they have a chip on their shoulder about me, like they think, oh, I'm some white guy or something.
You must be you're a suppressor.
I mean, I'm not saying that you can't run into like bad people that come from different countries, right? Like that's going to happen, that you're going to have bad experiences with people who move into your country, and that's just bound to happen.
Every barrel has bad apples. I don't
think that's necessarily right, but I don't think that's necessarily like any proof or evidence, because I can just say from my experiences,
some barrels just have more bad apples than most, man.
I guess it depends like where you put the barrel.
Sorry, Australia, you want to say something?
No, sorry, I forgot to mute.
Okay.
What are you guys talking about? Anyways,
Clappy.
What's up?
Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. What are you saying, bro?
What are you guys talking about?
Are you on a fucking acid trip or what?
No.
Or you just really fucking
You sound exactly the same like you did 6 hours ago. You're like, man, what's happening, man? Is there a flat or what? It's a fucking loud.
That's my voice. My normal voice.
Yeah. Okay. Go back to sleep, Clappy. See you.
Good night.
Good night.
Jesus, I feel like I'm stuck in a horror movie. Like you're all tied up, and then the guy comes up to your ear and he's like telling you how he's gonna cut your ears off or something, and he's got like a knife against your fucking lips and your chin, and he's like whispering to you. He's like, I'm gonna start with your right earlobe and make my way to your eyebrow. Like, what the fuck? Yo.
Yeah. And then we're gonna cut your nose off.
No, literally.
A good time.
Oh God.
So, Octane, would you agree that you probably wouldn't want to live in like the rougher parts of Mexico, right?
Yeah, fuck no.
So,
why are you bringing Mexico to America?
Yeah, so
we're just allowing them in if they go through the process.
Part of my issue is like if we're allowing just millions and millions of low-skilled laborers from Mexico to pour into the United States and
unvaccinated, by the way, unvaccinated.
Yeah, and they have high birth rates and all this, and so their population is growing rapidly. I mean, I feel like they're going to bring a lot of the problems from Mexico with them, you know?
I mean, that's possible, and that's fine to like advocate for, like, I don't know, on like a stricter border policy or whatever. I'm like, to get in, like, you need to pass certain grades or some shit, or have like a PhD or some shit. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. I just find the culture argument that's all I found wrong. I don't find stricter border thing, a problem.
Could you find something wrong with it? Could you try?
I mean, no. I mean, I'm pretty pro like strict
Don't
border
try.
control too. I mean, like every other country does it.
Yeah,
I don't know why we
you
don't
can't
make
open your borders just to fucking the whole of South
I'm not
America.
for open borders.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want my culture to stagnate necessarily. Like, I'm not afraid of it gradually changing.
Right, of it like changing over time. Yeah.
Yeah, but don't you still think that it's in the best interest of a society and a government to try to maintain a certain culture that they're comfortable with?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I would see. 100%. I mean, what's the reason? I mean, just being comfortable. I mean, I guess it would depend on a case by case basis. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's fine how it is, like how it is in America. I think it's fine.
Do you ever see the bad in anything?
See what?
Do you ever see the bad in anything? You just
do I ever see the bad in anything?
Yeah. Do I? Yeah. Well, maybe,
I mean, yeah. Like I just said, I don't want to go to the drug cartel state that is Mexico.
You know what we call you here? You know what we call you here?
What?
A watery bastard.
A globe earther.
A watery bastard. You got no opinion, no real opinion on anything. You just.
I mean, America has achieved a lot of really cool things, and I think that is at least partly due to its culture, right? And so therefore there are some really good aspects of American culture that should be preserved and not change, right? And therefore, if we are just flooding in just hordes of migrants year after year, millions and millions pouring over the borders
into the Southern states,
to the point where the founding stock of this nation becomes a minority in its own country, I don't think that we're going to maintain all of those positive cultural traditions.
That's not a good
thing. Real quick, when you say American, what is American culture?
Get the racist out of your voice, dude. What the hell is that shit you just said about founding stock? What the fuck is that?
Wait, so what does American culture mean? I'm curious. What
no,
is
no, not you, dude. No. Whoever just said that racist shit needs to suck a dick and stop talking shit like that. You don't bring that shit here on this fucking channel.
Fraud. Okay. He didn't say anything wrong. He was just stating an opinion.
No, you're telling me that's not a fucking opinion. You don't talk shit like that on here. You take that shit somewhere else. You know what I'm saying?
What did he say? What did he say was racist?
The founding stock of this fucking country is.
Well, your culture. Your culture is something.
I'm doing that shit. Most motherfuckers here. No, fuck most people that are in this country are not from this fucking country. Okay, so there is nobody who can lay claim to this country. Okay, anybody can come here. Anybody can come here if they fucking want to. If you're trying to stop them from coming here, then that's being a racist motherfucker. Okay, anybody can come if they want to. If this country is gonna turn brown too fucking bad.
Fraud. Do you see racists in every fucking corner?
Dude, the guy just said the founding stock of this country is going to change if you let
your culture. You have to.
Dude, there is no culture. You can't have a culture if this is not your fucking country.
So America doesn't have a culture?
No, not really. It's kind of a melting pot. That's the point.
Exactly. The culture of this country was before
American culture.
Whoever came into this country and stole the country from the people before. Okay?
Yeah, they killed him, though.
Right, and granted, I understand how shit works. I know that conquering nations conquer, but don't try and say that bullshit what that dude just said. You know what I'm saying? If this country's gonna turn brown too fucking bad, it's been fucking white.
It's gonna happen.
Wait a minute. That's racist.
No, it's not because
it's been white too long.
Listen. If they're coming across the border because white people are letting them, too fucking bad.
It's been white too long, is what you said.
Yeah, exactly. Because the same.
So you're racist.
No, the same white people are letting the brown people across the fucking border. So too fucking bad.
Oh, fuck you, bro.
Like, okay, fine. Like, maybe America is a melting pot, sure, but like, would you say the same about Sweden? Like, if Sweden turns
Well, no,
blue,
because
No,
they
no.
don't.
Sweden, all
Because
right,
they have
listen,
strict.
you have the right to be racist, right? But not in this country. This country was race based.
Born on racism.
Sweden's different.
True, we
Sweden
kill a lot of racists.
Sweden is straight up white. So if you go in there thinking you're gonna try and change that nation, you're a dumb motherfucker. If you're a brown person going to Sweden thinking, oh, I'm gonna live here in Sweden,
Hang on.
you're an idiot.
Hang on.
You know what I'm saying?
Do you want some truth? Sweden used to be the safest place in Europe to live.
Listen, P-Mac,
20 years ago. No, listen, bro. Listen.
And then brown people
It is no longer. It is no longer. It is the most dangerous place in
I don't have a
Europe
problem
to live.
with Sweden. Listen, I don't have a
Listen
problem
to
with
me.
Let me finish, dude. I'm not. Sweden's not the same thing. Sweden's different because Sweden has always been what it is. So if you're gonna come there and try and change their culture, you're fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? Because right. So
They did.
that's what I'm saying. If you're a bad person in there thinking you're gonna fucking, I'm gonna make this place a nice. No, they don't fucking want it to be. So let them be that way.
It was fine the way it was, bro.
Yeah, it's fine the way. I know, dude. I'm agreeing with you on Sweden, but I'm saying not in America, dude. You can't.
America has always started.
Listen, I don't live in America, so I agree with you. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you guys are talking about.
I got no problem.
Hey, let's talk about the globe Earth. How about
Hey,
that?
Let me say this.
We're going
got
back,
no
boys. Going back in time.
I got no
We're
problem
going
with
backwards.
countries that's been a culture the same way. If it's been that way for a long time, don't try and change it, man.
Hey, the Earth is not a fucking spinning ball, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. How about we'll just...
Okay, you listening to me?
Oh yeah, I'm listening.
Are you listening? Listen
I'm
close.
listening.
The Earth is not a spinning fucking ball.
Well, the full pendulum would disagree.
And it's also racist. It's a big white ball.
Wait, so I'm genuinely curious. Why does the Foucault pendulum move? And it moves in a predictive path.
Who moved it?
Model.
Who moved it?
Okay, so
who moved it?
We have to move it, but we're not talking about.
Yes. Okay. So it's not in motion.
This is where the This is where the
shut up.
Disconnect is. This is where the disconnect
Just
is.
Shut up.
No, I'm gonna say it. Okay, so the disconnect is that we're not talking about just it moving. We're talking about it changing its direction while it's moving. So, like, we're not sitting here saying because the Earth is spinning, that the pendulum's going to start swinging on its own. That's not what we're discussing. What we're discussing is, well, why does the pendulum appear to turn while it's moving?
So what you're saying is Foucault pendulum move 15 degrees, therefore a ball. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. So it moves on a predictive path based on the globe model. We can predict its path and then do it, and it comes true. So that's kind of a strong evidence that the globe model we have is correct, and it's also a globe.
Okay.
That's
Octane. Okay. I ask you one more time. Have you ever seen, or has anybody ever had a fucking model that shows lots and lots and lots and lots? You hear me? Lots of bendy water holding to the outside, the exterior of a shape against a vacuum as a model. As an example. You ever seen that? Just say it's a yes or no question.
Oh wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
Have you ever seen lots and lots of bendy water, tons and tons of bendy water, trillions and trillions of tons of bendy water, holding to the exterior of a shape?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Where?
Earth. Pictures from space. I mean, it's true. That's the answer, right? It's water. Water on a ball.
Yeah, so no. Listen, I like it, but you my God, you are stupid. Yes, pictures from space.
I mean, yeah. So I have seen it, right? If you look at a photo, you've seen it.
So if a unicorn with 3 fucking breasts and fucking 2 vaginas and 3 cocks, same thing, right?
I mean, if you could get I mean, like if you
No,
could
I
get
seen it.
a
I seen
picture
it,
of
bro.
this
I
unicorn.
drew it. Yeah, I drew it. There was a picture.
I mean, but the thing is, we have like 40 different space agencies showing us the exact same thing. If you only have one picture of a unicorn,
That's
it's
the
probably not
problem.
going to hold much water.
That's the problem.
But
No, it shows the exact same thing. The 40 spaces is showing you the exact same thing. So listen, Octane, you cannot be that stupid. You actually believe
I don't think I am.
No, you actually base your reality on a picture. I don't believe it. I do not believe
not just a
you're
picture.
that dumb. I do not believe you're that dumb. I just can't.
I'm not that dumb because it's not
No,
just
you're
a
not.
picture.
You're a clever guy.
We got pictures, videos,
you've based
testimonies from
reality
people.
on a picture. Is that
Not
what
just
you're
a
saying?
picture. I base it off of, more physical evidence, like the Foucault pendulum shows motion. We have testimonies from people that have been there.
15 degrees, but
well, it's there, is it not?
Bro, but what's your go-to? What's your go-to give picture from space?
So my go-to, I would say, is like the Aristotelian experiment because it shows the height of the sun.
Oh my god!
At different parts,
right.
It doesn't make sense.
Do you know we broke that apart in a million different pieces?
Not really. We kind of went over it for like 5 minutes.
Well, you could do the same thing on a flat plane, bro.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then the sun's height would be consistent at every point where
Bro,
someone.
why do you guys? How do you even know what the height of the sun is?
I mean, so like on the flat Earth model, we can actually get that number. It's between like 3,000 miles, and in some
You can't get that fucking number. Bro. It's constantly moving. It's constantly moving, so it's a guesstimate, right?
It's not moving up and down, right?
That's what I said earlier. It's moving, bro.
Right, it's moving, but it's not changing heights on the flat Earth model, right?
You don't know
but
that.
The problem is
you don't know that it's not changing height.
Well, for one, I kind of do because it doesn't change size. So that's
listen,
red
that's
flag.
You kind of do.
Really small.
Listen, that's like saying bro, get the fuck out of here. Stop with the kindas, and this is not a guessing game.
I think that's semantics.
Yeah, but
you're
it's all
playing
about
hard into semantics.
Well, no, let's stick with the Earth and stop going to the fucking sky. First off,
those songs get really okay.
Stick with the Earth, bro. How does it measure? Does it measure flat or round?
Why do we have to play by these rules where we can't use
why would you go away from rules that give you facts? Why would you go away from rules that give you facts? That's stupid.
Because
it's stupid.
Well, because if we just go off of our senses, I completely agree. It's flat and motionless. But once you use modern technology, then that goes away.
What are you arguing about, bro? What are you arguing about?
Because our senses
aren't. God, dude, shut up with the senses, dude. I just said, how does it measure? How does it measure?
That's what I noticed.
How does it measure? It measures globe. It measures. Yep.
How is it going to measure? All right, explain. So if you have this facts that no one else can find, please give it to us.
So we took so we made an indirect measurement. Feedback's gonna have a heart attack.
Is that something you did?
See, okay, so you're playing semantics again.
That's not semantics. It should be repeatable. If it's something we did, you should be able to do it. I should be able to do it. Anybody should be able to do it. It shouldn't be one guy.
It's called the Eratosthenes experiment.
Okay, so have you done the experiment? Have you done the experiment?
I haven't.
Okay, so how do you know it works?
Because a lot of other people do it, and it all.
A lot of other people do it.
Yeah.
And what is that? What is that? What's the main part of that whole experiment?
The main part of that experiment is that the sun's height.
The height of the sun, right? Here we go again. Yeah. Back to the sky. Back to the sky. We're trying to stay on the Earth. What do you think the
experiment is about?
Is there a way to measure the Earth without using the sun?
So, is there a way to measure the Earth?
That's a good question.
Probably. With survey tools. I'm not
know how.
Survey tools.
I just know the Aristotelian experiment because it's pretty solid.
There's a way to measure the shape of the Earth. Or the size.
So we can see the effects of curvature
without tools.
So, like I said before, I agree that we sense it as flat and motionless.
I'm not talking about senses, dude. No one said senses. We're not talking about senses.
You guys a lot of times say, "Well, it looks flat."
Using the sun. The sun is not a good tool to use to measure the Earth. Okay.
Why not?
Because it doesn't work.
Because it doesn't work is not an answer.
Yes,
Not an answer.
yes,
Because
it
it doesn't
doesn't
work
work
isn't an
because
answer.
you don't know the height of the sun.
That's what we're measuring to get the height of the sun. We could
You
measure
don't
it.
need to in order to learn the Earth. You don't need that part to learn the shape of the Earth. So why are you
But it's
doing
not
that?
consistent. Because the sun's height isn't consistent, so it's not a flat plane.
Well, we don't need the sun to measure the Earth. So why would you use that?
Well, you kind of do, because I don't think anyone has like a 3-mile long ruler or anything.
You don't. You use a laser, bro.
A laser isn't a measurement. That's just I see something far away. It's flat.
Oh,
That's
so
literally the
what do
extent.
surveyors use then?
What?
What do surveyors use to measure a level flat plane?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh! Wow, you're not very smart. You know that, kid. You sound intelligent,
it really doesn't
but
mean much coming from
there's
you.
nothing going on up there, bro. You sound intelligent, but there's nothing going on up there. I'm sorry. This is
That's all
ridiculous.
right.
To
I mean,
say
it's fine if
something
a
that's
fighter
silly.
disagrees
You
with
don't
me.
know what surveyors use to measure
Doesn't
stuff.
mean much.
Come on, bro. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? You just brought the damn you
I
just
mean, all you
brought
have is
the-
insults. Do you have anything of substance?
you brought the damn profession
Nope.
up. You don't even know what the hell it is. How does that make sense? Oh, surveyors, I don't know what they do. Maybe a long ruler. A long ruler. How stupid does that sound, dude? Seriously? Maybe a
It
long
sounds
ruler.
pretty stupid.
I'm intelligent, but let's use a long ruler. Come on, bro.
Are you okay?
Don't come in here and act like an idiot, man. Don't sound smart and sound like an idiot. You sound smart, but then you're actually an idiot. You know that's ridiculous.
That's what I was saying. I'm just kidding.
You sound like an intelligent kid, but you're using some dumb, silly stuff to support your belief.
I like
That's what it is. It's a belief.
He's a crazy motherfucker.
Not really a belief. I mean,
Dude,
you're
saying you don't know how to measure the ground.
I just said we took an indirect
Just
measurement.
get a long ruler.
I said we.
Dude, what's that
Did he say that?
You don't know what a surveyor
Yeah,
uses.
but you don't know the context of why I said that. Do you?
You just said you don't know what a surveyor uses to measure the ground, bro. And then now you're gonna go to the sun.
Because you can't.
You can't measure the ground, but you can measure the ground. So surveyors use the sun. The surveyors
I mean,
use
on
the
the
sun
sense
to
you
come
guys
figure
are
stuff
talking
out.
about. Yeah, but those are over small measurements over time. And guess what?
you're
We see it as a
so
globe.
smart now that you should be telling surveyors how to do their job.
I never claimed I was smarter than a surveyor. When did
Obviously,
I say
you
that?
are if you know how to use the sun to measure a flat level plane
Obviously,
or a curving plane. So obviously, you're smarter than a surveyor. You tell them how to use the sun to build a building or to make a bridge. Tell them.
Doesn't make any sense. You're just throwing out
use
words.
that laser tool. Just use this freaking sun that's above your head, bro. That's all you.
Why do you
get it right every time?
Okay, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, not the fucking sun, bro.
I know, but he's gonna keep going back to the sun.
No, but you guys haven't given a good enough reason on why we can't use the sun. What's the reason?
Because surveyors don't
like
use
just
the
saying
sun.
it's
That's enough for you right there. Surveyors don't use the sun.
Well, wait. What do you mean surveyors don't use the sun when it was surveyors who did the experiment? I mean, Aristophanes, I would consider that a surveyor, right?
He was surveyor. So he was building a bridge or a building.
I mean, the land was important, right? Because we're using the shadows, right? So,
yeah. So all right. So why would they go away from Aristophanes if it's such a simple tool to use? Oh, well, let's just
away
use
from
the
it.
sun.
Wait.
We
What
can always
do you
use the
mean?
laser
Wait,
because
stop jumping.
what if the battery runs out on my fucking laser? Oh, dude, the sun's out. Use that, bro. Oh, okay.
You're just throwing out so many random words that don't make sense.
But dude, that's what dude, we're talking about the ground. You want to go with the sun.
Dude,
but you guys still have yet given me a good enough reason why I can't use the sun.
To give you anything.
It does matter. Yes, you do.
You don't make sense.
If you deny
measure the ground, bro. Measure the ground. Why are you going to the sky? This is very simple.
Well, we're measuring the shadows.
Understand. You don't need to go to the sky to measure the ground. You just don't
the
need
ground's
to.
Important
why would
in the
you do that?
Aristophanes experiment.
Why would you do that, bro? If you don't need to, why would you do that?
Why are you so caught up in the Aristophanes experiment?
Because it's a good experiment, and you guys don't have a good enough answer.
It's easily debunked, bro.
It's not. It was easily debunked.
It's easily. What do you see? What here? It's so easily debunked. The same thing can happen on a flat surface as on a curve. That's it. Debunk.
You have fun with this kid, P-Mac. I'm out. This kid's retarded.
All right, see you, man.
I like him.
So angry. I love it. I love the server.
No. Hey, Fraud's fucking.
Yeah, Frost is pretty cool too.
Octane, can I ask you a question?
You can ask away.
Okay, thanks. Why are you so retarded?
Say again?
Why are you so retarded?
Why am I so retarded?
Yes, I'm
I don't
sorry.
know, because it's 4 a.m. on a flat Earth server. That's why.
I had to ask a question because people were asking, just asking me. Please ask him, why are you so retarded?
Fair enough. I mean, I ask the same thing sometimes.
But and the only proof you have, right, is you keep coming back to 15 degrees. The sun
again. It's hey, it's not proof. It's evidence.
It's evidence. It's evidence.
Okay, there we go. Not proof. That's making sure.
It's just good. My ducks in a row here. It's evidence. If I get enough ducks in a row, I finally have proof. It's not proof, bro.
But with the preponderance of the evidence, we can make a best estimation of the truth.
Oh, I like that. That's big words there. Preponderance.
Yeah, like a logical conclusion, right?
With the preponderance of the evidence, we can finally make a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, am I using 10-syllable words over here? Like,
that was amazing.
Well, I mean, like in a court of law, right? Like, sometimes you accidentally put an innocent man in prison for murder. He didn't do it, but most of the time, you accurately guess that who the murderer was.
Yeah, just based on the overwhelming evidence, usually.
Hang him from the same tree, bro. Just hang a bastard. In the old days, we just took him out. We just fucking hung him.
I mean, there's hanging. I mean, there's firing squads too. That was classic.
Yeah, well, we could shoot them.
Yeah, just face the wall. I would rather go out with the firing squad than hanging. Fuck that. Because hanging, you could suffer. I feel like.
But definitely a bullet to the head.
I would have 4 308s in my heart.
It's a bullet
fucking hanging.
Yeah, it's all over. Yeah, but that'd be nice. Can I get a choice? Wait a minute. Why am I thinking about the way I'm going to go out in this life is either hanging or shooting squad?
Yeah, those are only 2 options.
For fuck's sake, can I just fucking die in my sleep?
Yeah, just die nice and peaceful.
That'd be brilliant, eh? Yeah, die in my sleep. Yeah, I prefer that. Thank you, God. Could I do that? Yeah, no more, Paul. I like you. I always liked you.
So we just have to take all the evidence for and against the globe, all the evidence for and against the flat Earth, and then weigh it and as like an impartial jury, and just determine, okay, which one is likely to be true.
Yes,
which one sounds more sound, and which one gets us more results too? Because that also usually shows which one.
You kind of just summed it up in a fucking great sentence. The one is preposterous. The other one is fucking bullshit. Did you not see that?
Let's throw any observations and measurements that presuppose any kind of globe, though, first.
Okay.
And then we'll check your proof over again, then, or your evidence, or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you, Flatty. Just Flatty there, just sorting this out.
Because so far,
evidence. Frost. What is your evidence?
Well, a couple pieces of evidence would be if you go up to a really high vantage point, and you start recording. Well, so there's an app you can download on your phone, or you could use like a theodolite or whatever. But
what's your evidence?
Well, basically, so the horizon drops as you go up in elevation, and if you calculate that drop in horizon according to your altitude, you can accurately predict what the radius of the Earth is.
What?
Because on a ball, if even if you have like a basketball, for example, and you you record the horizon from a camera to the to the horizon of the basketball. You can get the radius of that basketball using these measurements. But on a flat plane, the horizon should always rise to eye level. But on the Earth, we find that the horizon actually dips below eye level.
Oh, that's your proof?
That's one proof. Another one would be that if you were to take measurements at different latitudes, you'll find that the closer you are to the equator, the lighter the same weight that you are measuring will actually become lighter, and that's due to the Coriolis effect of the Earth spinning around. It
Oh my
actually
god!
Based.
Did you say Coriolis?
It will like kind of fling things away a little bit more than it would at like the North Pole, and therefore the equator things are lighter.
Yeah, the judges
Things. So okay. So your second proof is things are later at the equator.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you fucking insane?
I mean, these are easy things that any one of us could, do an experiment on our own.
Things are later at the equator. Really?
Oh yeah, because I think there's a few videos that actually show that where they have like a scale and they have like a gram or whatever, and then they fly to one place, fly to the other. There's a difference in weight.
Yeah, but even with a car, like you can just drive north and south, a couple hundred miles, and you can even find consistent measurements that way as well.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Not true.
Oh.
It's fucking fake.
And Whelpy got you there, Frost.
So your proof of a globe Earth is that the things get lighter at the equator. That's it. Ball.
And the horizon dropping below eye level.
Never mind the fucking water spinning about. It's doing things that you never imagined. Never mind. Just say, hey, things get lighter. Ball. By the way, people in white coats told me. Somebody in a white coat once said, the Earth is a ball, and you believed it.
Well, I can't think of any explanation why the equator of a flat Earth things would be lighter.
You actually think that maybe it's not true?
Well, I mean, it's something that could easily be verified with a simple scale off of Amazon and a weight. It's not.
So things getting lighter is a reason why you believe the Earth is a ball.
Well, it's one of the pieces of evidence in the grand sum.
Okay, what's your third one?
Wait, what's the third one?
Third one.
Second. Wait, or did I miss the second?
The first one was.
Another big piece of evidence would be that at the equator, the star trails go in a straight line. In the northern hemisphere, they turn one way, and then in the southern hemisphere, they turn the other way. That is absolutely impossible on a flat Earth.
But then I think they say because it's the sky that it doesn't matter. They want surface measurements or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, I assume you could just say it's like some weird magical illusion, but
yeah, it's just something random. just happens.
I mean, there would be no natural explanation for that other than magic.
Yeah, because I used that one before, and they usually just tell me that, we want surface measurements. We don't care about the sky or sun, because, for example, I use the Aristosthenes. They don't like that, so it's...
Yeah,
it is a good one. I agree, though. I think because I think it's probably one of the strongest ones, honestly, and I think that's why they hate it so much.
You mean like me?
But if the sky is magic,
I hate that.
If the sky is magic, couldn't the ground be magic too? Like why does the ground? Even if I could measure perfectly the curvature of the horizon or whatever, that still doesn't prove that the Earth isn't flat. It could just be some weird magical illusion.
Listen,
the horizon looks.
Listen. If it's a ball, why do we see too far? Why do we see too far?
Refraction.
Oh my god!
What you want an answer?
Magical mystery, magical tour. Here we go.
It's not really magical, but it's hard to measure. But
Refraction.
it's a known phenomenon.
So things that should be hidden by 1 kilometer are visible.
Yep, can be brought back up into view.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can even do that with butane as well.
Oh yeah, there's a guy with a video on YouTube who does it with like a cylinder and a red thing and fucking.
Yeah.
That's two different
That's a
mediums.
good video.
It's a different medium.
I mean, but there's
It's like moving between two different mediums. That's refraction.
So there's one medium, but there's different temperatures within this one atmosphere, right?
Mhm.
Like there's one temperature here, there's one temperature somewhere else. So that's how you get the change.
So that butane test is completely nothing to do with it. It can't be used as an example.
I think it can. I mean, it shows that refraction
It's
can bring something into view. I mean, that's all it's doing. It just shows that refraction can bring something to view.
It's different, isn't it? Different mediums.
But wouldn't you agree that even just regular air at different temperatures does cause some forms of refraction?
Yes, but not making things fucking the height of a building appear around the curve, so-called curve of the Earth.
I mean, if it bends the light in a certain way, then and it reaches your eyeball, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like an analogous thing. It doesn't seem far-fetched. I mean, unless you're saying butane, like, refraction is special and it's different from everything else or something. I don't. Or like light passing through butane acts differently than like light passing through like a few different temperatures in our atmosphere. I don't know.
And isn't that experiment butane plus air?
Yeah, because it's happening like in his backyard.
Yeah, so there's two mediums, so you can't.
Right, but would you agree we already have refraction in our atmosphere?
Refraction
like
exists. Yeah.
So then I guess you just disagree to what extreme, right?
Can't
That's the disagreement.
Yeah, can't be demonstrated in any situation other than what you claim.
Okay, so you're saying extreme refraction can't be demonstrated just using two different temperatures of air. I'm pretty sure there's videos online showing like lasers and they get like something cold or hot in front of it and they're able to move the laser.
That's true, yeah. I saw a video with like a hot iron.
Yeah, exactly. So that would show that's more, I guess that's more like analogous because it's not using butane, it's just using the air in different temperatures within the same medium. I mean, I feel like it's almost disingenuous to say it's one medium, but it is, but there's just so much going on.
Yeah, another proof of, space in particular is, there is a pressure gradient, right? And so in a container, what you would find is that there should be a uniform pressure across the entire container. But what we find is actually the higher you go, the pressure gets lower and lower and lower. And, that continues on until it reaches a pressure of 0.
One thing I don't understand, and I don't know if I can make sense of it, but I don't understand because it's like flat earthers will say, like the reason why there's horizons because like that's like your like eye limit or something, and then if you get a telescope, you bring stuff back into view. But the weird thing is, it's like we can see like stars at night or the moon or the sun, and that's probably one of the furthest objects away for like anyone. Yet we could see that clearly at the horizon. Why can't I see more? Like, why can't I see a boat? Like I can see this tiny little dot. Who knows thousands of miles away?
Can we zoom in though?
Like right at the horizon.
Let's explain that though.
I mean, does that make sense? Am I getting that? I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly either.
So the so-called over the so-called curve of the Earth, we can zoom in on. So how explain that?
So those videos, the boat or whatever the object we're talking about, is never actually over the horizon. That's why you're able to zoom it back because it's already in view.
But we know how far it is. The Black Swan, for instance. Let's take the Black Swan, for instance. We know the distances of those oil platforms. Yeah.
Yeah.
According to the globe fucking model.
Yep. Google. Yeah.
Yeah. How can we see?
Wait, how
So
can we
you're
see
saying
it? Oh, just refraction.
hang on. So every instance of boats being brought back from beyond the horizon, you're saying they were never over the horizon? Is that what you just
Yes.
said?
So those boats, those ones you're able to zoom back. Okay. Let me clear something up. So I agree that things shrink when they get further away from you. I'm not disagreeing with that. But that's not why we see things appear to be obstructed. Because if something were to truly get further away and shrink into a dot, it happens uniformly. The top, the bottom, the sides, they would all shrink uniformly into a dot
No,
from our vision.
it doesn't.
But we don't see that with the sun, the moon.
Depending on the angle of
big
your eye,
boats.
things, yeah, because there's more sky above. Things will shrink from the bottom up.
But that's not what we see. I mean, I've watched container
is,
ships.
it is.
I watched the sun, the moon, stars. They don't shrink into a dot out of my view. They get obstructed by the water line or whatever line is.
Things shrink from the bottom up due to perspective and the angle.
Yes, things shrink, but that's not the reason why they appear obstructed.
Are you saying we shouldn't trust our senses?
Sometimes they should be put in question, especially if we have technology that can be more accurate. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's like a happy medium.
I know what you're talking about, bro. But for a telescope to see 3 trillion light years away, that's fucking la la land, bro. No. Hello. 3.2 billion light years away. Isn't that a big crazy?
I mean, so like,
now listen, Octane. How far can your eye see?
As far, I mean, it depends on the light source. How many photons reach your eyes?
It's about 3 miles. It's about 3 miles. How far do you think?
No, that's the horizon. We can see much further than the horizon.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, because I see hills that are like 60 miles, like I don't know if they're 60 miles, but like 30 miles away. So
How do you
obviously
do
my
that?
eyes can.
Oh, you can. Right. So how do you do it? On a ball. On a ball.
What do you mean? It works fine on a ball. I'm talking about hills and mountains.
Hang on. I can see hills and mountains 30 miles away. That should be at least.
So why is the horizon at 3 miles?
10 miles underneath the horizon. But you can see them 30 miles away. How do you do that?
Because hills are tall. The taller something is, the further away you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, even the things like yeah, you can definitely see certain things that are well over the horizon. Like you can see like cities across the lake and stuff like that. But the reason for that, the Globers will claim it's refraction, but flat earthers will claim, it's just because the Earth is flat and so you can see far. But the problem is you can only see those things on certain days when the refractive index is really high.
You can see them all the time. You can see mountains all the time. No, listen.
Mountains, yeah.
You can see mountains 30, 40, 50, 60 miles away on any given day.
I mean, it's a case by case
basis. The reason why you can is because the Earth is not a fucking ball, bro.
Well, mountains are tall though, so you could see the peaks, right?
You should not be able to see them. You should see like a wee tiny bit. Do you understand me? A little tiny bit.
I mean, so it depends on the mountain, right? How tall is
it?
Right?
It depends on the mountain. So the mountain changes from day to day. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. I mean, what mountain are we talking about? Because it's a case by case basis. If it's
any fucking mountain,
that's you can have a mountain. I guess. Okay, so what's the height limit of a mountain? When is it a mountain?
Okay, let's say Kilimanjaro, 23.6 mile. Let's see. What's the one they fucking all climb the most?
I mean, there's like Mount Everest, which is the tallest. I mean,
Mount Everest. So that's like that is like 3.6 miles. That's about that. You can see that from fucking 20 miles away, bro. 20 miles, at least 20 miles away.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I feel like you guys.
How?
claim that that the horizon is at 3 miles and we can't see anything.
Listen, perspective tells you that the Earth is not a ball. If you can't see that, then you have no perspective.
I mean, so I guess my question is then, why is it that
What's
if
your
you just
question?
go up higher, why can you see more and you're not okay? So let's say you have a boat and it
Long
goes out.
distance photography.
No,
Long distance
no.
photography.
Wait, listen.
What is the distance for long distance
No, wait.
photography? It's about
No, wait, listen.
120 miles.
Let me finish.
Okay, go
Let me
ahead.
finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a boat. The boat goes past the horizon. You can no longer see the boat. Okay, you try zooming in, it doesn't come back. I've tried this before.
No, it does. It does. It does.
But it doesn't. Then there's really no evidence on YouTube. There's literally none.
It does. It does. I've seen it. I've watched it with my own eyes, bro. I've seen it.
I should take another video. I'm about to go back out to my port.
Good luck.
Another video. I'll get on my longest zoom. It's not very long, but it's enough to clearly see it.
You see, you're just reinforcing the flat Earth. Everything you just said, you're reinforcing it. You're a flat earther and you don't fucking know it.
Ugh. Thank you.
Octane. You are a flat earther and you don't even fucking know it, bro. I'm serious.
That's what some people say.
That's what. Hey, you heard that before?
Yeah.
This isn't the first time.
I mean, I hear it said to a bunch of people. It's not.
Okay, I'll say it the third time. You're a flat earther and you don't even fucking know, bro. How's that?
I mean, I heard it before. So.
Good luck. Yeah, third time, fourth time. Hey, do you want a hug?
I wouldn't mind a hug. I'll take a hug. Why not?
I'll give you a hug, man. I'll give you a hug. Hey, hug it.
Now, my question is, when's the next Flat Earther
convention?
Not fucking concert. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's concert. Who knows? It's never happened in Ireland. Anyway.
I need to go to one. I'm willing to fly to one. I think that'd be the funnest time.
You know what? I think you would have the best time, man. I do. I believe you should go. You definitely should.
Flat Earth concert.
Flat Earth concert.
Everyone is. It's all on the Flat Earth.
So my question is, what's your guys' best proof for the Flat Earth? If you had to choose one.
We see two. Okay, one. Just one.
Mountains.
Just your best one.
Mountains.
Mountains is a good one.
Mountains.
We see too far.
Mountains.
We see too far.
Okay, so that you see too far. Okay.
Water.
Mountains.
Water.
Mountains is the best proof for the flat.
Yeah, we see mountain.
Now, to be fair,
no. I'm serious.
No. I'm being serious here. No. Like, I'm seriously responding. I'm just saying, couldn't just saying let's say that's the best proof, or maybe it's not. Like, if you think harder about it, but how could you come to the conclusion that it's flat? Couldn't it just be a bigger, different shape?
It's not a shape.
Well, right, but I'm saying the reason why you see so far, I'm just.
Is it shaped?
I'm not explaining it. No, I don't think I'm explaining it correctly. That's fine. Never mind.
That was very poor.
You saying the globe's bigger?
No, but what I'm saying is, if that's your guys' best proof, I don't think you could come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat with that proof. That's why I don't think it's a good proof.
We have three.
Well, yeah, I know, but I was just asking for your best one, and I was saying I don't think that's your guys' best one.
Is it the best? Is it the best proof? This one, let's say, water always it's level, and now some people saying that it's curving. What is the best proof? To see water always it's flat, or to believe people who are saying that it's curving?
I can show you water curving.
Can you show me ocean curving? I'm speaking about oceans.
I can show a curve in the ocean, yes.
Okay, great. Can you tell me now how we measure elevation in UK if it's ocean curved?
What?
How we measure elevation in UK, all hills and all elevation things, because we are Ireland. How we measure that on the curve?
Well,
how we measure that? Yeah.
Sea level is like an average, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Sea level
rough
is
average.
sea level is what?
Because sometimes the sea level can, or like the high tide or whatever, right? It can.
Okay, great. Can you tell me how we measure mountain in Switzerland? Because it's tides, we have sea level.
I guess they would use like a theodolite and do geodesic measurements.
From which sea level? From the Mediterranean, Adriatic, or from Atlantic?
Average.
Average.
That's good.
What is average? Does sea level change the level?
Well, they record the sea level at various times and places, and record what it is on average.
Mountains of Switzerland.
That means that we have sea level in Holland above the sea level, and then we have in UK sea level under the sea level, and then we have in America sea level on the right point.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, it follows the shape of the ball, so therefore it maintains its own altitude across the sphere.
Oh, really? Through the land down? How we know that it's 0 point on the bottom of the mountain in the middle of the land?
I guess in theory that the sea level would only apply directly below the mountain if the sea were there.
Okay, great. And if you are in the middle of USA, that means you need to take consideration sea level from the middle of USA, and from the middle of USA to the beach, how much curvature you have?
Well, I mean, you would just like assume, like, hypothetically, what if the sea were in the middle of America?
No, hypothetically, listen, this is how it's easy. Hypothetically, you imagine zero, it's flat ocean, and then you go to the middle of the America, and then go high, because well what is the zero level, what is the level, what is the zero base, and then you measure the mountain. Is that easier way?
Well, I mean, you can definitely measure things that are on a sphere, right? Like if you had a basketball and you put
that means in this moment, for example, if oceans are totally flat, if this become, because Earth is sphere, what would happen if now oceans are flat? We cannot measure mountains then. It will change elevation.
Well, like let's say you had a boulder, right? And you wanted to measure
let's say this sphere now it's flat, and let's try now to measure elevation. That means it will be the same elevation or it will be different elevation from the sphere?
The same.
How is that possible?
Because it would just be like if you had stretched out the sphere to be flat, like you like unrolled it,
That means the flat things is the same like a sphere.
Yeah, it would be the same elevation.
But water is curving on the sphere.
Well, on a sphere, you're measuring the elevation from the center of the sphere.
Of the sphere. And how we measure from the center of the sphere? We go first to the center of the sphere.
Well, generally,
listen your sentence. We are measuring from the center of the sphere. Listen only the sentence. We are measuring from the center of the sphere.
Well, generally, they like started at sea level.
It's the same, bro. It's the same.
Now listen the sentence. We are measuring from the center of the sphere.
Your measurements are the same.
And who measured that?
It's the same measurement.
Like you can have
whichever direction.
Listen how it's easy. You can have radius 3,959, and then you can calculate. But you didn't measure anything. You don't know if it's radius 3,9. You don't know if it's that is the center.
Right, but we got that by like an indirect measurement. I would say Ersasa needs help with that. That's what I would
Aristophanes.
recommend.
Oh, you
Oh
want
my
to speak
god!
about Aristophanes?
Here we go.
Because it's
All right,
important. I'm not saying ignore
break
You
this
it.
want to
down.
believe in you want to believe in that bullshit, Aristophanes.
Guy put two
Well, I
sticks
mean, it's a
together.
test people can do even
But
to this
test.
day.
No, people cannot do the test of Aristophanes.
Yeah, it's an
Nobody can do
experiment.
it.
Yeah,
No, nobody
people
can
have.
repeat that. No,
Colleges have
nobody
done
can
this before.
listen to me. Can you say the story about Aristophanes, word by word, and then can you repeat that?
Verb by verb, no. Sticks and shadows,
Okay,
and you
like
measure
okay,
angles.
How do you know? How do you
okay,
know? Sorry,
okay.
sorry.
Sorry, because I like Aristophanes. And let's say Aristophanes. What was that? 20 years ago?
No, that was quite a bit ago.
Okay,
What?
where in somewhere in Africa? Let's say.
What
Yeah,
exactly?
some shit like that.
465 years ago.
And let's do now today. Let's take two sticks. Let's go to whatever town. What he choose? And now it's coming the problem. You know, we need to go straight 500 miles with the other stick.
Yep.
And then another problem. We are 2,000 years ago. With what we are going that distance? You can choose.
Camel.
Okay. How much time we need to pass 500 miles?
About 2 weeks.
About 1 month, I calculated.
Well,
But okay.
I could do 2 weeks of good camel.
Okay, 2 weeks. But you didn't. Is that motorway going straight, or you need to pass some hills, rivers,
It's over desert dunes. Yeah. Okay. 1 month. 1 month with camel.
And don't forget, you're going straight 500 miles, not 10 meters straight, 500 meters.
How are you going to tell you're going straight 500 years ago?
And then you have communication between point A and B, that it's true, that there is shadow like that, and then is shadow here, it's like that. That's the story about Aristophanes. What we can repeat easily today.
Again, people have done it and have repeated it.
No, they haven't.
Really? Can you show me which guy was in Africa going 500 miles?
Why do you have to be in Africa? You don't have to be in Africa.
Repeat the same experiment what Aristophanes did.
But that's not.
You have to be. If you're going to repeat the experiment, you have to be in Africa, back to Egypt.
I think what's important is that you have to know kind of where the sun is, right? That's one of the important things.
Shut
That's why he
up.
did
Oh my
it.
God. Here we go.
Nope, I'm going to keep talking.
Well, it's good to have story, but to not repeat it. But some guys repeat it, not the same way, because they took the sticks, they used the Google, they used some position. They said, look, it's working.
Holy fuck!
But I want to repeat Aristophanes experiment because we are using Aristophanes. Let's repeat that one. Because it was easier even because 2,000 years ago. We have now technology. Let's do it like he did it in an easier way.
Google Maps. Hello, Alexa. Repeat Aristophanes' experiment. You must be 500 miles south of your current position. And 500 miles north.
What's she saying?
Oh, it's same result.
She's still searching for camel.
They're looking for that camel, that good camel.
You know what people want to say is Aristophanes story, but to move immediately to the sticks, immediately.
Yeah.
There are sticks, shadows, sun, and that's it, globe. But how he did it at all? Or you cannot know because ancients was advanced,
Ancient, before Google. Octane, did you hear that?
What if you did the experiment yourself? Like you had 3 friends that lived in different countries, and y'all like.
I'm telling you about. I want to do exactly like Eratosthenes, and I cannot do even with 100 meters. I will be off if I go 100 meters. You will be off. Try to go 100 meters straight.
Anyway, so the crux of the matter is that the sticks and shadows show the same fucking thing on a curve or flat Earth, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, no, yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
it does.
Why doesn't it?
Because again, the sun's height is different. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, go back high and low.
The results are exactly the same.
Listen, this sun is low. It's different.
I'm just saying there's a very.
But you said sun is high. It's
agree.
different. I say sun is low. It's different.
Octane.
Well, so we can actually measure the distance to local lights.
We can actually assume the distance to the sun is.
No, it's
3,333 miles.
We are measuring to the sun. That's.
How do you measure distance to the sun?
3,400.
How do you measure distance to the sun?
Guesstimate.
No, there's a mathematical formula for this.
Yeah, of course.
I forgot
There's a
the
mathematical
name.
formula to measuring the distance to the sun.
Octane, you are.
Let's make mathematical formulas for measuring me. I will stay on 100 meters distance, and you can measure.
Jeez, you're a small man. 5 for 5.
I mean, if you just go on Google and type in how to measure the sun's height, flat Earth, you'll get.
I know how to measure sun. First, I will assume the Venus size of the Venus. Then I will make triangulation.
Octane.
Sorry.
First, I will say that. First, I will assume that the size of the Venus is the same or similar, like Earth size, and then I will make triangulation. But first, I will assume that Venus is not double size. I will assume that it's the same size.
And the Earth is round. Yeah.
I will not calculate. I will not measure. I will assume that at least this is the best science. I will assume the size of Venus, and then I will get all correct results.
I mean, I don't deny that there was assumptions when you did the experiment.
Octane.
Oh, really?
Which
Which experiment showed that Venus is the same size like Earth?
Yeah, which one?
Wait, but Venus? I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you type distance to the sun and Venus, and then read about that?
So you want the distance to Venus?
No, distance to the sun and make plus Venus, and then it will be written about why it's Venus important.
Octane.
Can't you just explain it? I'm just playing games.
One of your mainstays was that the Eratosthenes experiment.
Yeah.
That's buggered now, bro.
What?
It's buggered.
Did you hear me again?
It's buggered. Buggered. It means somebody fucking put up a shape pipe.
Fucking what?
Up a shape pipe. It means nothing.
I see.
No, true story.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
Okay, so what was your next, Bruce?
I don't know if we were moving on to anything.
Oh, you don't have one? Welcome to Flyer.
Horizon.
Octane, welcome to Flyer, bro.
Yeah, thank you. You'll be like my 5th year or some shit.
5th, 6th, 7th?
I've been here since 2016, so I don't know if early or late.
You're old school, bro. Old school.
Yeah. What I miss is the 1.0 server. No check-ins. People could just join and start talking. Oh, those were the days. But now we have this check-in process. It's not as fun.
Hey, tell somebody who gives a shit.
No, I won't, because I'll probably just get banned.
Ban them. For life. You like Aristophanes. Aristophanes. You like him, lad.
I mean, he's a pretty smart dude for what he did.
Yeah,
and he was pretty accurate too.
Man, that's a story. He didn't do anything. How you can say what he's so genius
now?
what he did? He could not go 500 miles. What are you saying?
I mean, he didn't. He didn't alone
But
do
he
it. He
didn't.
had
That's the
people
point.
who
That's
hired.
the story, man. That's the story.
He had
What
people
are you
who hired.
saying?
No,
He
that's the
hired people
story.
to help him with his experiment.
Oh, we have proof of that also. That he
So-
hired them.
Like,
We
I mean,
have,
that's why it's
we
so
have
well known. There's,
you have document of hiring people. Are you saying?
I mean, so for people that far ago, there's usually not like pure
Man,
documentations. It's
man,
usually
this is-
word of mouth. We hear from other people
Man.
that they existed because it's so old.
And you believe in that story?
Old story.
I mean, it's an experiment that
didn't even
modern
exist
people
until
do.
100 years after he died, did he? He wasn't written about until 100 years
Regardless,
after he died.
regardless if he was real or not, the experiment is still 100% valid.
But it works on both.
Yeah, it works on both, bro.
Okay.
So it's
Right.
but
But-
it doesn't, because when you look
no, it
deeper
does.
into it, it doesn't
It
make
does.
sense.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but
That's
you-
why.
you
Yes, it does. Do the math.
Done.
It works the same.
You assume it's to the sun from Earth based on assuming the distance to a different planet, based on assuming the size of Earth compared to a different planet,
I told him that.
based on the Earth being a ball.
Assumption.
Yeah. So all assumptions on assumptions.
I don't know. I'm just gonna post a very simple video that kind of
Listen,
gets what
listen.
I'm trying to say.
Octane, don't feel bad.
I
right?
would just watch
Listen,
it.
listen,
Just watch the video.
Listen. Well, okay, I might, but
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Brian,
you. Let's consider it.
okay, you know what? For you, I will. But Mr. Brian Cox, when they ask him, "What is your one proof? Your one proof of flat Earth?" Do you know what he said? Ships go over the horizon. On live TV, on BBC, ships go over the horizon. That's his one proof for global Earth. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? You
I
understand?
mean, that's a
how
pretty strong gun. I mean, that's why like Aristotle came to the conclusion. That was
Wait a minute.
one of his evidence.
Octane, do you understand perspective and things going away? And do you know?
Well, when things go away, they
proof
shrink into a
from
dot.
anything,
They don't get. They
That's
don't.
not science. That's not science, though. That's not science. That's got fuck all to do with science.
Octan, who is claiming that sun is 3,000 miles?
So when you do the math, that's what it comes
No,
out to.
who is claiming that? Who is claiming that?
I'll
People
do
who
it.
the math.
I'll do it. I'll claim it. Fuck it.
Both you.
Oh, but
And
I mean,
nobody-
I have
and
talked
nobody
to
else.
no. I have talked to a few people on the server that say that yeah, we done measurements and it kind of comes out to
Okay.
3,000 miles. I mean, I believe there's a popular flat Earth book in the past, and the guy did the math, and it came out to 3,113 miles. That's
Yeah,
why the
but
video
who
titled that.
who on this server, let's say like 24/7
I don't know
will
their name.
stand
It was
up?
a while back.
No, who will stand up in the name of the 24/7 and say, I know that that sun is 3,000.
Yeah, no one.
I need to throw them out.
I mean, but if you
Nobody.
guys are saying no, but if you guys are saying that this experiment also works on the flat Earth, but
It does.
That's
Well,
no, but it doesn't. There's
It does.
different heights.
Octan, in
Well,
the same way, like
do the math.
in the same,
Gonna
in the
cost
same way,
like-
like you. Sorry.
That depends on, are we using imperial units or metric units?
Good idea.
Imperial.
Yeah. I'll get another
Small
2
factory.
pairs of those ECHT ones. Yeah, they had a sale on too. So.
It's the same thing, bro. It works out the same. Exactly the fucking same.
First of all, one flat earther cannot calculate also distance to the sun because the one real flat earther doesn't know the borders of this.
And but you
or
guys
whatever.
do claim the sun is local, no? That
So-
it's within the dome.
So your first
and
proof
it's
was
above us.
I'm
Okay.
not claiming anything about dome and anything about local. what even physical, even I don't know. That doesn't matter. It's not 24/7. No, it's not 24/7 sun distance. And if we see the shadows and everything, how will that make the curvature in reality? How will that fall?
Again, it's just an indirect measurement.
It's indirect measurement. That means I see the shadow. That means that what I see, the ocean's flat. That means that curve because I see the shadows.
Well, because we could test this in math in real life, not with the sun.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I like math. All my life I like math. Because of math, globe doesn't work. Only because of math, nothing else.
Octane's belief is in Aristophanes, and we just destroyed it. And the second one was, what was your second one? What was your second one, Octane? Ship's or something.
Because I like the Horizon one. I think it's pretty easy to see that it's in the structure.
Yeah, so we destroyed both of them, and now what? What's happening now, bro?
Well, I wouldn't say they're destroyed. I think we just disagree.
Have you got a third?
You think that it's the point of disagree and agree?
Oh,
yeah. The two things.
That means you believe the people who are saying, let's say.
I mean, yeah, I do have trust in the institutions.
Of course.
So, yeah.
Oh,
of
which
course. I mean,
institutions?
eventually you have to trust people, right?
Which institution you have trust?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about like the Earth and stuff, usually space agencies.
Well, why would you trust them? Did you see anything about them?
In the field of
life?
Because they work in the field.
How much of material of NASA you saw in your life?
How much material have I seen, like personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I've probably seen some, I think, like at a museum, for example, but I don't know. I can't quantify. I don't.
How much of non-fake videos you saw?
Oh, like videos, not like the physical thing. I would say quite a bit. I mean, but they're not fake.
Did you? Not fake. Did you see any strange things in live stream NASA? How to say?
I mean, I see like artifacts and stuff like that, but like nothing that was like.
Did you see?
Can't happen.
Nothing strange in NASA's like a streaming TV streaming.
No. I mean, I've seen your guys' videos, so I mean, I already kind of know what you're like alluding to.
Okay. That means that you didn't see, or you saw, or.
Well, I did see. We just disagree on.
Oh, okay. Did you see string in the space?
No, I can't see any strings.
I see, and everybody can see attached strings on the back of the astronaut.
I mean, when you say everybody, it's not really everybody. Actually, there's more people on my side that believe there isn't a string.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Can I show you a GIF when it's you can see that?
Yeah.
And you can, and then you can tell me you don't see that, and I will say okay, good. And I will ask other people if they see that or if they don't see that. Is that okay?
Yeah, because but to be fair, this is a flat Earth server, so there's a strong bias to seeing the wire. Just putting that out there.
Did you? Is it? Am I posting the fake photoshopped GIF?
What?
Could be also. That means that I will now post the fake photoshopped GIF because you will not see even if you see.
Okay.
What is the point of posting if you have something to say before that? What is the point of posting? If you know the truth before posting, what is the point of posting?
I mean, because I might be shown something different. That's why. I never know if I have like seen everything.
Did you see bubbles in the space? I will now count only count what I saw. I saw big head in the space in front of big head of the astronaut. Big head in the space.
One.
That's one. That's old one. The bubbles in the space. I saw.
I mean, but how do you know they're bubbles and not just debris, right?
Okay, great. I saw two astronauts, Russian, Boris and Marta. staying outside of ISS, doing nothing with the Gandalf or sword or something like that.
The Grey Wizard.
Huh?
Good. Gandalf, the Grey Wizard.
No, because he's taking something in a hand. Nobody can realize what the fuck is that. But they're outside half an hour doing nothing and speaking and doing nothing. Yeah. Puppet.
Joe Biden.
Puppet. In one moment, puppet is coming from nothing, like a big bag, and then it's
Joe Biden. I mean, but that's a theory, to be fair. I mean, no one truly knows the cause, but that seems to be the best theory out there.
Joe Biden is definitely a puppet.
No, I'm saying puppet. It's coming. Then people fading.
Wait, what's the best theory?
Then people fading.
Like Big Bang, or that's the majority theory. I don't know.
Did you see how people?
Because I don't really research it. But...
Oxtan, did you see how people fading in the space?
Yeah, I seen that video.
Oh, great! How we can fade in the real time?
So, what was the source of that? I never actually learned the source of that video because I know NASA does like things for like kids and stuff.
Okay, this is 4 or 5. What I said, puppet. Let's continue. What is doing George Washington Bush in visiting the NASA in wheelchair? Did you see that one?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Who, where?
Bush, I think, older one, president in wheelchair visiting NASA.
Okay, what about it?
There is a blue screen behind him showing how they can show the bubbles, coloring bubbles. The astronaut behind the blue screen, the NASA.
Oh yeah, I believe they have. I believe they have blue and green screens on the ISS, but that's to show like demonstrations and stuff. I mean, especially like with like kids and stuff, because they do like magic tricks and stuff for like kids on the ISS and stuff.
Oh, there is space for doing magic tricks for kids. That's in the program. Oh, cool, great, cool.
I
and
mean,
also, it's in
space cool. That's right. You guys found space cool.
Is it in program that French astronaut has the tennis ball in the final of the Roland Garros? That's also in the program.
They have. I mean, I would have to see the game. I don't know what you're talking. Tennis balls.
Man, I was watching Djokovic playing the 2 years ago final the Roland Garros. They was live after the match. 2 minutes. There was live entering from the ISS. The French guy has the tennis ball in the fucking ISS during the French final.
Tennis ball in the ass? My God, how that?
Because French guy was thinking like that. It will be final. It's good to take tennis ball, and I'm tennis player. Also, I played like for 20 years. I need to show that, and they will because it will be live. It will be live after Roland Garros on fucking tennis sport channel. They put live ISS to show the French guy. And you tell me I need to see that? I saw on national television, not on YouTube. Fuck.
Little tiny fucking tennis ball on a big ball.
Yeah, then string is attached, passing there.
Hang on. Sasa, where are you from, bro?
I'm from. Fuck it, that flag, destroy it.
Romania. No, where you from, bro? No, honestly.
I'm from Yugoslavia.
Where was that?
That was attaching with Romania.
Ah. Okay.
I am from Croatia now.
I see.
Now I'm from UK.
Now, you're in UK now?
Yeah, I was in Italy 12 years.
Well done, bro. Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Yeah, here it's freedom.
So well, gamers, I think I'm gonna go. It's 5:40. You guys later.
All right, bro. Hey, who's going? What do you say? For fuck's sake, he just left. Not even a word of goodbye. All right, now I'm assaulted. For fuck's sake, bro. Bastard. All right, fuck off, you cunty.
I would believe NASA everything if they have so many mistakes.
Too many, yeah.
That will be problem, if you don't have all these videos about NASA and you have, for example, like in the time it was 6 hours of video on YouTube, what they are mistaking, what where they was catched, If they don't have that, maybe we will be a little bit confused because you don't have any point to point it out. Everything is, looking everything perfect, but it is not like that.
We had a conversation with them before about the moon, and they still APMAC. They just got no idea. No, I believe.
But okay, that was in the time when we were young, or somebody even was not born. But we are now here present, and we can see with our eyes what's happening on ISS and that bullshit,
Yeah,
They have program.
We spoke about that as well.
It was like talking to myself 20 years ago, but when I had no fucking filter, no idea.
For me,
they were saying, the wires, they're all
no.
they're just shadows.
Yeah, it's just it's a glitch. It's a glitch. It's a glitch, mate. Somebody reaching for a hat and putting it on a shelf isn't even fucking there. It's a glitch, man. It's a fucking glitch. It's shadow. It's shadow hat. Yeah, listen. There's, there are some people that you're never going to reach, and I think that unfortunately these guys might have been two of them. I don't know so much about who the fuck was the last guy. Okay, Frost. I don't think you're ever going to reach. Guy I was talking to, if I can remember his fucking name, because I got a mind like a goldfish. I think he's a flat earther.
Listen, can I read this? This is important. Our
Yes.
whole universe was in hot, dense state. Then nearly 14
million years ago. Billion.
Expansion started. Wait, the Earth began to cool.
Do you really have to fucking you bastard? You.
The outros began to drool. Neanderthals developed tools. We built a wall. We built pyramids. Math, science, history. Yeah, great. That all started with the Big Bang. And look at the devil. The Big Bang gave only air the water, nobody else.
What a bastard! I thought he was going to say, "Listen, I've got something profound to say. 15 million years ago, the Earth expanded that way." I said, "Yes." I said, "Go for it, bro. Go for it." He's fucking. He's doing the Big Bang Theory theme song.
Yeah, because Big Bang when exploded. When Big Bang exploded, everything was hot, and Big Bang decided, listen, Big Bang decided, listen, we will put all these oceans only on the Earth because this is the best things to be on the Earth. Oh, that was nature. It's only on the Earth oceans. Everywhere else, it will not be water because that's Big Bang.
Yep, and we all know how fucking Big Bangs are prone to make things fucking grow together. Yeah, because
I will put
big explosions.
I will put these oceans in vacuum.
Big explosions make things come together, don't they? In little balls, little tiny balls, all across the universe. Explosion is a destructive process. It doesn't fucking make things. It destroys everything.
When 500,000 bombs fell on my town in 90s, my town was even more beautiful. There was a swimming pool, new one, because there felt like 300 bombs. Hotel felt 20 bombs. Hotel was even bigger and more beautiful.
It's just a fucking it's crazy, bro.
Because you need to understand that from chaos always is coming order.
Explosions come everything. Order.
Yeah. After it's order, if you drop the atomic bomb, you will have the beautiful air.
Trees gonna sprout up. The flowers gonna start growing. Yeah, human beings just.
Not in the first place. In first place, the house it will be destroyed, but after that, it will
cows.
grow even. Yeah.
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 They're
And then from that, some amoeba will come, and I don't know.
But I used to think about it. I used to think I knew everything because you know what? I was one of them nihilists, kind of fuck me. What was I? I was a bad nihilist. I thought that explosions and big bangs and theories were science.
Don't forget, in the Big Bang was language also and information. In pocket. When it exploded, it said, "Now spread it and learn people." And when people come, learn them to speak.
I thought I knew everything, but I had no clue, not a clue, who brought up the Big Bang, where the Big Bang came from, what the fuck it was doing here, and where the fuck it was going.
Nothing. If you have nothing, then you can have Big Bang.
So, as a what do you call it? There's a name for it. It's kind of a I can't mind it now, but a fucking dickhead. Dickhead would be the good word for it, because I was a pure dickhead. It's just dickhead. I had no idea where the Big Bang came from. I had no idea where it was going. I had no idea where dinosaurs came from, but I believed the whole fucking shit. And I thought I knew the answer to everything. Little did I know, I was the fucking dickhead. Dickhead, bruh. Dickhead. 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 Capital letters. And then the flat earth came along. I thought, Jesus, these guys here. I'm going to go in. I'm going to destroy them. I'm going to make the funniest shit I ever fucking made up, because these boys are fucking ridiculous. And girls. And I came out and I went, holy fuck. Holy fuck. I know fuck all. I know nothing. Earth is probably flat. Just in one fucking thread, bro. On one server. Hallelujah. Thank God. Praise the Lord. Man. These people these days, they're so caught up in their own fucking importance. They think, I'm going to take selfies. I'm so fucking amazing. I'm going to, hey, where do you see what I had for breakfast? Nobody cares, bro. But they do. They think it's amazing. They think it means something. It's bullshit. It is. Where is the world going? It's fucking stupid. And I know I sound like an Italian, but it's fucking stupid. It's the worst thing I've ever seen, man. I mean, I don't want to be here in 20 years. This is going to be fucking the worst place you ever want to be. Full of narcissists, people taking selfies. The measure of your phone is how good a selfie can take. Can it do it in itself? Can you put it on the stand? It's just like, what? No, fuck up, bro. This world's going completely insane. It's a little bit like myself. Good night. I didn't even know what fucking gender I was when I woke up today. Can somebody tell me? What the fuck am I? My man, woman, he, she, they, he, her. I have no idea. I could be a fucking table. Am I a table? That's funny, bro. Am I a fucking table? You just sit back and enjoy the ride. Just you sit back and enjoy the ride, bro. I'll fucking sort it out. Don't you worry about it. Petrol? Meh. Okay, wait, but petrol? That's a bit expensive. You pay for that. Okay.
Imagination Station. We've got Jeff in this morning, and we're talking about January. So it's revolving around air.
Exactly. So, you know, I brought in some air with me, which is not that particularly exciting, but I do have some air with me today. But I also brought in some other gases. So this balloon I filled with a different gas. Can you feel kind of like the weight of it?
It feels heavy.
It feels heavy, but when I take this off, you'll notice that it's about, wants to kind of float away.
Oh,
right?
Let me see. Yes, I do.
Excellent, excellent. So you've probably seen, your uncle at a birthday party or something take a helium balloon, which is what's in here. You know, and he goes and he grabs one and he undoes it. And
And then he ends up talking like this the entire time, right? Which is always fun. If you want to give it a shot, Chris.
Right? Sure.
All right. So, and the reason why this is happening is that helium is actually.
Jeff, what's going? Oh my gosh, it really works.
It does work really well.
I didn't really believe you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, take a deep breath in, deep breath out. We want to clear that helium out. Now, you don't actually want to do this at home.
We think we're somewhat back to normal.
Yes, good. But you don't actually want to do this at home because it will. Your body's not designed to breathe helium.
Okay.
It's designed to breathe oxygen.
Right.
And helium's not going to hurt you, but lack of oxygen will. And
right.
So we have a trained scientist here with you today, so we're doing this, but you do not want to do anything like this
Gotcha.
at home. Okay?
Message heard, don't do it at home.
Now, the reason why it makes your voice squeaky is because it's 6 times lighter than air.
Okay.
Which means sound propagates through it 2.5 times faster. So it doesn't change your vocal cords, it changes the rate at which sound propagates through it.
Very interesting. That's the science behind it.
That's the science, but I decided to bring in a little bit of a special gas. I have some sulfur hexafluoride. Can you see it? Isn't it beautiful?
I'd be lying if I told you I could see a difference. I'm not seeing anything.
So it's translucent just like normal air is. So we're going to have to get a little more clever if we want to see it. So I'm going to remove.
Now, how are you pulling the lid off here? Explain this.
I'm just pulling this lid off because I've actually put the sulfur hexafluoride in here, and it's 6 times heavier than normal air. And so to see it, this is just a normal air balloon, right?
Okay.
I'll take this one from you. Okay. All right, we'll just get rid of that. Go ahead and take that and just place it on top of my tank here.
All right.
Just like you're putting a bobber and some water and just.
Shall I let go?
Yeah, just go ahead and let go. Okay.
Very cool.
Isn't that just amazing there? Isn't that just so cool?
Yep. And if you could see too, the balloon isn't attached to anything or surrounded by anything.
You can go ahead and tap it. It's almost like it's a cork in water. And that's because, don't do it too much. You're going to get rid of all my sulfur hexafluoride. That stuff's expensive, Chris, okay? Now, it's 6 times heavier than normal air. Helium was 6 times lighter. So what do you think would happen if we inhaled some of this?
Our voice would get very deep.
You think so? Well, you're about to find out. So I don't want to do this. So here you go.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, you ready?
I'm a guinea pig in many forms. Ready? Same way as the helium?
That's good.
Luke, I am your father.
Keep talking.
I can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
Okay, we're going to take one deep breath in and deep breath out. Let's do a second one just to make sure. And your voice will be back to normal 3 to 6 weeks. Don't worry. Go ahead and talk.
You're not going to be invited back next week. I'll tell you what.
It's pretty cool, right? And what's really cool is since it's so much more dense than the air, you can kind of pour it. So if I
I can actually talk by pouring it directly into my lungs, and it's a great way to learn about density and air, and
Wow. Just don't try to pick up any ladies that way,
No,
okay?
you know, yeah, I
Might
don't
not
think
work out
it's
that
going to
way.
work too well.
All right, super cool. So we're just talking, it goes around with the January, so we're talking about the density of the different gases and, of course, how it affects the propagation of sound waves that come out of our simple airwaves in our voice.
Yeah, very
All right,
cool,
you guys are
very
just
cool.
down the road, Imagination Station, and January goes through
All of January, of course.
I just had to ask the obvious question just to make sure. All righty.
Thanks for doing this with me, Chris.
May I?
Very cool.
One more time?
Oh, please do.
We will have much more W2L11 your day when we return.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah,
it's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, like how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something, you know?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind. And interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton or the Higgs boson or antimatter or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the whole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces, and they just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what. Yeah. Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that, have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration, just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I would just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's you know the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just, there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's,
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false. Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, I mean, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort, and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then hopefully your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of
sure.
Your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to seriously debate, but if I was some staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion, simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively reject flat Earth as a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said, all of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter. Yeah. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6-foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call. He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use, like the profile on Google. The elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things. If that omelet is raw, I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under
You're just
who knows.
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
You tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video. It's nicely done. But there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day. And there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what it is. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like, yes, it's
come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und auf den Fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like very like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in German.
Yeah, und auf den Fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catchwave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question: chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder basically without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of that like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a 10 into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are.
Sorry, I sneezed.
God.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Sorry about
but
that.
you know, I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. I'm just that's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, you know, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, you know, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so you know it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person who tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like
concerts,
Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. When I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine, and yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, you know, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. That I mean, you at least went to a place. Yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, you know, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I, you know, I met this friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually like drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of like areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over the whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a like so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is I guess
algebra.
Mostly, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it extremely unpleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1, but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
It's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got the module handbook. I've got my what you call it
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
For most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with my uni again to
you
get
gotta
them to
appeal
do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's
kind of
not
ridiculous.
not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would
tedious.
describe, yeah, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right? Right. And it's, like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just, it really is just, I don't know. It just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks. God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy. Just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information. Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
For
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you, because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us, as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really. No.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation. How so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution, and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay, like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
And that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not... Okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
I mean, it's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe.
Because
again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there's countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between Christian state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but this is he's saying I think that didn't particularly happen, and that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me?
Like
yeah, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Good old sky gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just
Oh,
you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard used months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not a big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while. And if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, and when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with the circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measure, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
Let me give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically step-like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
yeah, the point is that, like, just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like, all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like, what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth, and I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. You can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
distance? Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that. But I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature? Right, because in that sense, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like, piece of paper behind my head, it's obstruct my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, well, that's being blocked. Cool. Okay. That's the Earth curve.
I'm going to ask it a different way. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what.
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon, at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
I don't know what it means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just,
right? Because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
Hold on.
Which I'm not
Hold
gonna
on.
go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal height.
That's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing.
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's a missing. It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position.
Yeah, but
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction,
Listen, the horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say one, which implies
I know.
that he
That's why
thinks
I'm
there
saying,
might be more than one, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than one.
it might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted. When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to get. We're just trying to. I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy, and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously like see nothing wrong with it. Like, is this?
Well,
like
you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was non. Do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the Livestream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Hey, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1-foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1-foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call a buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just like
well, look, I mean, you're just being you're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, "Well, it's not." What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is, you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So,
like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being,
because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
Okay.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not saying
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
it's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
But they are where they are from your perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, clearly
obscured by what?
Portion. But water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water. What you show
they go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
on, man. Don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, you're winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
So that claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve, bud. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig.
It seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig. But then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky. But then past that, we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image, we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is? And how it in no way reflects the actual image. You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land rat logic.
The radius
clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because it's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Oh, man. The timing. Yeehaw.
That young man seems somewhat confused to understate it.
Somewhat. What Quetzal said at the end was just so perfectly timed. You having a mental breakdown? You said it so sincerely. Well, looks like they're having fun in the other rooms. I don't know why can't convince them to come down here. Like how many
bunch of people in BC checking right now.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. More people up there than down here.
They must be talking to somebody they're not ready to bring to the live stream. Same.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Anyway, happy July 6, 2022 to everybody that cares. It's another beautiful day on God's green earth.
Amen to that.
Question.
Okay.
Answer.
The other room, VC check-in. Why
Yeah.
are there so many people in there right now?
They get started in a conversation. They get excited. Other people go to check things out, and that's that.
So that's really all new people that just joined.
No.
Or almost. Oh, okay.
No, there's a bunch of mods and golds up there. There's like one person without a role, one person that got a listening pass. There's 2 people up there that are
Yeah.
new. So whoever they are, they're probably spiraling and not able to control themselves for the live stream, I guess.
Understood.
Yeah, that's an indication that somebody's up there not being sincere, so they don't want to bring them to the live stream. But I'm just guessing.
Oh, okay. I've just never seen that many people in that room before, so I wanted to know what's going on.
Yeah,
That's
well,
all.
I mean, there's a party in the cognitive dissonance room too.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, you can't see it unless you have a role to see it. But I posted the CogDis VC in the live stream voice text. There's a bunch of people hanging out in there too.
I'll get my role in a little bit if I just hang out here a little bit more, is what they said.
Yeah, as far as the CogDis goes, that's some people take an interest in communicating with the people that are spiraling mentally out of control. So that's what happens with that. So the more you talk to people in like the lobby, for instance, holding their hand and helping them not spiral out of control, the more you will be a good candidate for talking to people that are in the CogDis room.
I see. Does anybody I don't know, does anybody do like watch parties on like videos in here? Not really.
Yeah, people do that. Not in this room, down in the movie theater.
Oh, okay.
That's what that's there for. Feel free to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you see the rooms labeled cinema, that's where people go and watch videos together and stuff.
Videos, movies, whatever. Yep.
I'm on mobile, so wait, I could stream it on mobile, but I just got a gaming computer set up and I'm still getting it all worked out, but I'll start doing that stuff on there because it'll just work better.
Sure, you can do it there. You can also, if you're talking about streaming games, Chill Chat works for that. Felt like there was a gaming room somewhere way down below.
I don't play games, and I thought this was a flat Earth server, not a gaming server, but that's fine if people want to play games on
Didn't
here,
you just use the words, I just got a gaming PC, or did I misunderstand you?
Oh, I do have a gaming PC, but I'm not a gamer. It was just given to me because somebody got a nicer one, and they're like, "Well, you're going to college, you need a computer, and nobody needs this, so if you can make use of it, have at it." But like the specs on it are like more than what like a normal person would want, like in a computer.
So you're in college, right, Brady?
No, I'm not. I'm done.
Okay. Well, you sound younger. I was just curious. Have you talked to anybody about this subject in real life, and how did it go?
Yeah, no, usually people just look at me like I'm nuts, or they don't believe that I'm being genuine.
Okay. How many times have you tried to talk to somebody in real life? A few times.
Probably only like 5 or 6. I usually keep my cards pretty close to my chest. I think that's it.
That.
Yeah.
You don't want to cast your pearls before swine. And you want it to be the perfect, not perfect, but the optimal opportunity that somebody's actually showing interest in what you're talking about, because they're not going to listen if they don't,
Yeah. The last thing you want to do is just start off like, do you think the earth is flat?
Yeah,
like,
you don't
no,
want to
you don't. That's the last. Yeah, you gotta ease them into it. You gotta be smart about it.
Cool. Sounds like you're on the right track. How long have you been looking at this subject?
What do you think about the Socratic method of questioning?
It's the ultimate. It's the most logical method to use. I mean, just asking questions, and you can never go wrong asking questions. Maybe Gospel has an opinion on it.
Yeah, I think it's an effective strategy to circumvent people's programming. Yeah, Sebster. Oh, he's not even in the VC. Reply, get in the VC. But yes.
Oh, sorry, what?
Turtle. I feel like we've talked to you before, Turtle.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody blew up one of the Georgia Guidestones.
When? Just now?
What?
I guess within the last couple of hours or something. Yep.
Really? I wonder if this is one with the 500,000 number on it. That'd be weird. Well, they all have the same number. They're different languages, right? I remember. They all have the same encryptions in different languages, I believe. That's wild. If you post something about that.
Yeah, I love this whole live stream like setup. So like if somebody said something like really profound or something, it's like, oh, I'll just write down on my notes like this date, this time, and then so I can go back and remember like what people said and like do like research on stuff if I didn't remember like the first time. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Red Bridge. It's good to organize your research. Go ahead, Gospel.
I don't know. I just got a weird call. That's all. No big deal.
So how long have you been investigating that it might not be allowed, Red Bridge?
Several years.
Couple years.
I was totally against it for a while. I've got a radio license, and the mathematics that it takes to get in contact with the International Space Station, I was like, that's it. That proves it. There's no way they're flat. They're all stupid. And then I looked into it a little bit more, and I realized that the same exact mathematics would work either way on either model. And from that point, I've been skeptical about it. I'm not 100% flat earther. I won't say definitively. But from what I've seen, it looks more like that's what's going on as opposed to a heliocentric model.
That's fair enough to say. I mean, whatever you try to choose to label yourself, I just look at it, we're like independent investigators asking questions. We all got taught we're on this spinning globe, but we're questioning where's the spin, where's the curve, and we're not getting good answers, you know? So.
Yeah, I just bought a. Oh, sorry, what?
I was going to say, whatever the Earth is, the main point for me anyway, we all got taught it is this one certain thing. And as far as I can tell, it's not a ball, it's not spinning. So that's where I'm at, and nobody's answering those questions, right? Go ahead with whatever you're going to say.
Oh, just bought a high-powered hunting rifle yesterday, and it got me thinking about like how they there's this just stupid old wives' tale how they use like the Coriolis effect for like sniper rifles, like shooting like over a mile. They have to like calculate the curvature of the earth. It's like, no, they train you to shoot at the target. You're not doing some crazy math to like
distance and arc calculations.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the claims would tell you that the Earth spins under things like pendulums and sniper bullets, but not bees and airplanes and helicopters and blah blah blah. You know?
I don't think it'd be any good for flat Earth tests. Bullets, yeah, it's gonna make it too complicated because it curves. Lasers, that's the way to go. I mean, there's lots of things you can do.
Lasers seem to be the most accurate thing, but these anti-flashers will claim lasers are curving around stuff too, but who knows? You know? Lasers seem to be the most accurate to me too.
Yeah. I'm worried they're gonna become illegal to get really high-powered ones. I can't afford them right now. I'm just like, better get it while I can. Like the BLM and the Antifa kept shining them in like people's or like cops' eyes and stuff, and so I have a feeling there's going to be legislation that's going to make it to where I can't get good enough lasers without some stupid permit, if at all, and it's going to ruin that. Oh well, I don't have enough money for that right now, so it's a moot point.
I smell onions being fried.
So, Gospel, it looks like somebody around 5 a.m. somebody blew up one of those, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. I was, for the sake of the good old community guidelines, I just wanted to throw it out there that everybody ought to pay attention, make themselves aware of the law. Things like trespassing, limits on the grams of explosives. Like you might be allowed to have a firecracker in some states, but you might not be allowed to have a stick of dynamite, let alone blow it up. Destruction of property laws, all those sorts of things. Be aware, make yourself aware of these things. The laws are there, so that's what I'll say. But yes, it looks like he missed a few. Was my primary comment.
Oh, I missed a few on what? Like
no, not you. The dude that blew up one of the stones. I was just joking that he missed a few. Like go big or go home. Like you get, he's probably only going to get one chance. Now is he going to inspire other people to copycat to break the law? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't break the law, guys. I mean, that's why there's laws, right? They're not there to break on purpose, right? I'm not missing anything there, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it does look like he missed a
Yeah.
few.
Should have
Oh,
used tannerite. That would have. Maybe like pre-drill
maybe
a
that's what he
hole
used.
because
Maybe that's what he used.
I was
Yeah,
super
a hammer
upset.
drill.
And then once you got a drill board, then you put an explosive in there or whatever. Yeah.
There is probably a calculation for the right location that would maximize the distribution of energy.
Are they going to get replaced? Probably, right?
Who knows? They're allegedly a mysterious, not unidentified, but they're shrouded in mystery. Yeah. I don't know. I think that the Georgia Guidestone thing is just a nuisance, a public nuisance that is a distraction. Like, I've done calculations on the Georgia Guidestone's cryptography, and I've spent 400 hours analyzing them. As like, okay,
yeah.
I agree with Gospel, but the only value I find them is allegedly there's I haven't been there myself, but they drilled a hole where flares is constantly there if you look through the stone. So it's just another example of the, Earth's not moving. But yeah, it's probably just a big distraction. Supposedly it was the land and the stones and everything was purchased by some guy named R.C. Christian, which is an anonymous name for somebody. And they had them constructed in like 1980. They got a lot of weird stuff wrote on them. Probably just a distraction.
I would, yeah. Well, people do that just for fun, for no reason, just cause. Remember that thing from that big tower they found in the Arizona desert and like the canyons from that, like, what was it? Planet of the Apes. Yeah. People just like to put stuff up and the whole mystery, and yeah, it's all distraction.
So, Turtle and Nick, if we already talked to you, I missed it if we did. Are you there, Turtle Nick? Guess you don't want to talk or can't. Not by his microphone, whatever. What else you got, Red Bread? Anything you want to bring up?
I guess not. I wanted to watch this flat Earth video, but I don't know if I can stream any good on my tablet. I'm gonna just save that one for next time when I get it on my computer. I'll set up. But I'm gonna probably head out soon. I'm on a mission from God, so gotta go.
All right. Godspeed.
Alrighty. Take care, guys.
Good luck on your journey, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll get that done this afternoon, and I'll come back and we can watch it together if you guys want. We'll see. God willing.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Leave just the regulars in here besides Turtleneck, because they don't want to talk right now, I guess. Maybe he doesn't hear me. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, live. Best place on Earth to talk about Earth. If you know of any time someone measured directly the curvature of the Earth, the motion or spin of the Earth, please come and share it with us. Some of us have been looking for those two things for quite a while. That's funny. Liveless with a Blues Brothers reference. We're getting the band back together. We're on a mission from God. I'm gonna pop up there and see what's going on in Chicky and see if anybody's maybe getting close to coming down here and talking. Be back.
Wake up, live stream. We're coming in with some
Yo, what's going on? Hope all is well, fam.
They're coming in.
Let's go, baby. Come on in, folks. Water's warm. Ask away. We are here, ready and willing
And
to
I
help.
see we got a cog dis room, which is hopping too. Maybe we'll get them in here. Let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have Eli. Let me take him off mute. We have Eli Coiney. And there's also Tickley. Let me give you guys some roles.
Yeah.
But Welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. If you want to go back and listen to this conversation, you're more than welcome to. Do you know where to find the link to view that?
Oh, really?
If you scroll up in the server a little bit, there's the first little bracket is called important and special info. The first tab is the welcome tab with all the rules. Make sure you read through those. And the second to bottom hashtag is the social media links tab. In there it has a couple YouTube channels. I think there's an iTunes and some Twitch and all that stuff. So if you'd like to go back and listen to this conversation, you can clip it out or use it however you'd like. But the links to find those are there. This conversation we're having here will be on air. So just keep that in mind. You don't want to dox yourself or anything like that while you're here. But yeah, we're looking for a good conversation. So welcome, guys. Where do you guys want to pick up? So you learned what an antecedent relationship is, then, right? So
why don't you pick up from me having a steak? And I said, where did that steak come from? And he actually said it came from a cow.
Correct.
And then we can pick up right from there.
Yeah.
So can you redefine the antecedent relationship regarding the steak or the banana and how that will link to pressure?
Sure. I'll do it again. No problem.
No.
So the cow would be similar to the container. The peel of the banana would be similar to the cow in the container. So we asked him, so where does this, how did you get steak? Oh, it came from a cow. That's the antecedent relationship. You don't get steak without a cow. Okay, so same thing with banana. You don't get to eat a banana unless it came from a peel. So they go together. So same thing with gas pressure. So you don't get gas pressure without a container, some sort of containment, right? So
Where's
they go
the
together.
gas coming from?
Containment.
But where's the gas coming from?
You mean
Comes from Earth.
Yeah.
Comes from the seas and from the ground. That's where gases rise from. They all start at ground level.
So at some point, wouldn't the build-up be too strong? It's going to pop? I don't know.
We live in a dynamic system.
What do you mean?
It's always cycling.
It's not like it's filling up with water.
So the gas gets used up and becomes something else, and then more is produced. And gas is used up, and then different byproducts are used by different things, and plants grow then, or raindrops happen, or stuff like that. And then evaporation happens, and gas happens again. It just cycles and cycles, falls into the ground, gets absorbed into the ground, and then comes back out as gas again. That's how it works.
What about gases from a car?
Deal. Trees love those.
Again, we don't. It's not as silly. You don't have to. I know we're talking about something that seems like a tough pill to swallow, that we're inside of a closed system, but it's not as silly as we're inside of a balloon. We just keep pumping it up. We live in it's a dynamic system. We have weather, climate, the water cycle, and all different types of things. I mean, it's a complex system.
Wait,
it doesn't have to work like a balloon. You just keep pumping it up; it's going to explode. I mean, it's a kindergarten understanding of what we're talking about here.
No, it comes out enough to keep a constant 14.7 psi pressure against the walls of its container, though.
I'm curious about the water cycle point. If that water cycle was to occur and precipitation and stuff, if we
it does occur. So it's saying if water cycles occur is weirdly
I'm saying it does exist, but for rain to fall, in the case of a container, when precipitation occurs, it doesn't fall in the way that rain does. It would just stick, and then it would go down the sides.
What are you talking about, dude? We're talking about gas pressure here.
Is he talking about condensation?
I'm saying you're bringing up this point
condensation.
Of can I talk? You're bringing up the point of it has to be a container for there to be gas pressure, but for the water cycle to occur, it's not precipitation goes up and sticks to the top of a container and then drops back down.
But why would it have to do
would
that?
happen in the case of a container with
no, dude. Come on,
water
dude.
vapor.
Listen, you don't have to make up your own Earth to debunk, man.
I'm not
If it was a
That
container,
is
then it
that.
has to work the way I say it should. No, it doesn't.
I'm saying that if you have a container and you put water vapor in it, it's not going to stick to the top and then fall
Again,
like it
we're
does
not
with rain.
inside of a balloon. It's not as, again, this is a kindergarten understanding of containment. We're not inside of a Tupperware, like a freaking Ziploc box, dude. I mean,
Well,
the Earth
okay,
is
yeah, that's what I'm
complex.
a bit confused
We
about
live in
because, like,
we live in a complicated system. Okay, there's a lot of things going on, clouds and stuff. Come on, man. Doesn't have to work the way you say it should.
Yeah, there's a fallacy going on here in regards to scale. Not all things are exactly the same as you scale them.
Gospel Bear, I was going to show the picture of that guy with the bottle with the, that's sealed up for.
Sure, but
And
again,
you know
we're
that
talking about scale,
produces
though.
it produces its own rain basically. That's why the
Yeah.
plants keep growing. So
So he's right about condensation in a small vessel. The problem is pretending that that exact same thing would happen on a larger scale is an assumption.
And it also doesn't really get away from the point that you still have to have the containment for gas pressure. So, honestly,
the guy put that plant in that bottle and sealed it in 1960, and it's still growing. And it has its own ecosystem going on. It produces gas. It breaks down the gas. It reproduces it again. It has water cycles. He watered it once right before he sealed it in 1960, and that was it.
Yeah, it's a version of a perpetual machine.
the gas pressure
All
thing
it
is
needs
probably
is
the
sunlight.
toughest pill to swallow.
Sunlight and dark. It just needs a light cycle, and the thing grows.
Right, but it's for the youngsters that are here with us. Like, I'm sure this point is a very tough pill to swallow. Probably the toughest pill to swallow of them all. It's easy to understand that your house doesn't move. It's easy to understand the water doesn't form into hills. But when you tell someone that when you go outside, you might actually still be inside, that's hard to wrap your mind around. But it's important to understand that we're not in a medium floating around or any of that stuff. The Earth is the place. We don't exist somewhere else.
But like,
there's also
what about the proof of us being in space?
We just debunked it,
my friend. My God.
And
there is no proof.
You have to prove that you can have gas pressure without a container, Tickley. That's what you have to do first. That's how you would prove that you're in this space.
Okay.
If you can have gas pressure without a container, then you're not leaving any contained system anytime soon.
And I'm on board with going in rockets then, if you can prove that.
So you were saying, so you were saying before, this was quite a while before, that the Earth, for example, the atmospheric pressure can still be split up, even though it's in yeah. Okay. Now, the pressure that we are feeling, right here, it's not like in a can where it's going outwards. It's going downwards. The lower you go, the more pressure there is. It's going downwards.
Incorrect. That's incorrect. All the pressure starts at ground level, so you're going to have the most pressure there. So start with that.
That is what he said, though, isn't it, Eli? That's what you meant, isn't it?
Isn't
the higher you go, the pressure decreases, and the lower you go, the pressure increases.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, he said it was pushing down, creating the more pressure down below, and it's just not true. It starts there and goes up.
Yeah, but Eli, just to be clear, we did already cover this several times. We can talk about the layers again, but again, that doesn't get away from the fact that you still have containment. So bringing up, I sliced the banana up in different slices. Well, it still came from a peel, dude.
How do you explain?
Yeah, okay, but why?
Gravity?
Okay, so why is it that the higher you go, the less pressure there is?
But again,
the lower you go, the more pressure there is. Why?
You're still. It doesn't matter because you're just talking about the different layers of the banana. Well, I sliced it into different slices. Well, again, our point it doesn't matter Because to have gas pressure layers gradient, you still need gas pressure. And to have gas pressure, you still need a container. So talking about the different layers doesn't get away from the fact that you still need containment. If you want to get away from the fact that you need containment, you need to provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
And he is also talking about the pressure gradient. So, I mean, in that term alone says you need a container.
How do you explain gravity, though?
Well, tell us what you mean by gravity.
If I throw an apple, it'll come down.
Oh, define gravity.
I want you to define gravity.
Oh, so listen, you're going to bring up, this is your point here. So don't bring something up if you don't understand what it is. Because if we have to teach you and educate you what gravity is, then your point kind of doesn't really work, does it?
I still want to know how in the flat Earth.
But we need to understand what is your understanding of what gravity is, because clearly you brought it up as if it's something important. So what does it mean to you?
A force that attracts any certain amount of body towards the center of another body.
Okay, so what if I told you that that's not the correct rhetoric?
What is correct?
According to what means is it not correct?
Well, what is the correct version?
Okay.
For about 100 years now, it's not been that.
What is it then?
Well, okay, listen, we'll answer that. We'll get to that if you let me answer. You're talking about Newtonian's mass attracting mass. That was superseded and replaced over 100 years ago, my guys. So the current rhetoric, if you let me finish, the current rhetoric is that it's not a force. So when we ask you, you bring up gravity, and we ask you, what is it? And you say a force. You've already revealed that you guys don't even really know what you're talking about. So here's George Musser, who's a writer for the Scientific American. I believe he's a PhD.
Gravity is not a force.
Okay, so gravity is not a force. So the current rhetoric is it's the bending and warping of space-time. Einstein. So if you're going to bring up a point about gravity, make sure you know at least what you're talking about.
Okay, but isn't that still space-time?
What?
New concepts.
Space.
What?
What gravity explanation do you believe?
Well, I'm more into science. I adhere to the scientific method. So if someone wants to propose a hypothesis, well, let me finish, Tickly. Let me finish. You don't know what science is. So we're going to teach you what science is first, and then we can talk about why that doesn't have anything to do with what is the Earth. Because science is about determining cause and effect relationships through experimentation. So if you want to propose a hypothesis to me, and you can run an experiment, then maybe you'll have some science for something, and we can take a look at that. But gravity doesn't have that. And so science doesn't have anything to do with measuring things, right? If I go to Foot Locker, I want some new shoes, they don't conduct a scientific experiment on my feet, they just measure it. So that's how you know the Earth is flat. You just measure it, dude. It doesn't have anything to do with conducting an experiment on the water. You just measure it.
How do you measure the Earth, though?
Well, here's the thing. They claim they already measured the globe. If I go to Google and I look up who measured, how big is the globe, the number pops up there. So you'd be asking yourself that question: who measured the globe?
But how big is the flat Earth?
Well, we're not saying how big it is. We're just measuring the surface. Remember, flat's not a shape.
Who's this asking the questions?
Tickly.
Wow. Because he keeps asking the same questions over and over.
We're more than happy to. There's people listening, so we're happy to answer. Okay. But remember, flat's not a shape. It's a description of a surface. So all we have to do is measure the surface to see if it's curving or not.
Maybe ask him what he thinks flat Earth is again, just to get the audience in on it. Because if he says the same thing that we said before, then he doesn't understand what we're talking about yet. What's flat Earth, Tickly? When you get it in your imagination, what is it?
In my imagination, it's just flat. It's not like, it's got layers. You know what I'm saying? It's got the top. It's got And at the bottom, like that.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Like
You ask
Minecraft.
someone what flat means, and they just say flat. Like, come on, dude.
Well, it has like layers or something.
So it's not a disk in space anymore?
I never said it was.
Oh.
Well, just listen. We're talking about description of a surface, right? So imagine a hood of a car, right? Imagine generally they have some curvature to them unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something. So what we're saying when we say measure the surface, imagine you want to determine whether the hood is curving or not. You shine a laser over the surface and you look for any deviation away from your straight edge. If it's deviating away from that straight edge, well, then it can't be flat. It's impossible. Something can't be flat and curved at the same time. So that's all you have to do. So we go and do that, and there's no curvature there. So it's that simple. And again, if someone did measure the globe, there's no debunking that. If I'm 6 foot and I present measurements for that, you can't debunk that. You're going to call me a conspiracy theorist?
Particularly, I have a question for you. Say you and your friend go to the beach, okay, and you both have equipment. One has a camera and one has a laser. One's 10 miles down the shoreline, okay, so you're both at sea level, and he shines a laser and you get it with the camera and you can see it. What would you think?
Pretty powerful laser.
Yeah. So, at 10 miles, it's a 66-foot drop of Earth. That should be a hump in the middle of you and the camera, the laser and the camera. But when you see it, now what do you think?
Didn't people already do this?
Yeah.
And it was like they couldn't see it.
I'm showing a picture right in the live stream of 13.7 miles of hitting a laser to a camera. So I'm asking you only about 10 miles.
I don't really know about miles, to be honest. I'm not in America.
Far away.
Such a besides the point thing.
And he's
I don't know. I just don't think I'd say it.
running out of sincerity.
I reckon we'll be holding it a little bit
He
higher.
was going to get booted from just the other room earlier, so maybe that's just going to go on.
But why?
Well,
because we're showing you stuff. Sorry.
Do you have any intellectual fuel?
What?
Yeah, if you need to refuel, that's fine. You can take a break. That's fine, brother. I'm sure this takes a lot of brain power. Like, if you need to take
I'll
a break,
refuel for a bit. I'll let someone else speak.
Cool. Well, you're welcome to come back anytime.
He's a jolly good fellow.
I'll make sure you have roles to return.
Yeah.
What a guy.
I reckon Rick should speak or something. He's got his
I was gonna
profile
ask a
picture of the
question.
Earth.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to be right back.
Debunked this yet? So I'm asking this. I was wondering if you guys can explain this. What about like seeing other planets?
Wow, that's a lot of mic problems there.
Yeah.
So you're roboting pretty bad, so we can't go back to you. Like I told you before.
Wait, is Earth a planet? Because last I checked, Earth doesn't move. So how is it a planet? And
it's not lit up like a star either.
Yeah, I would say
I'm asking you. Can you guys explain?
Yeah, I'm trying to. So, like, I don't see anything in the sky that resembles the Earth. So, like, the Earth isn't like those things in the sky. I don't see any trees up there. Do you?
That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking what about those things in the sky? Like, what are they compared to?
We would
They're
ask
in
you
the
the same
sky.
thing. We would ask you the exact same thing. What is that?
How is it possible, if I see all these people that have dogs, how is it possible that I don't have a dog? If I keep on seeing people that have dogs, how is it even possible that I don't have a dog?
How does that make any coherent sense? What are you saying?
Exactly.
No. Hold up. What are you saying? How does that relate at all?
He just
if you're
applied the
looking in the
same
sky,
logic.
if you're looking through a telescope, because I have one and I use it, and I've looked at the moon and I've taken really good photographs of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a camera.
How
Yeah,
the
is
hell does
Earth?
that have anything to do with if you see someone with a dog
Yeah,
body
yeah,
not
yeah.
having?
Is Earth in the sky?
I believe that Earth is a spherical object that is
Wait, Eli,
rotating
before you
in
recite the
space.
story, before you just retell the story that everyone already knows, the point we're trying to get at here, before you just calm down, right? He talked about the dogs because he just used the exact same logic you guys apply when you look in the sky. You see things in the sky, the quote unquote dogs, and you wonder why you don't have a dog. It's like there's nothing in there. There's nothing in the sky that resembles the Earth. I don't see any trees up there. You see some lakes up there? So like when you
So
say,
what are you
well, what
looking
about
at?
all the other planets? The Earth isn't a planet. It's not like any of those things in the sky at all.
Why?
It's
Who told you it was?
This goes even to a lower level, a more base level. Okay, there needs to be a presupposition in order to even ask that question in the first place. By looking up in the sky and thinking that the thing that you're on might be the same thing as all the things you see in the sky, that requires a presupposition. You would never conclude that naturally.
Right.
Never.
That's just the narrative. That's the narrative.
That's the same thing. That's the same exact thing as the trees. If you grew up in a forest, you would not think that you were a tree.
This
Well,
is
you would if you were told it enough, apparently.
Yeah, if you were told by your group of people that we're all trees and those are trees too, then of course you would believe that. But somebody would come
No.
along from a city and say, "Dude, you're a person. You're not a tree."
Well, that's what you're doing with things in the sky, Eli. You're seeing things in the sky and saying, well, I must be those as well.
Exactly.
I guess,
That's the problem.
Okay, so why is Earth different?
Well, it doesn't seem
Oh
like
my
any
God.
of those things
Already
at all.
is.
Do you
Not
see any trees in
why.
the sky?
It already is.
Okay, so what makes it so?
What do you mean?
Well, it's not lit up under my feet when I walk outside at night.
Oh,
There's
I
not
know
light
what-
shining from it.
I know what he's asking, guys.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to like wrap your head around.
I know
guess.
what he's asking. Hold on. He's asking, why is Earth special if the entire universe just exploded and made all this stuff? Why would Earth be the special thing? Well,
Yeah.
again, your question is based on a presupposition that the entire universe exploded from nothing and became everything. So your presupposition is your problem, not reality itself. Maybe nothing didn't explode and make everything. Maybe that's not our reality.
Somebody could have made that story up too.
Do you
So
think that
you'd
we're the center
rather-
of the universe, my friend? Do you think everything revolves around us?
Hell no.
No, okay, there's your first problem. You need to bring yourself back to the point where you understand that you're standing on a plane and there's nothing that tells you that you are revolving around anything.
And there's
Everything that
nothing
you
that tells
hold
you
on.
that we are.
Eli,
This
that
is
we
my
are in the
point.
center.
You need to
don't
step
defend
back.
anything right now. Just make observations. Go ahead, Kiwi.
Exactly. Make observations. This is what I'm saying. There's nothing that you can stand anywhere you want on this plane, on the CN Tower, Statue of Liberty, wherever you want. You can watch a plane fly by in the sky, which tells you that the plane's moving, but there's nothing that you can reach or touch or ascertain with, because in order to tell that you're moving, you need 2 points of reference, and there's nothing in the sky that will tell you that you are moving. This is the point.
Okay.
Stop looking at the things that man has created for you to look at to believe what you are, and start taking that power back into your own hands and believing what you witness with your own eyes.
Sure. I witness a different constellation at the southern hemisphere than I would at the northern hemisphere.
You
They're
gone to
different.
both hemispheres and witnessed this yourself?
Yes, I have.
Travels all
I've
over
taken
the
a look.
place with telescope.
Yeah, because
Let's all
because I've
talk at the
taken a
same
look.
time.
No. I've kind of taken a look at our photographs from here, and I've taken photographs from Europe.
This is my
where I've
point.
been,
And again, you're using
and they're
photographs,
different.
which is man-made creations. Now, when you get to the point where
Which I've
you get
taken
to the
with
southern
camera.
hemisphere across the equator and you stand in the correct direction, i.e. with a compass in your hand facing north, then we can start to extrapolate why the things are turning differently in the two different directions. But until you're able to use a compass in your hand and take pictures of the sky facing both directions, or facing that same spheres, we cannot have this conversation. Do you understand that?
Well, I won't be going international for a year, so.
Well, no, that's fine. But I'm saying to you that north is one place.
Hold on. Eli, what cardinal direction do stars go?
What cardinal direction?
What cardinal direction do the stars travel 100% of the time? Did you know that was the fact?
You know what cardinal directions are, right, Eli?
Yeah.
He has a telescope.
What
He should know
direction?
which way they go.
Hold on. What direction does the sun go?
Right.
From what to what?
Doesn't it go from east to west? I believe.
It does.
I'm not sure.
Every time.
It does.
What direction do the stars go every time?
That I'm not sure of. I haven't.
The same.
All
what
right.
about the moon? What about the moon?
I'm guessing the same.
Yeah, the same. And did you know that was true north, south, no matter what your alleged latitude is? Did you know that that's still true?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that I can see the things around my house and you can't because you're not here, and you can see different things from different places? Did you know that?
Yes, but if the Earth was a plane,
but if I presuppose, but if I presuppose a lot of things and I build a straw man, then I can set a straw man on fire because it's really easy.
Yeah, don't say the Earth is flat when you guys don't know what that means. So don't worry about that. We can teach you.
Or you can figure it out for yourself by making observations.
Actually, figuring it out for yourself is like the best way, because then you don't have to even argue with anybody.
Yep. Except yourself, because you'll probably have stages of grief.
I'm sure they're experiencing some right now. They're at level 1 or 2, some of them.
Yeah.
Mate, it's 2 a.m. I'm not in the mood for this shit anymore. I'm tired as hell.
Right, what you ought to do in life is ask yourself, do I have any presuppositions here? And really be honest. Do I have any presuppositions with this matter? Am I presupposing anything? And really scrutinize. Be honest and heavily scrutinize with that question. And as you do, and you peel away those presuppositions, test them. Test the presuppositions. If they are untestable, they ought to be discarded as unscientific. Do you have a rebuttal? Do you have a rebuttal to my statement that we ought to reject presuppositions that are unscientific? Do you have a rebuttal for that?
Not at all. I agree.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's my recommendation to you.
Well, Eli, thanks for hanging in there, buddy. Take care and feel free to recharge the batteries. We'll be here for the next round 2.
Round 2 tomorrow. I'll see you guys then.
Sounds good. Take care.
Oh, he must be Aussie. Aussie hours. It's pretty. Yeah, it's 1:44
Clock for us in the morning.
What's
left? Who's left on the Globe Brigade that came in?
We have Rick and Tick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And anybody else, if anybody else wants to bring up a point or have a question or anything, you're more than welcome.
Can I ask you something? Do any of you guys have like an image that you can send in chat of what a map should look like? Or like a world map?
Yeah, I'll show you a map from World War II that they used for flying, so that they could fuel and not get lost and make straight paths to each location. That way, it's very easy to see. This is what they used. It says right on the map. There you go.
Which map?
There's a map you can use if you want to fly somewhere right there.
If I was going to ask a globe earther, which map is the one map that represents the globe, what would you say to that?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the standard map that we're taught in school.
Which is what? If you want to like go find it or post it so we can take a look. Because when I was in school, they had a map that was like a rectangle, but they also had desks with globes on it. So.
And when I was in school, they pulled down a thing from the chalkboard. They pulled it down, and there were maps on it, different layers. You could look at the United States. You could look at other countries. They're all flat, but yeah.
I'll shoot you a DM, and you can put it there, and I'll post it for you. Because we get this question from time to time. Well, where's the flat Earth map? The problem is, as we're hopefully we'll demonstrate here in just a second, is that there is no one true map of the world. There's many maps. I'll post what you posted here. This is the one that's 46 minutes past the hour. The one he sent me. That's one of many, many, many maps, right? I'll post another thing.
Where's that WG? Where's the official one?
I'm not sure. This one I posted it may seem like a low quality image, but it actually is a high quality image if you open it. On my phone, I can zoom in and see it pretty clearly. But you might, if you're on desktop,
that was just one I downloaded off Google.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, the point is that there's many maps because they're projections. There's no like this is the map of the world, you know, for either side. So like,
I think Drace from where I can see it on my notebook. He posted a picture of a bunch of cows.
So yeah, we don't have a one true map of the world, but really the globe doesn't have one of those either, for real. They're all projections, really.
But the one they did use during the war, I posted. That's how they knew how to fly from place to place without getting lost. So if that helps you at all, you might want to use that one if you're going to go flying.
They also had a version of that map on Air Force One and many other military-related things. They generally use that map that you showed, scientist.
Yeah, because it's point to point, and it's got the miles on it and everything. But the one they do have on Air Force One is that same one.
Where's the map? I'm not sure where it is.
Scroll up to 11:45 where I posted it.
45 minutes past the hour. Are you in the live stream voice text? Rick, maybe he doesn't. He might not have the role for that. Hold on 1 second. Oh, he doesn't have the role to see. Give me 1 sec. I'll give you the role so you can see the chat. One moment. Okay. Yeah, right above this VC, there's a live stream voice text.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and 45 minutes past the hour. From Dr. Scientist is the one he's referring to.
And this is the one I have on my wall. And pretty big.
And I posted the one you requested at 46 minutes past, and then a bunch of other ones were posted below that as well.
Also, the UN uses the same map for their flag, so they're actually just advertising all over the place that the Earth is flat, but they want you to think it's not for some reason. It's kind of goofy.
So, Rick, was this was this question out of curiosity, or were you wanting to kind of debate a point here?
It was curiosity.
I figured as much. No problem.
That was a bad word.
Yeah.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, if like 10 is your globe, definitely a globe, and 1 is, maybe it's flat. Where are you on the scale as of now? Not this isn't a gotcha. Even if you say like 1, you don't have to be a flat earther. I'm just curious. Did we put a dent in your confidence today?
A little bit.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I mean, I would probably, if I was new to this topic, I'd probably come in pretty confident as well because, yeah, go ahead.
No,
yeah, of course.
From this, I'm looking at this map. Is this like, so if I were to travel, this is the map I would use?
Google Maps works pretty well too.
If you were in the military in World War II, that's the map you would be using if you don't want to fall into the ocean.
That's the map that gets preloaded into autopilot for planes when they're flying over the plane.
It's got all the mile markers on it, different airports, everything. You can go from point to point to point, and it doesn't require you adding fuel for going around a ball or anything. It's just a straight shot.
You can even plot out layovers and gas stops and realize that they become linear than on a globe.
Well, pilots say they only see it's just flat anyway, and they don't see any curve. So,
and they're retained professionals. They're not allowed to lie because they can sign passports, and professionals aren't allowed to lie.
And my cousin is a pilot, and he says, I just see it's flat. He flies from Detroit all the time, even though he lives in the Cleveland area. He just drives twice a week. He flies. That's all he needs to fly to keep his paycheck going.
Okay, thank you guys. I'm probably going to head off to bed now because, as I said earlier, it's pretty late for us.
Yep. Hey, well, we appreciate you. Someone said some nice words about you in the chat as well. So, keep up the good work, bud. Hopefully we'll see you again for round 2.
Don't let this keep you up tonight.
Hopefully will. See you guys. Thank you.
All right, take care.
You know what surprisingly is difficult to find, if not non-existent? A time lapse of a compass on an airplane. Need to do a transcontinental flight where the camera is doing a time lapse of the compass.
I'm pretty sure I've seen flat earthers do this. I think it was D Marble or something. He recorded his compass during the entire flight and was looking at the inboard claimed flight path and heading, and it didn't match. So it was weird. There's some anomalies there. Definitely, it's something that's worth looking into.
Yeah. Because in regards to that whole issue of they're going in a straight line, that would be just, at least on a transcontinental flight, that would be discernible. You'd watch the needle move. Anyway.
I've got a question.
Yep.
It's kind of popped into my head. Then, what made Earth?
The one who made it.
Yeah, how was it made?
Somebody created it.
Ask the one who made it.
A creator,
Earth or the water?
Guessing.
Earth or the water? Like, pretty sure Earth is mostly dirt from trees and stuff, dead animals.
Oh yeah, it's all.
You know what? I created the fucking Earth. All right, now Earth measures flat. Focus on that.
Lad's here. What's up, homie?
Wait, Tickly. That's
Yeah.
right.
Hello. How's everybody?
Could you ask yourself that same question? Like, if it's a globe, how did that get there?
It's scientifically proven in the globe how it was made.
What?
Well,
I'm a scientist.
Mike,
I didn't prove anything, Globe.
Science can't prove the Earth's existence, my friend.
Wait.
The Earth is here first, and then science can find its place along the way when it's needed. But when science attempts to understand the creation of Earth, science falls flat on its face.
Science doesn't prove anything.
So
it has.
But that's not even flat earthers saying that. That's Vsauce, who's like a globe proponent. So what do you think about that?
It is a 3-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Okay, so that's people on your side. So I just want to just get clear. Like, you said it's scientifically proven, which obviously that's not true. But how did the globe get there?
I mean, it's like most people in the world believe that it was the Big Bang or whatever.
Okay, so
and that's just commonly believed.
Okay, that's fine.
I think it's the most accurate one.
So you're saying science created the globe, though? That's what you're saying, correct?
No.
Because science attempted to understand what we're on, right? And if science has created this globe that you're envisioning we're on, then obviously from your purview, you're witnessing, right? The science you call, right? I guess it would be a religion at this point, but science, the religion, has created this globe, 23.4 degrees off tilt, off 90, making 66.6 degrees, has created this thing that you think we're on, simply.
I think it just proved how it was created.
You proved something? I've yet to witness that, my friend.
I didn't prove anything. I think science did.
Well, you just said you proved.
Science doesn't prove anything because you just said that, but now you said science proves stuff, even though
science doesn't prove anything.
So science doesn't prove anything, but science proves things. Is that what you just said?
No.
What I'd like to know is what you witness in your purview. What have you observed versus seen in an experiment that tells you otherwise? That's what I'd like to know. What have you witnessed, my friend, that tells you we're on a globe?
It's like outside, for real, not on a screen.
I've been on a
forget
plane
about
before.
sky science. Let's even forget about the
curving.
pictures.
The world was like curving.
How? Where?
When I was on a plane. I don't know.
So you're looking out of a window, which was created by a man.
Wait,
yeah, but like
still, but even still, Tickley, before you like hang yourself here, you know that you can't see curvature from an airplane, right?
I don't know. I think I could see it.
No, he's talking, but he's looking through windows that were created by a man. So his right off the hop, his material, his media is discounted. Okay, I need more than this, because when I go to Lake Ontario and I look down the coast of Lake Ontario and I see the Sky Dome, which is only 300 feet high, that's a distance of 66 kilometers. There should be a depression of at least 700 feet, and there's not. So I want to know from your purview, what have you witnessed that tells you we're on a globe that's not in the sky?
Kiwi,
What's up?
don't derail it. Let them finish at least addressing what he's talking about before you want to move to something else.
Apologies.
I mean, I'm surrounded by like trees a lot, so I haven't really experienced a giant like empty area.
Well, you said you saw curvature from an airplane, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the ground, not in the air.
No, but you said you saw it from the air, right?
Yeah, but he told me to explain it on like not in the sky.
Well, that's fine.
We're going to address that first before you move on, and then you can try to explain it somewhere else other than there. Once we've shown you that both Neil deGrasse Tyson and high-ranking experts of your religion tell you that an airplane is way too low and close to the ground to ever see any curve in the horizon. Even the ISS is way too low and close to the ground to ever see any curve in the horizon. It can only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So there's no way to see the horizon curve except for the picture I gave you here, where it shows that straight lines are actually being curved by the lens of the window. So you can give yourself the illusion that the Earth is curving if you line that curve up right next on the horizon, but that straight line is still straight outside the plane.
So it was the window's fault.
Well, yeah, it's not like you saw a curve in reality. Mathematically, that's impossible, as he just explained, and your high-ranking officers will also explain. So, do you want to explain? Do you need that explained to you?
I mean, maybe.
Okay. Well, so maybe you've heard of the Red Bull jump, right? Have you heard this before?
No.
Felix Baumgartner apparently jumped from a very high altitude balloon, I believe it was, Faust.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
A few years ago, right? So what altitude does an airplane fly at generally, commercial airplane, the one you were in?
I don't know, it's like 17,000 feet.
17,000
I don't
seems
know.
pretty low. That seems pretty low. I would say it's probably double that if you just so you don't even know your claims. But generally commercial airplanes fly around 30 to 50,000. 35 to 55 maybe. So do you know how high the Red Bull jump was? Probably a little bit higher than
No.
that. Right? It's about 128,000 feet. So 100,000 feet more than what you thought it was. Okay, so what does Neil deGrasse Tyson say about that?
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So what did you see?
I mean, I guess I saw the window then.
Okay, well that's fine. That seems honest.
Windows are curved, actually. They're made that way for pressurizing, and so they don't blow out when they're at high altitudes.
All right, so take it away, Kiwi.
What?
Maybe he's busy. But yeah, so you didn't see curvature from an airplane. That's mathematically impossible.
Okay. Well, my second point is, you know, like the moon and like the shadow on it.
Allegedly. Shadow, allegedly.
Like sometimes you only see a quarter of the moon, and it progresses more.
So you're talking about the phases, correct? You're talking about the phases and not the eclipses, correct?
Yeah, not right now.
Do you have an understanding of why the phases happen?
Yeah.
All right, tell us.
The sun, like it gets covered by the Earth or something, and then it doesn't light up as much as the moon.
So
see now you described eclipses, but you were talking about phases.
Yeah. I'm talking about like
the two are different. Phases is when the moon is oriented towards the sun relative to your location, so that you can see only a part of the illuminated area in the globe model. That's totally different from something blocking the sun and going in between you and the moon. That's eclipses.
What do you think the phases are then?
Phases, we don't have claims on what is happening in the sky. We don't need to do that. We don't sell you a replacement cosmology. We just debunked your religion, the same religion that we used to have, and we don't believe in it anymore because it has no basis in reality.
But like, why does it not have any reality?
Why doesn't it have any basis in reality? Because it's just a story. And the story itself is based on the idea that the Earth is a ball, and we have debunked that completely.
How did you debunked it?
We measured the surface of the Earth, and it wasn't conforming to the sphere we were told it was, and the size of this sphere is how they created the whole solar system and the cosmos. They calculated it based on the radius value. So now you don't have any cosmos or anything. It doesn't exist. We have debunked it.
So you don't think the space is real?
So you think you can go to a gas law violation now again after you went through this for an hour already?
I thought there wasn't any pressure in space.
Well,
so there's no pressure, so it's a vacuum, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So you can have gas balls in a vacuum? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I don't know, maybe.
No, the answer is no, you cannot.
I think you can.
Well, why do you think that? Is there some evidence for that?
I mean, probably. I don't know it.
Okay.
There actually isn't, and we can
But, like-
prove that the Earth cannot hold gas against less pressure and hold it in at greater pressure. Otherwise, simply vacuum cleaners would not function. You would not be able to exhale because gravity would be holding your air in your lungs. Your ideas are unsustainable and don't function in reality.
Well, I thought that air isn't meant to be that heavy, so it's not really affected. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, air doesn't have weight. Weight is a measure of something in air that falls relative to the air. Once you have something that rises, it has zero weight.
What if I like lift something and throw it in the air?
Okay,
Then
goodbye.
you lifted it through something.
It's still more dense than the air, and so it will have weight in the air. It's kind of like if you take something that falls in the air but floats in water, and you have a scale that works in the air and a different scale that works in the water, then you'll see that the scale in the water shows zero when you have the ball floating above it, but it shows full weight when it's on the one in the air, because weight is a conception that we have made while looking at things in air. That's why when we try to weigh gas, it's impossible. We have to put it into a container and we have to pump it up and calculate and assume it.
I don't even understand that.
That's what we're here for. We'll help you out, buddy. It's okay.
Life's hard.
That's like doesn't even make sense.
There's a lot of ideas that have been thrown at him so far. So I don't know
Life's
what he's
hard.
actually successfully caught on, because I mean I've heard him lily pad to quite a few different things, just saying, well, what about this? What about this? So
Think about how hard this is when you can shoot a laser straight for 10 miles and you can see it, and it's supposed to be 66 feet not there. And he said, I don't even know what he said to that. He's supposed to answer it for is, how is that possible? I mean, that alone tells you you're not on a ball. So now what do you go to?
Here's what I think is happening. I don't even think that they've developed a way to understand how they're wrong, or I'm sorry, how the globe math is wrong. Like, they don't get that when you shoot a laser and then you start mentioning numbers and how much you should or shouldn't see, most people get lost right then and there. They're just like, fuck, I don't know. What are they talking about? They don't get that what we're saying is, you can shoot a laser as far as you want. We can't find Earth curvature. I think that's the main point. And then if they can get into the numbers, shit, yeah, let's get into the numbers. Show them the black swan and all that stuff. They can go deeper. But I think a lot of it, yeah, is just this like, they don't know how to think, guys, and it's not their fault. We were brought up in the same system our parents were, so to me that makes sense. Yeah, anyway, that's all I got.
Cog, this is a huge thing, right? Watching somebody experience a cognitive dissonance they're blowing fuses, so it's extremely hard for them, obviously, to stay engaged when you're blowing their fuse right off the hop. But what I'm trying to find out is there any level of understanding that we've been able to present you with, or anything that we've been able to present you with that brings you to a level of understanding that begins to open your can of understanding?
I mean, I'm willing to accept something else, but I just don't think it's logical. Yeah, it's flat.
Oh, so if it's not a globe, you want it to be something else but flat.
So it's a pear then, according to Neil deGrasse.
Wait, boys.
You want to go with that model?
What did he? Do we want to let him finish what he was saying? Tickle, did you finish your point?
I mean, yeah, I said I'm willing to learn.
He just won't
something
accept
else.
this, Lord.
No, something else other than a globe, but I just don't think it's logical.
Okay.
Logical.
If he doesn't see the logic in this, folks, then it's lost.
He just said, okay, the globe logic doesn't work, but I want something other than flat Earth as a replacement.
I want something else.
Wait, specifically, is it logic that you like? Do you want to talk about logic? Because we got some logic for you.
I can also understand him. I can also understand him a little bit. That it, when you want to understand how the world works, when you think you had it all locked down, how the world works, so you were told this, it's a ball, it's in space. So you want kind of a replacement to start with. I understand that. So what is it about flat Earth that you find the most hard to grasp or understand?
I've seen photos of the globe, like curve, and I haven't seen flat.
Okay, so you've seen pictures of fantastical unicorns from Narnia, and you haven't seen pictures of none of those. So that means fantastical unicorns in Narnia exist in reality, and we should just all act as if that's real?
Yeah, that's some weird logic if you like logic.
But no one's seen a real, fantastic, amazing unicorn.
Exactly.
No one's
No
seen
one's seen a globe
as
either.
you have seen it on TV. We've
But
all
you know-
just seen the curves
People
on
have
TV,
seen
but
it,
in
though.
reality,
Oh,
they don't
God.
exist.
Yes, the unicorns are on the the screen where the curvature pictures are. So of course no one's seen that except for in pictures, just like the curve.
I have seen unicorns and globes on the screen at the same time.
So they must be real then.
No.
Okay, then they're not. That's right. They're not real because there's no pictures of
unicorns aren't
Earth
real.
floating in space. You know why?
It's also not.
Because
It's also not
space
answering
is
my.
not real.
It's also not answering my question because I didn't want you to tell me what you believe in globe-wise. I want you to tell me what it is that you experience that makes you think it's a globe.
I mean, I haven't experienced anything saying that it's flat, and I haven't.
No, you do though. You do.
Actually,
I
that's
don't.
your all everyday experience. This is why I wanted you to tell me what about flat Earth was so hard to get, and what is hardest for you to grasp at this moment. Because whenever you look out at the horizon, you're looking at a flat Earth. That's agreed upon, even by the globe priests. They will tell you it just looks flat. So
Yes, they say it looks flat, even though you can't see the curve. It's the curve's not there. It looks flat, but you have to imagine that there's a curve. This is exactly what they say.
Right. Your lack of experiencing the globe is you experiencing the flat Earth, brother.
You are too small to know what we are standing on. That's what science is telling you.
Yeah, and so you want pictures of the flat Earth, but every single pictures from real life that you ever seen has been from flat Earth, and in your mind you have bent it. Oh, it must be on a globe, but there is no globe.
What do you mean? There's no globe.
We debunked it.
It's completely debunked. The globe belief doesn't exist.
He has to go, I think.
Yeah.
What?
Time limit. We should put a
Time
timer on these
limit?
guys. Yeah.
Only
What?
exists in the mind, where you imagine it. That's why there's no actual working globe model. There's just a working idea inside people's heads.
Although it is good having him here, listen, because there's globers out there now pissed off at this guy because he doesn't understand anything.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you reach the time limit, like class is over, it's the
What
teachers
time
have the part where you literally are saying to us that you can't grasp the information that we're throwing at you. Because that's what's happening. We're throwing information at you. We're
Like
trying to be as patient and loving as possible.
In university, they would just tell you to withdraw from class or they would kick you out.
Exactly.
So,
and we're like patience, giving you questions and stuff, but you're not grasping any of it.
Well, fellas, maybe he needs another refuel. Tickly, weren't you the guy that took a quick brain fuel refuel break, right? Do you need to refuel again?
I did take one of those, yeah.
Okay. Well, this one was a short. This your Tesla might not be charged up very long. This was a short trip.
Well, I mean, I have no question.
Okay.
Of course.
Where is like the planets. Where are they at?
Oh my goodness! Look up in the sky. You'll see them.
Wait, sky science, according to my man Glatt.
It's space. That's where you see them.
Hey, man,
So you think looking up equals space now?
No, but like,
A story
see them
somebody
up in the
told you
sky.
says
But
looking up
guys,
equals space.
let's reel it in just a little bit because he's the only one here for now. So let's talk. You know.
I do have a
So
question real quick about the planet, if I may.
yeah, yep.
Sir, I don't know your name. Sorry. What's your name?
Tickley.
Tickley?
Yeah,
Yep.
Like
tickle
the
with a Y.
Elmo, like Elmo.
Okay, I'll just say Elmo. Oh, giggly. Okay, anyway, so the planets. So you look up and there's lights in the sky, right? And those to you are planets?
No, but like those are stars, but there are planets.
Okay, so there's planets and stars, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think human beings can go to any one of those planets or all of them, or do you think human beings can go to those?
We've been to the moon.
No. What makes you think that that's possible? I don't care what
You
people
are.
have told you. What makes you think that that's physically possible?
I think that with the resources which we have used, you can build a rocket and propel yourself into space and to eventually hit something, which in this case is the moon or like, I don't know, another planet.
And you believe that on their very first try with humans, they sent up, killing no one, a huge fuel-filled bomb, and just everything went perfectly. Nothing exploded in this medium that no one had previously been in. I don't care what kind of training you got. No one had been to space yet, and they pulled it off first try to the moon. Do you believe that? You do believe that?
I believe that there was trial and error.
Right, but what I'm saying is the first time, listen to what I'm saying. The first time a human being went to space, they didn't die. How lucky is that? So
It's pretty
when
cool.
you test, well, yeah, it's pretty cool. Listen, when you test something, you go and test the real thing at some point before you start risking lives. Okay? Right? They said they put a dog into space, a monkey into space. Oh, then now it's time for a human. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so the first time they put a human into space, they nailed it. Nothing went wrong. Everybody survived, right? And when did they send a monkey or a dog to the moon, for instance? Did they do that? How did we know the moon was even something you could land on, having not been there? See, here's the deal. I'm asking these questions rhetorically. So many things line up perfectly that day for people to go do the thing. They played fucking golf on the moon, dude. They're mocking you. They're laughing at you because you think they went there. That's all. That's all I got.
And drove a golf cart around and hit golf balls. Okay, so here's what it takes for you to go to the moon. You got to lift off, right? You got to calculate all that fuel. You got to know the size of the planet you're on so you can orbit it, right? So you need to know all that. Then once you do that, you got to go for the moon, and then once you get near the moon, you got to put the brakes on so you can release the lunar lander, right? And then you got to stay floating in space while the lunar lander goes down on the moon, makes a landing. It just lands by itself, which we've never done before, but it lands by itself. Okay, they play golf, they drive around, they get that car out of that thing, which doesn't fit actually if you measure it. But they get it, they drive around, then they get in that little spaceship and blast off again back to the rocket. They get in that bus and they come back down. Does that make sense? You could do that on the first try?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a handheld calculator worth of electronics on board.
I don't think he's going to get it. He's not going to get it at this point. I just wanted to see if, because I know there's hold on.
Need to interrupt me, though.
Hold on. Please hold on. There's audience members listening right now, probably a lot of them, that do know that what we're saying is it's bullshit. okay, because of all the Goldilocks things that had to line up perfect for everybody to survive and have a nice little cocktail party on the moon and such, okay? There's audience members that know that that's complete nonsense. Even if this guy we're talking to is being dishonest about also agreeing with that. Thanks.
Yeah, and so the thing is, they actually had to travel through the Van Allen radiation belts, and when the astronauts were interviewed and asked about it, they said, "Oh, we didn't know." So, but now today, NASA claims that they cannot travel through the Van Allen radiation belts. It will kill humans, and therefore they cannot solve because they cannot solve this problem. We cannot explore the cosmos. So they have to send rovers. That's literally their excuse. They can't go there anymore because the Van Allen radiation belts. And here's Buzz Aldrin. I have two admissions, 17 minutes after the hour. One on Conan where he tells him that, oh, you didn't watch us do anything. You just watch animations. And another where he tells a little child that, oh, we didn't go there.
Went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Uh-oh.
What?
You didn't hear what he just said?
That's
I
Buzz
watched an
Aldrin, right?
animation.
Listen, sir. That's Buzz Aldrin, i.e. Buzz Lightyear, right? Toy Story. Again, they're laughing at you, but Buzz Aldrin, the second man on the moon, told an 8-year-old girl, "We didn't go to the moon." He said, these are his exact words. "We didn't go there, and that's the way that it happened." That's word for word. That's a quote. Y'all can post the video. Why the fuck would he ever say something like that, especially to a little girl? You know, was he drunk? Was he lying?
I think he was
Talk
lying.
about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly. I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Okay, so your argument is that he is lying to everyone about not having gone there and that we just watched animations, but we should trust the liar when he tells us the opposite a long time ago before he grew a conscience.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, in other words, even he doesn't know why they never actually gone there. Why they didn't actually continue to try. He was probably under the impression that they wanted to go there and just they had to beat the Russians and tell a little white lie.
Well, so like even even on the globe side, the whole moon landing thing is debatable. Like I was strongly into the globe and everything, and I did not buy that narrative. Also, there's people back in the 60s before they even claimed to have gone who said, yeah, they're not going to be able to go anywhere. So it's debatable even on your side. So it's not like it's concrete anyway. And then you have people who claim to have gone there telling you that they didn't go. So believe what you want.
Yeah, but like when there's we look up at night, what do you see?
Yeah, I don't see any rock balls in the sky.
No, like when you see stars.
Yeah, I see shining things, but I don't see any
where are
land
they?
up there.
Why would you think that we know where they are, dude? Why would you think that?
Because
yeah, I know where they
you
are.
say there's no space.
They're in the sky. That's what we
Yeah, the
call the
sky.
thing
They're
above
up.
the Earth, by the way.
Yeah,
You can
they're up.
explore the sky, but you
How
won't
do you
run into
know?
any
Yeah,
stars.
they're not up in the sky, dude. We've sent planes very far, and you know the planes are up there flying around all the time. Have they discovered stars up there? Yes
Wait,
or
but
no?
And
Well,
where?
right, right.
Stars in the sky or
the
somewhere
sky
else?
doesn't end just because the planes don't go higher.
Well,
Where
just
does it end?
remember,
In space?
Tiggly, as well. Just remember that there's what you observe, and then there's a narrative about what stars are.
He
So,
just asked if the sky ended at space.
so make sure you separate
Yeah.
what the narrative is, because they're telling you what stars are, but what you see is different than the narrative. They don't have to go together.
I'm going to say the sky ends where the pressure hits the walls of the container.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so what makes you think that people have been up there? How's this? Even if you believe that ladies and gentlemen have been to outer space, you know what they say about the stars? They say that they're millions, billions, and trillions of miles away. My friend, how did they get that direct measurement? How the fuck did they do that? Or did they just assume it based on calculations that are also based on assumptions, not direct physical measurements? You see what I'm saying? They expect you to believe they know what is. Do you know how long it takes to count to 1 billion? Years.
Quite a while.
Thousand.
How the fuck did they know it's a billion anything? They never been there. And you're not shooting lights from the ground and saying, oh, it bounces this way and that. That is, I mean, come on, dude. You're buying that? You're buying it? I don't want you to buy it. I think you're smarter than something like that, dude. That's why you're here.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it takes 30,000 years to count to a billion.
It's also, he said something about the sky ending where the space begins. So I want to ask, is that where like the gas of the Earth stops?
Never mind. It's not 30,000. It's another number, but it is over 1,000 years. You go ahead.
I just think space starts when our Earth atmosphere ends.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. So according to the European Space Agency, our atmosphere reaches far beyond the moon. So no one's been to space, according to you.
What?
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah, you don't
Didn't know what.
You know, they came out and said that the atmosphere is actually way farther out. So
I didn't know that.
Right. That's why you should take a little bit more time and like research the thing you believe in.
Moon, atmosphere.
That's what they're telling you, bro. But 2 seconds ago, you believed the contrary. So, like,
look it up.
You're going around with your own conception of what the world is supposed to be like instead of investigating it and making observations. So this is called defending. It's called defending.
In space.
Listen, it's called defending a religion. So you don't do that. Maybe just go and research what they're telling you and see if it's true. So right now, the flat earthers are telling you what you're supposed to believe in on your side. They already came out and told you that the moon's inside the atmosphere, but 2 seconds ago you didn't know that.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen. If you study the globe narrative, and narrative means story, okay? If you study what they want you to believe, what they're teaching in schools all over the world, hopefully something in your mind will click and say, wow, that seems like bullshit, and I wonder how they know that. You know what I'm saying? You can't get an Earth radius. Therefore, come with me on the journey real quick. You can't get the Earth's radius. You have to know at least the radius if it's even circular, let alone spherical. If they can't get that, how do they know that it's even circular, let alone spherical? Oh, because it's space pictures. So where are the stars and satellites in space pictures? Take a look. You know, look for them. You're not going to see them. That's ridiculous. It just falls apart if you genuinely look into it.
So, like, the moon, why can't we breathe on it? I'm just being,
I'm getting rid of them.
Why?
Tickly, do you need to take another refuel break? Because it seems like your sincerity is running out.
At what point does the atmosphere just die?
Again, we've already covered gas pressure and containment, correct? And you understand what an antecedent relationship is, correct?
Yeah.
So why are you confused now all of a sudden?
Because I just learned the moon isn't even in space.
That's
apparently.
what they're telling you. That's part of the narrative. So
That's
I know
what they're
because
saying now. They're saying now that it's like within Earth's atmosphere, and the atmosphere is actually way bigger than we knew before. That's what they're saying now. They don't say it very often because, it's kind of controversial, but they still say it.
notice, Tickly, how just a few minutes ago you were going around with your own idea of how the world works, but that's not even matched up with what you're supposed to believe in if you're a globe believer. You know what I mean? So your whole ship is sinking right now, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. First
Speaking of,
learn what the narrative is and see if it's true. Then you should be asking some questions.
Speaking of ships sinking, my friend, did you ever take in the piece where Bill Nye, the science guy, attempted to explain how boats were going over a horizon and then sinking?
I've never seen that before, so not really.
So that was years ago when he first started out his career. You can research, you probably find it on YouTube or something. What's funny is, years later, he came out with another clip and stated that humans needed to understand that we live in a closed system and we cannot escape the closed system. Is that something that you can understand? We're in a closed system.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Thank you. Look at that. Love my DJ.
This is what he's saying, despite arguing for, a floating ball of water in the middle of nowhere. So, how are you going to rationalize that with your globe argument? How can you say now that, he was just saying this or that, but it still fits in with the globe blockage when it doesn't?
So he thinks that world is.
He thinks he knows.
Globe.
Doesn't matter what he thinks. He just dropped the truth, regardless of whether it was an accident or whatever. He just told you the fact, right? The Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth, which is kind of backing up what we've been telling you this whole time. We're inside of a closed system. Gas pressure requires containment. But you keep asking us, well, if we leave, where are you getting that from? There's no leaving, dude.
There's no magic source that constantly pumps air into our closed system. Our system runs on a renewable. Everything just renews itself. Air gets created, water gets created. Everything is a closed, self-contained unit.
I like to do corrections because math is fun sometimes. Around 90 to 135 years to count to 1 billion if you count 16 hours a day every day of your life and allow yourself 8 hours of non-counting. So between 90 and 135 years to count to 1 billion.
There you go. So how do you get a direct physical measurement of a billion when it takes 900 lifetimes or more? Pretty funny.
He probably use light or something.
My scientific calculator told me so.
Probably use light.
The calculator doesn't lie. You lie to yourself. And you punch that data in.
Exactly. This is my thank you for that was an alley-oop right there, and you dunked it home with 2 hands. Thank you so much for that. That's my point. We further their lie by punching and creating the numbers that they're telling us to create with. Do you not see this? Again, I'm going to say to you, bring you back to the original point I made half an hour ago, is take an opportunity to step back from the story and the picture that they're painting for you and see if you can witness something that tells you something different. Because you just said you want it to be something different. So find something for you that makes it different for you.
And how are you using the speed of light when, in order to use it for it, you would require to know the medium because the speed of light is dependent on the medium it's traveling through?
I don't know. People have their ways.
Yeah, now that's just guesswork. That's not actually science.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Oh, that was Michio Kaku, right?
I gotta get the other one. Shoot, my bad.
That was Michio Kaku talking about how they don't use science. They only use pseudoscience or guesswork.
It's also the one who said that when it comes to correcting ourselves, we're off by a factor of 120 with 10 zeros after it or something like that.
Cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest theory experiment in the history of science.
Yeah, he's talking about the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe, and how vacuum energy, which has been experimentally validated through the Casimir effect, is, or would, if we imagine that the whole cosmos is made out of vacuum and as big as it is, wouldn't work. So the expansion rate is accelerating currently, according to what they find out. So that doesn't match it, and so it's a complete mix match between what they theorize is out there, the vacuum, the globes, the stars, and what we can experimentally validate here in reality. So if what we can validate in reality is true for out there in their fantasy land, then their fantasy land would just collapse.
Yeah, exactly. Here's what's going on for the people who need a Nickelodeon explanation, like myself. Okay, here's what's going on. Yeah, so in classrooms, they're saying globe, outer space, stars are out there, and there's this distance, blah blah blah. Right? They're saying we know this stuff for a fact, kids. Here's the real deal. And then in the same breath, they're showing you videos of a guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat, no matter how high you go. And then Michio Kaku, if you never heard of him, he's a popular American. Anyway, he lived in America, and he's a science communicator, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, right? And they're very popular. So you got classrooms saying one thing, and then videos of science communicators, right, who should be at least as smart as your teachers, saying, nope, we don't know anything about space, actually. Nothing. And we're off by millions. Isn't that weird? Same school building. They're teaching opposite things in the same school building to children. That's unreal.
Doesn't Neil deGrasse Tyson think the Earth's round and a globe?
He does. But he's also saying that all the so-called evidence that they have so far, and that all the globe believers point at, is not valid.
In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yeah, okay, so check it out. First humans on the moon, right? Incredible. Greatest feat of mankind. By the seat of your pants? Guesswork? What? You're going to guess. Best educated. I love that, by the way. If it's an educated guess, boy, well, then it's better than just a regular guess, right? No, they're both guesses. How do you do that? You just base everything off a guess? I'm not going to risk a life I'm not even going to risk somebody getting punched in the face on a guess. Jesus.
Yeah. Educated guess is a misnomer because really there's not such a thing. It be referred to as the process of elimination and then guessing on the remaining options. That's what people mean when they say educated guess.
Yep, and it's still not a fact, right? Facts are
For
different
sure.
from all of that.
For sure.
Yeah, and people, but that's even when I was growing up in the school, I was like, oh, educated guess. Well, that's basically fact, right? It's based on an education of the subject of the topic. So, like I said, it's better than just a off the cuff by your seat of the pants guess, like a science communicator for the world says it is. What?
It should be based on deductive or inductive reasoning, not any guesses.
Yeah. Wrong.
For the record, that educated or science communicator Neil deGrasse also said that the Earth was more of a pear-shaped. It's what is it, fatter at the equator because of the spin of the globe?
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah. Would you ever say that? Look, listen. Yeah. Listen, they've been showing us a globe, a quote-unquote perfect sphere, right? With rough edges, whatever. But from space, boy, they knew in the 20s, in the 30s, Universal Pictures. What? They got a globe. You don't even know that shit yet. You ain't been outside the Earth to see it. However, they start pushing it before they know. Okay, and then all of a sudden, you got a guy, probably half drunk at South by Southwest, celebrating whatever, going, you know what? Let's just say it's pear-shaped. Fuck it. Let's see what people buy anymore. How does a sphere? I'm almost done. How does a sphere turn into a pear shape? And then, we got to go back and redo what? All the Universal Pictures shit, everything that we've shown you from quote unquote space. What, dude?
No, it becomes a really good excuse because in the South there is problems with navigations and there are anomalies in the South. And so it's easy if you have the mental image of a pear that you imagine, oh, yeah, okay, the bottom is just so much bigger that excuses all of the anomalies and I don't need to think about them. When they actually claim that the pear-shapedness is so tiny that it's indiscernible.
Yeah, so the question is it a pear shape or not? Okay? Why would he say that?
I think he said it because they needed to have some kind of excuse for all the anomalies. Otherwise, it's not a ball, obviously.
I think he was attempting to explain that because the Earth is spinning, that the water gets shot out to the outer edges. Like when you spin a wet tennis ball, it creates the rooster tail.
He does that elsewhere. He has oftentimes talked about how over millions of years the Earth will turn into a pizza because of that.
Oh, so centrifugal force caused the Earth to turn from round to flat. Is that where we're going to go next?
That's what he says. It's going to happen over billions of years. Okay. It will turn into a pizza, according to him.
So we're also going to get flattened. Then we're also going to get flattened. So the people at the equator are actually shorter than the people that are at the North and South poles. Is that right? Because the gravitational pull would be greater at the equator than at the poles, wouldn't it?
I thought they said that it would slow down.
Yeah, the spin would slow down closer to... Yes, you're right. I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that.
Drace.
Awesome. Thank you.
Aren't you the one that was just saying the pizza thing?
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. He said it would, over time, stretch out into a pizza.
That dude's a super moron.
Forces.
Yeah, Stupid, so stupid. Listen, if you're taking into consideration conservation of momentum and entropy, it would slow down. And as it slowed down, the centripetal force would actually decrease. Therefore, it would become less round. More round, less elliptical.
It would stop turning into or slowly stop turning into a pizza and stop turning.
Well, why wouldn't it just turn into a ball again if it slowed down?
It can't even turn into a ball using gravity. They need to add a sticky factor. They don't have anything.
Oh, gee.
So you spin. When you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. It's wider in the middle. So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid.
They have to be consistently inconsistent.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like.
I think of it as kind of a good tactic.
I like to think of it as contradiction contingency. So they have a contingency in all the contradictions. So regardless of what you say, I can excuse it using this way, but I use it. You're saying this, or I excuse it using this other way, even though it contradicts my previous thing. I can answer everything because it doesn't. Nothing matters.
That is lily padding on steroids, right? I'm going to ask you a question, and Greta will, what about this? And what about this? And what about this?
They do it all the time with Newton and Einstein. They like Matthew was the other day trying to tell us that things were not in motion, but they were accelerating by combining Newton and Einstein's inertial reference frames into one. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a really weird GIF. I'm going to save this one, Drace. Where?
Globe model is the greatest game of telephone ever played. You remember telephone when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah.
True. Well said.
Thanks, boys.
Well, that's why Tickley thinks something else, and then someone else thinks something else, and then another Glober thinks you can see a curve in an airplane. Another one thinks you can see it if you climb a tall building. So that's why it is like telephone, because all you guys believe in just a bunch of different things, and it's not even adhering to the current rhetoric. What's gravity? Oh, it's this thing. Oh, well, that's not what they're saying. So, yeah, that's a really good point. Globe is like telephone for sure.
Everybody that.
Yeah.
I was just going to say. Okay, go. Flat, you go. I'm shut up. No, you go.
Okay. No, okay, so, and it's unfair, right? Let me pull on your heartstrings for a second. It's super unfair that they can't tell you straight up, this is it every single time. This is what it is. Is it a sphere? No. All of a sudden, it's oblate, it's rounded, it's at different places. Oh, no. You should never say it even once like that if the science before it was correct. So it's unfair to all of us that they sit there and they just make up shit, tell us that they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. That's unfair. I feel gypped. That's actually not a good term anymore. I feel robbed. I feel like someone is just messing with me, and they're saying stuff just for the sake of it. It should hurt your feelings, bro. These people are getting paid millions to say, I actually don't really know, and neither does anybody else. And they're not even apologizing about it, dude. They're just up there laughing. That's
But wait a
mean.
minute.
That's fucking mean.
Who said anything about having feelings up in this? Why does it have to be a victim mentality, like feel bad or anything like that? I'm not asking you, Black, speaking out loud, right? I'm saying, why can't people... Hold on. You asked the question, why can't people think for themselves instead of believing what the news and everything is telling them, programming them, television, versus I can just go outside and look at a plane flying by me that tells me I'm not moving? I'm done now. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm saying that the feelings are involved. I guess I'm pandering a little bit to the Globers who come in, and their cognition is based on an emotional reaction to being told that what they think has actually been incorrect their entire life. So instead of the feelings about that, it should be feelings that make you go, fuck those people. I'm going to find out the truth. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Anyway.
Exactly. Thank you for that work on that. I fully agree with you, dude. 100%.
Cody is here. Does Cody have questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm really just listening in.
Okay. Hey, I'll take a quick survey because I'm just gonna take a quick survey, completely off topic. If you bought something for $500 and you got it, and you're like, I don't really like this, and you were wanting to you want to send it back, and you want to get a refund, would you intentionally break the thing and then put it in a box and think that you were still going to get a refund?
No, because you're being extremely ignorant at that point in time. If you're going to break something and send it back, that's evil.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then
I just feel bad.
What's that?
Yeah, just thought of someone doing that makes me feel bad.
All right, so let's take it to another level. What if you spent, let's pretend, for me that's a lot of money, but let's pretend for you that $500 is a lot of money. So whatever a lot of money is to you, pretend that you bought a thing for like, I don't know, 3 months' wages or whatever. Not that I make $500 every 3 months, but just hypothetically, guys, I'm just saying, pick a big number that would hurt the bank, right? If you were returning a thing, wouldn't you do everything, like logically, naturally, wouldn't you do everything in your power to make sure that you're not just throwing a fragile thing in a box without any padding or any protection, that you're hoping to get a refund? I mean, isn't it logical that you would want to protect
Your return, because it's your product technically. Because
Yeah.
until it's returned to the person who sold it to you, you're the person that owns it.
So there's an uptick. So go ahead, Trace.
Yeah, I always repackage everything right as I found it when I have to return something, because I don't want it to get destroyed because of me.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I'm noticing a trend. I'm noticing a trend in a decrease in apparent intelligence, and I'm seeing customers saying and doing things that are getting much more concerning, like great grandpa with Alzheimer's, and you start going, oh no, it's happening. Oh no, he's losing his mind. He doesn't remember who I am. Like, but like it starts with the little things, and then it gets
Right.
bigger and bigger.
But do you guys take a picture of the stuff before it gets returned? Because shouldn't it be like a picture of the item, of the damage, and then when
Well,
it
if
gets
you
returned,
cared,
you guys take a picture, and then you're able to close off the file and say it was a successful return versus it was returned with questionable damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These customers aren't using any level of. I'm just noticing trends, and I'm pointing out in a general way. I'm noticing some trends of really weird behavior that is counterintuitive to self-preservation. It lends the question: do you hate money? Sometimes I want to ask people that question. Do you hate money? Anyway, we'll move on. I figured I'd ask a little survey and rant a little bit again.
Can I explain to you why I think that people are starting to act that way?
Brain damage?
Well, it's ethics and moral damage.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you there.
It's psychological. Like, okay, they're teaching things in schools that I would never even bring up to anybody. Okay? No one. I wouldn't talk about it with anybody because it's inappropriate. And they're teaching it to children. And instead of us being outraged, we say, let's just accept everybody. There's no rules. Fuck it. So the back of their head, it's subconscious. I don't need to try that much harder to do the right thing. It's just this and that. It's laissez-faire. It's lackadaisical. Okay, it's blasé. They're dumbing down the ethics and morals of people, and it's working.
First, you get.
Have you guys ever heard the term, or not the term, sorry, but the saying, comfort breeds complacency?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what COVID did to a lot of people. It made people, it made some people, oh, sorry, apologize, sorry, damn it.
Just speaking a little code,
Yeah, no, I think the last 3 years have made a lot of people comfortable and have made people complacent. And I'm thinking that could be the potential contributor to what you're speaking on.
Absolutely. I can bring it back to Flat Earth real quick. I can bring it back to Flat Earth.
I can segue. No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, here's why it comes back to Flat Earth. If people can start to just kind of give up on serious matters and just believe everything they're told, well, by golly, Flat Earth is going to be funny to them. They're just going to be like, and why would I even care in the first place? They don't know that it speaks to cognitive deficiencies being nurtured and being accepted. And also, people want those things. They want to say, hell yeah, I believe it. Because isn't that cool? Yeah, we all believe it. Fuck yeah.
Yep, that's exactly where I was going to take it. Is this type of mentality lends somebody to be complacent on all matters of potential importance.
So, I have my smartphone that I can reach at any point in time and pull up pictures of space that show me Earth as a globe. How comfortable and easy is that versus me having to get up off of my ass and walk outside and watch the plane fly by me, which tells me I'm on a stable plane and the plane is moving, not me. That's work, which is the opposite of gravity.
And that's a fact.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the going down that trail with me for a minute, guys.
That was awesome, dude.
I'm frustrated with people's weird behavior.
And you know what's funny is when you're in the service sector, right? You have to deal with other people, right? You end up taking on their energy because you end up trying to understand their energy when they ask you questions. Like you want to, in your own headspace, you want to attempt to understand why they're asking you said question. So when they return something that wasn't destroyed to you, right? That was just damaged slightly when they got it.
No. Perfect condition when they got it.
Oh, great. Perfect. Okay, there you go. Perfect condition, and it's not what they thought, and they return it, and it's damaged. And in your headspace, you're like, why would you do this? Why?
Yeah.
I totally get it, dude. Oy.
I've written several strongly worded letters. I'm just waiting for a response.
Hey, I tell you what, I just had another run-in with a big corporation, another multi-billion-dollar organization, and over and over again, I tell you what, I am really thankful that the Better Business Bureau exists. I don't think it works for everybody, but I have many success stories utilizing the Better Business Bureau system. Complaint system that they have. If you have a legitimate issue and it's not just a trifling, nothing burger, it's a legitimate injustice of some kind, gross oversight, or whatever the case, use the Better Business Bureau. I highly recommend it if you can. I guess it's an American thing. I'm not sure that it's everywhere, but yeah.
It's here in Canada. Unfortunately, it's for sale.
What?
You can buy your rating from the Better Business Bureau here in Canada.
The rating doesn't matter. Their strong arm is what matters. I don't care about the ratings. I don't use it for that. I use it because they're like a big. I'm not going to call them a big bully, but whatever they're able to do, I tell you what, I will do. What do they call it? Manager escalation. But there's a special word for it. But you escalate an issue, escalate. Oh, you go to tier 2, whatever. You get to the higher levels as you can,
Yep.
and you still wind up not getting what you need.
The chain of command.
Yeah. You try your best to get all the way up, and you run into a bunch of walls. But BBB it gets you straight to executive, and stuff happens really fast. Every situation I've ever had where hundreds of dollars were on the line, and I tried for weeks. That my way, I go to the BBB. The issues, I've got money in the bank in under 72 hours. So they may, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think they send out a letter at first.
I think it's really simple, guys. I think you go to these businesses and some have trophies, tons of trophies, right? Beautiful crystal trophies that they have on a shelf saying Better Business Bureau, recipient 10, 15, 20, 50 years, okay? All of that stuff is for show, and it looks great on paper. The Better Business Bureau says, if you don't escalate this issue properly for this person, it's going to be a mark. And you get too many marks, we'll pull the shit from your place, and it'll be illegal for you to say you're part of the Better Business Bureau.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going on.
It's a seal thing. Yep.
Maybe.
Sure. It's an association.
Whatever it is, I'm just thankful it works, or it has worked. The handful of times that I really needed it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a service that should be provided in the first place. So it's good that it exists. And I don't care why it exists. If it helps people get from point A to point Z without having to go through all the other letters, I like that. That's fine with me.
Mm-hmm. That's the BBB I like.
That's what it is. They are an accredited association. I was looking for the word, but myself, I deal with the Ontario Association of Architects, the Professional Engineer Association for engineers and things, right? So it's just an association, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm. More so any people that think we're living on a spinning water ball in the chat?
If you don't, we're going to report you to management. Or if you do.
Belligerent all believers.
Willing to de-belligerent yourself.
Hey, here's a question.
Billions and billions.
Which stone got damaged? I wonder what that stone said.
Oh, you think that it might have been one of special significance? I don't know.
The one related to the 500,000 call. That's what I'm
maybe.
thinking.
I thought it was 500 million.
Oh no,
Pretty sure it's 500 million.
500 million.
Yeah, 500,000 would be insane.
Well, 500 a world of 500 billion people, I think is actually just as plausible.
What? Okay, so do you think the world's population that's posted is legit?
No, but yes.
Okay.
And I'll explain why no, and I'll explain why yes. So on a small scale, I know how many people are in my town. I know that the numbers that they say are accurate. So then allegedly you could multiply that out for all the areas that have a similar quote unquote legitimacy to them. Like specifically in America, you can trust and just do the math and kind of work out. So that's
Except
the
when they're
yes.
voting.
Yeah. And now on the no side, they from the horse's mouth, they literally say that population is modeled. MODELED. It's modeled.
Mm-hmm.
So on that face, it is easy to understand that the number isn't exact. So, for instance, it would be completely ridiculous to actually call somebody the actual 8 billionth person born. Like, you are number 8 billion in the world right now, and you are the only person that will have that status. Now, if there were perfect knowledge of all people at all times, that would be, a title that was true. I don't think that title could ever be true based on our lack of perfect simultaneous world knowledge. So it's an impractical thing. Populations are modeled, but on the other hand, I don't think that we're living in a world of a drastically different number. Could it be 4 instead of 8? I don't know what difference. I don't know how we would discern. I haven't done enough population studies of all the different cities of all the different countries all at the same time and charted it out myself in order to see just how plausible it is.
Imagine how difficult that would be, right? So you've got your local town, not hard to prove, right? You get a little survey, you're probably on the money, give or take. And that's cool. Then you go up to the big city level, then the region area, then the state level. But it's almost like a story. How blurry do the lines get to the point where you just don't even know as you go up in numbers? That's kind of where I'm at with it.
This is where if I speak.
The big problem, just a second, you'll need to fix your mic. The big problem with it is the larger places like India,
Holy shit,
the continent of Africa.
Yeah.
These are places where modeling really, really shines and true data does not shine. So who was it that just piped in and said, "Can I speak
Cody.
now?" But their mic was super low.
Cody.
Yeah, I gotta be very quiet. Sorry, it's pretty late for me.
Okay.
All right, we'll turn you up.
Population is definitely not what they say it is because, I mean, look at YouTube, the most popular site. When you look at the most popular videos, they usually have around I think 10 billion, 12 billion, but you might think that's a lot at first, but when you consider how much people rewatch the videos and the ones that are the most popular are usually the ones that are like music videos, so you listen to 5 times, which most people listen to. You think it's actually a lot lower than what I think it is. My guess is probably 2 billion. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Would that not be assuming that the vast majority of people have internet access, use the internet, use YouTube?
Yeah, that's my assumption.
Gotcha.
I don't know, if everyone has the internet. I think most people do. That's my guess.
Fascinating topic, though, and it's something I definitely think about when I fly. I look down, I'm like, wow, there's a lot of area. We're all crowded into these small spots,
Yeah.
What kills me when gospel started talking about
exaggeration.
Glad, go.
I'm sorry if you can hear.
Glad's roboting for me.
Sorry, I'll just go away for a while.
Jokes. What freaks me out when gospel was talking about India, when you get into countries where poverty is an issue, right, and people are living on the streets and stuff, how do you start counting or even be able to begin to ascertain what the population is of the homeless, right? Because you can't even start to rely on statistics, or not even stats, but residential counts for housing as an example.
I have a question for you guys. If you think they are hiding the statistics of the real population, tell me why you think they are.
Same reason they would lie about Santa Claus. Same reason they would lie about the shape of the Earth. Same reason they would lie about the Easter Bunny. Right?
And
They know the answers to these things. We don't.
to justify smart cities, pushing all the population into smart cities.
What's smart cities? I haven't heard of it.
You haven't heard of Agenda 2050, 2030?
No, I haven't. I'm still new to all this.
Well, create panic and fear, right? This is the way you do it. You tell a vision, right? And these are levels. You make a very, very good point, my guy. Thank you for that.
Wait, so what's the plan?
Yeah, if you can crowd everybody into a spot, you can control them a little bit easier, right? Like some animals. But if we're all living out like on our own, off the grid and stuff, they can't really do much. But
yeah, I'd love to live off the grid.
Right.
That'd be beautiful.
So that's I think that's what he means by smart cities. They see they built up these big cities, L.A., Toronto, New York. Where does everybody want to go? L.A., Toronto, New York. So yeah, just get everybody in one spot.
Mars.
Easier. Yeah, Mars is the next spot. Yeah.
I think something everyone wants without realizing it, just like how everyone likes certain things, like everyone loves good food, no matter who you are, you're gonna like good food. I think something everyone wants deep down inside is peace, being out in the wild, having your own, being able to be self-dependent, like have your own little house. I think that's something everyone wants without realizing it when you have to take a deep thought about it.
What do you do with the people who are physically disabled that can't take care of their own little house?
They'll have help.
Like you have to understand that you can't blanketly speak for everybody as to their wants, right? It's an understanding that the common good is one thing. I'm playing devil's advocate to your statement strictly.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know people disagree with me. It's an opinion. It's just because I think it's something that is the only thing that can really one of the only things that can really fill the hole inside you, compared to doing drugs and all. That's something that'll never fill the deep hole inside you, but something like peace can.
Continue.
Reading the Book of Enoch recently, and I found out that it says that people will basically what happened to us today, where people would stray away from the ways of thinking the Earth was flat. It's very interesting when you read it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We have also joined by. I just want to give a quick shout out to anybody with the VC verified that's here. We also have a Parallax who just joined. I've seen you in the chat, so welcome to the panel. Please let us know if you have any points you want to bring up or a question or something. But we're just hearing from Cody. Nice hearing from you as well. I see you have the VC verified. So I think if there's a moderator around, love to give him the seem sincere role, if you guys can do that. But yeah.
I was on here, I think it was yesterday or the day before that, and I was talking to, who was it? Let me see. I think it was I think it was Northern Rebellion. I was talking to him.
Oh yeah, he hangs out here a lot.
And another couple other people, but I forgot who they were. I remember, I think Gabe was there, and the other guy earlier, I think it was like Globe or Flat something his name was. He left
Flat.
a moment ago.
Yeah, he was just here. He had to bounce out for a minute. Glat Flobe.
Yeah, he left.
But yeah, dude. So the brass tacks of it. What do you think about the the thing that we're standing on, the plane. What are your thoughts on that?
Did you ask me that?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know you were talking to someone else. Oh, I think it's
No, Cody, I'm talking to you, my guy. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you.
I didn't know if you were talking to me or not, but yeah,
Let's Kiwi.
I personally think it's flat.
All right.
It took me like my whole life to realize that.
Hmm.
It's kind of.
What brought you to that conclusion? And you say think.
It was simply one person telling me, like one person who believed it, saying to me the Earth's flat, and I was thinking to myself, you know, like you gotta have a good reason to believe in something, like as what was the word? Contrary. That's it. Contrary to what everyone else believes in. So
Okay.
instead of being what everyone else thinks, like instead of having the normal reaction, like oh this guy's crazy, I was thinking to him, I wanna listen to this guy. Like I wanna hear his views and I wanna learn more about it. And then my mind was still biased, even though I wanted to learn more about it. My mind was still leaning mostly towards what I've been taught my whole life. And then he showed me some videos. I forgot what the videos were, but it made me do my own bit of research looking into it. I mostly looked into what I believed in because I didn't even know what I believed in, and I found out what I believed in was wrong. It's actually and it gave me a huge shock at first. I was basically standing there, like just sit down, like not a mental breakdown, but just like I guess you could say like maybe a mental shock because then you
Cognitive
realize
dissonance. Cognitus, as we call it.
Yeah, you
Cognitus,
realize
yeah.
you realize your whole life you've been lied to, and then if that's true, then what else is true? Like if I've been lied to just about this, then what else have I been lied to, and what is the truth? Like what's the truth? And I'm personally obsessed with the truth. I really want to find the truth to everything. I don't know why. Maybe it's in my genes or something, my soul, but I just want to know the truth. I cannot stand lies. I cannot stand being lied to. And I'm still doing my own little bit of research today, trying to find it out. But yeah, I personally.
My nigga. My nigga.
Yeah, paradigm shift. Gospel swooped in with that one on the correction. My bad. But yeah, paradigm just and again realizing that what you thought things were actually quite the different.
Oh, is that what's called? Okay.
Yeah, man. Which is great.
Same reaction? Like, did you like just sit down and you're like, oh my?
Nah, man. It was more of what happened with me was it's just been a mental programming of you sit down, you watch movies, you see the round globe at the beginning, and it's just programs and programs and programs. And then over the last 7 years, a lot has changed for me on a personal level. And over the last 3 years, specifically, I started asking the question and realizing that the Creator, I've been walking with Scripture for 42 years, realizing that the Creator created this firmament, the lid, on the second day, and that's what led me to unpacking the idea that we live in a closed system, which is what I heard Bill Nye, the science guy, state, that we're in a closed system and you can't leave it, and that pretty much was locked, sealed, and loaded for me, and that was it. But the last thing for me was standing on 50 feet on top of the penthouse in my building, and I'm looking at an airplane flying by, and I'm looking at this thing stating to myself, if you're not talking, if you can mute, that'd be great. I don't know what we're picking up, but slightly distracting. Looking at this plane flying by, and there's nothing that I'm witnessing that tells me that I'm moving. The plane's moving, yeah, but I get in a car and I watch the plane move. I know I'm moving and the plane's moving because I see everything happening. But when I get out of the car and I watch the plane's moving. I'm not. So that's me, anyways.
What got me was when I started looking, because when you know what's it called? Like I know a bit. I don't know exactly the words.
Okay, and that's good. I like that. I like that story. I'll tell one quick. That a lot of people, most people haven't ridden on the Concorde, and I did ride on the Concorde. And we were at, I think it was 58,000 feet. I don't know if it was 60 or above that. They just said that they were at their normal cruising altitude, which is double what a commercial airliner flies at. And so I don't know what you think about the curvature or where you can see it. I don't care. I'm just going to let you know that at the top of Snowmass Mountain, and I've snowboarded there a shitload, I couldn't see any curvature. I could see cities far away, hundreds of miles away. That's 14,000 feet almost. Then you got your commercial flights at 30,000 feet, right? And that's just commercial jets. Still can't see the curvature. Go ahead and try. You aren't going to see it. And then now we got around 60,000 feet, double the commercial flight. I did not see curvature either. That was in the year 2000. I was 19. So that's crazy, right? Where is the curvature? And that's just a personal testimony.
And I jump from the planes and I do not see curvature. So there's more personal testimony.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
I just won a debate against a globe earther like 2 minutes ago.
All right, let's do it again. I'll be a globe earther.
Nope. Why?
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, let's put your flat earther badge on the line.
Oh, wait. Can I use my arguments first?
Yeah, of course.
And you can wait. Let me translate that real quick.
Were you arguing with somebody in your own language or something?
No, I think he's just going through the notes.
No. Look, 100 miles in the ocean. You know, there's a 6,000 feet of curvature every 100 miles. So there must be a 20 centimeters curvature per square mile. So every mile there should be 20 centimeters of curvature. And my question to you is, why are there laser tests that people shoot lasers from one point to another point, and you were like always able to see it, even if it was like 6 miles long? Which
well, you just
I don't
understand
think
that
how
the
does
Earth is so big.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, you just don't understand that the Earth is big.
No, because you don't know the spherical trigonometry.
Yeah, but there's atmospheric refraction.
No, did you ever see how Did you ever see how a refraction works?
Yeah. You don't believe in refraction?
No, it's not a refraction. You just don't know how that works. I can send you a picture or a video how a refraction actually works. And there are like pictures like the Chicago image. And if it would be actually a refraction, I can send you the video now how this actually works. Or maybe if it's a mirage, it still would look different. So,
But do you really think all the experts could possibly be lying?
no. Why would they lie?
Exactly.
They're just telling the truth, and you can test it by yourself. Just find a lake or something. No, just go on a beach and look a ship which is disappearing after the horizon. Then zoom in with a camera, and you can take the ship back. Pretty easy. And
but
then
you don't have the proper equipment to see curvature.
Just make sure you pull your.
You can use a telescope too, which has not the best like zoom effect, but I think 3 miles or something are enough to prove that there's no curvature. And I sent.
But we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon because there's refraction.
But if you're a glober, you gotta pull your head out of your arse first.
I can send you a video how refraction works, but it won't let me send it. I don't know why.
Oh, so you don't understand?
No, I mean, it won't let me send this video. I don't know why.
Oh, so you can't explain it?
Yeah, I think just wait. There. That's how refraction actually looks like. And just look at this. How can you get such a perfect shot of the Chicago skyline, the tallest building would have disappeared 9,000 feet under the horizon line.
Yeah,
Can you explain how this works?
Exactly.
Because
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
no, it's not. You just don't. No, it's not a mirage. You just don't know how the mirage works. You don't know how this works. That's how. You know, this is how a mirage would actually look like, and the refraction. You just saw it. Just sent this in a live stream voice text. How it would look like. You can't get such a clear shot from a refraction, and how it's gonna bend this light over 57 miles to get such a clear shot. That's not possible. That's straight facts. And also, water is always level.
Yeah, but
And
level means curve.
as we know that gravity is just a theory, then I don't think there's an argument that to counter that
Yeah, but
water is always level.
level just means to the center of the earth. So level can mean curved.
No.
Well, that's what the experts say.
No, I have a picture. I'm gonna send this real quick.
He's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good, CB.
I know.
Can I have a try?
Actually,
he's
but
awesome.
the problem is that
He's like 14.
You're
14,
like
right?
in my I'm 14, but I
love
turned
it. So
turn
good.
15 next
Yeah,
year.
keep going, dude. You're doing amazing, man.
Yes, and man, I'm just 14. Imagine how much knowledge I'm gonna get when I'm like 18 and stuff, because I'm learning 24/7 about flat Earth.
Nice plug there. That was a nice
I'm
plug.
taking notes. I'm like taking notes about everything what I hear
He's
in
a
the live.
sponge. Yeah, he's in sponge mode. He's
And
not. We're gonna call you Sponge. What's your nick again?
Seiya.
Seiya. We're gonna kill Sponge Seiya.
yeah, I sent the picture in the live stream how this what level means actually. I have extremely a lot of pictures, which is a proof, 100% proof that an airplane is flying over a not curved surface as the gyroscope.
Well,
Yeah,
this is too small of a scale. So if you scale it up to the size of the Earth, then it would be curving.
No, because you know why? Look, the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. That's what globe Earthers say.
Correct. Yeah.
But I mean, why is there land at the equator? I mean, if it
Gravity.
actually were like the water would be collected at the equator. And as we know, gravity and plate tectonics are just a theory, so you can't use them in
But
a
how
debate.
else would we have tides?
What? Tides?
The moon makes the tides, so that's gravity. So that's why the water doesn't pile up at the equator.
You mean in space there's gravity?
Yeah. How else would it work?
Wait, I have a picture about this. I have a picture about everything, man. Just look at this.
Okay. I just I don't see why they would lie about this.
First of all, space is a hoax, and gravity is a hoax too.
Wait, I have a question still though.
You don't believe in gravity?
Artificial. Can we go back to the artificial horizon though? I'm because you talked about planes.
Yes.
I want you to explain to me how artificial horizon works at some point, please.
So, artificial horizon is if a pilot can't see the horizon in midair, so there's this artificial horizon, and the artificial horizon is based on a gyroscope. So you can always change the surface of the gyroscope, and it would always stay up.
All right,
Who's making such noises right now, man?
All right, Clapley, you can go do your construction elsewhere.
Clapley muted.
What?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, you can always change the surface of the gyroscope, and it would always stay upright. So if a plane is actually flying over a curved surface, then that means that the gyroscope would stay upright. So the artificial horizon would roll back, and it would completely manipulate the flight.
Okay, so you're saying that the artificial horizon is completely, there's no internal vanes or adjusters that adjust for a globe or anything like that. You're saying it's strictly weight related, i.e., bottom is down,
look,
top is up.
when you ask a pilot why doesn't the artificial horizon roll back, then he's going to answer that the artificial horizon has a extremely nice electronic that knows the location of where you are on the Earth right now, and it ensures that the artificial horizon rolls back. But Dave Murphy actually went to the builder, to the person who built these artificial horizons, and he said that an electronic like that does not even exist.
So there are no electronics built into that. It is strictly a mechanical instrument.
Yes, but when I used the argument, and there's someone that said, yeah, but nowadays they use electronically
manipulated. Yeah, there's internal adjustments.
But they are manipulated.
You can't manipulate an artificial horizon because it's a mechanical instrument. A mechanical instrument is just like a square and compass, right? What we observe with the square and compass is what we observe with the artificial horizon. It's just a weighted instrument that sits in a ball.
Yeah, but it's a pretty how can you find a picture of proof that it's mechanically? Because actually, when I look for proof, I never find one. But
my first question is, you have to plug it in. If it was electronic, you have to plug it in. Do you have to plug in the artificial horizon?
No.
Exactly. That makes it mechanical.
Whoa. Wait, I'm just gonna take notes.
Puff is dust. Where is that, Clay?
I have an extremely good video that explains this. I had a pretty annoying debate against someone extremely annoying because he used theories and stuff, and he said there are experiments that prove that gravity is 100% real.
No.
There aren't. Or am I wrong with this?
No. When you witness a piece of paper falling to the ground, are you witnessing something pushing on it, or are you witnessing a piece of paper falling to the ground?
Yeah, that's a good argument. Actually, I'm going to use this.
To me, it looks like the piece of paper is floating in the air. It's meandering around, and it's looking to find a place of rest, which is what we do at night. We lie in our beds, and we rest. We don't go and lie in my bed and fight against the laws of gravity. Because if my body was fighting gravity, how am I supposed to rest at night?
And did you know that if gravity actually was real, then fishes would not be able to swim in the water?
Oh no, they're defying gravity the whole time. The water allows them to defy gravity.
Better yet, you take two pieces of paper of equal size, shape, and weight, and you crumple one into a ball, and you leave one flat, and you drop them both. Which will hit the ground first? If gravity was pulling on them, they'd both hit at the same time, right?
Exactly, because gravity is an evenly 9.6, whatever the heck the constant is that they apply for gravity.
But the problem is
they don't. Hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
go. Yes.
It's not a constant. They don't even say it's a constant. It's an average.
Thank you for that, Gospel. Very well stated, man. I didn't realize.
My point being, if the force was pulling on both equal objects equally, they would hit the ground at the same time, and they
don't. Because they weigh the exact same. That is such an amazing statement, my guy.
Bro, this person just texted me back and he asked me, why would the government lie? That's actually a question I never heard, like, had a debate against a globe earther who didn't ask this question. They have all the same arguments. It's like since 2000 years. Like the same arguments. Globe earthers are so retarded, man. They just think slow.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Well, it's the same reason that they lied 500 years ago. So why don't the Globers go ahead and figure out why they began the lie or began to tell this story, and then why don't they figure out if the sources that they find hold the justification for this story? How about starting there?
Why would they not?
To be honest, globe earthers have nothing but insults.
Well, if a glober
They like to believe in the round Earth. It gives them a bit of comfort in a sense.
Right,
They like
comfort breeds complacency.
because they don't like, because when you believe the Earth is round, then that kind of and everything is useless, like pointless in life, and that kind of gives you more freedom compared to if the Earth is flat, where there's more likelihood of there being a god. So there's that. They don't like that. More of a nihilism belief, believing the Earth is round, and they actually like that. A lot of people like that. Honestly, kind of sad.
Look, they tell you that you believe everything you see on the internet, but they think that above the Earth there's a atmosphere, a pressurized atmosphere without a solid barrier, and above this atmosphere is a vacuum without a solid barrier, which makes no sense, because both have to be contained in a solid barrier. And when you ask them why are they just free like that, they're gonna answer with gravity again, because they have nothing else. They just have two arguments: gravity and why do ships disappear over the horizon. Oh my.
Interruption.
Yeah, well, the good thing is both of those are, well, one of them's easily dismissible because there's no evidence or science for it, gravity, and the other one's easily debunkable with the water hills. So
the water hills are funny.
Ships don't disappear over the horizon. You just don't know how the human eye works.
Exactly.
My latest
vanishing
thing.
point.
Well, the problem is the horizon is what the horizon is. So the question is, what is it we're seeing? Well, things go over the horizon, things go into the horizon, things disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, well, really the only one there is the going over the horizon, because that's like kind of stating that it's going over this hill. So, but we already know that's not the case, because you have the formula that they, give you online. The formula tells you where the horizon is, and it's never there. So,
Everybody, you guys ever do the vanishing point drawing in school? Grade 3, grade 2, right? Where you put the 1 point right in the middle of the paper and you draw all of your lines, your reference line, everything, all based off of that point. That's what the sun is doing. It's disappearing out of our purview, right? Versus when a car drives over a hill, a crest of a hill, and it goes down and it disappears, that's what a crest will do. Vanishing point.
Yeah, well said. That's a good way to put it. I might use that, the vanishing point thing. That's good.
Appreciate that.
Well, yeah, they seem to think that, well, it's sunset. It's going down. It's like it's not actually going down,
Yeah, just like the plane is crashing into the ground as it leaves your ability to see it.
Right.
I wanted to add something about the horizon. Everything over the horizon is gonna sink, and everything under the horizon is going up. So we see kind of like pyramid shaped. There are all kind of waves going up and down, but we can't see them because they are beyond our ability to see. So that's just how the human eye works. But globe earthers, they will never understand. It's not that they can't, but they don't want to understand the truth. Pretty simple.
I just stepped away. I came back and it's quiet.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I sent some pictures. I'm sending some pictures now in the voice chat, so it's pretty easy to understand. This with the horizon, you can just send these two pictures, and I think it's completely debunked.
Well, the other question I have is when I watch a plane take off going away from me and the plane flies away from me, how come I don't see its belly if it's flying away from me? Because it should start to go right, like over the crest.
No.
How'd that work if it was on a globe?
No. So if it were on a globe, every 69 miles that the plane traveled, the plane would tilt 1 degree. Can you see a plane that is 69 miles away?
No.
If you could, it would be 1 degree tilted. 1 degree.
Pick that up. Check.
Yeah. So the plane, there's a meme that floats around in FE circles.
Yeah.
That shows the plane,
the belly,
with the belly going down over the horizon. That is a straw man and complete misunderstanding of the globe, and it makes flat earthers look retarded. So
it's a gross misconception.
Yeah. So yes, it would be tilting, but not perceptively unless you could see thousands of miles. Like just according to the math, it would need to be over 3,000 miles in order for it to be at a 45 degree. Hold on. More like 1,500 or 1,600 miles or whatever, for it to be at a 45 degree angle. It'd have to be at the halfway point between the quarter for it to be at 45 degrees. I mean, just you can't see a plane that far away ever. So it's just it's just a bad point.
This person that lost a debate against me is saying now that every human with a normal like brain knows that the Earth is a globe. But look,
That's what happens, man. When they start to lose and grasp at straws.
She already lost.
Yeah, they start calling you crazy.
Also, a lot of people, at least the people I talk to about it, love to make up like their own stuff. They say, "Oh, what about this?" Like they literally make up their own theories on the go, and then you have no answer because they literally made it up on the spot. Like they say, "Oh, scientists proved this wrong," but they made it up. So you obviously just know, and you just say no, and then they'll be really scared and they'll say crazy and stuff like that. It's like their last resort.
Yeah, they do that a lot with the flat Earth as well. They create a flat Earth in their mind that's obviously really ridiculous. They offered to us to defend.
I told my parents about it, and they like literally made up stuff on the spot. And I said, like, I know they're making up, so I'm saying no, that's already been disproven. Like, I know my model's true. So just because you make something up saying scientist says this and that, I know you're wrong, and you're making it up on the spot to see what I'll say. So don't get scared when someone makes something up on the spot.
Did one of you guys?
I was gonna say they're your parents, right? So it's worth your time instead of challenging them, why don't you try walking with them outside and asking them to show you stuff that would make you think that the Earth is round versus flat?
The thing is, the funny thing is, I feel like what we should do to convince people is to not give really our proofs, but rather them try to give us proofs. Because when you do that, then it gives them more time to think about what they believe in, and then they start to realize how ridiculous and how they can't even prove it, and then to start waking up and start realizing what they believe in. Because that's what really got me to become a flat earther. So I think they'll help others too.
Yep, that's true. You'll notice a defense mechanism when you do this is they'll start asking you to, oh, well, how do you prove it's flat? Like they'll try to relieve the pressure by asking you stuff about flat Earths that they don't understand.
So I feel like most of the time, like they always put the pressure on us to give us them answers, whereas when you do the opposite, then it gets them to really think about themselves, and I think it's a really good thing.
Are you guys familiar with narcissists?
Yes. In other words, prideful people. Yes.
It's not. There is a difference, but go on. What's your point?
What's the difference?
I was just illustrating that I find there to be narcissistic behavior runs amok in the globe Earth community. They shame, they browbeat, and then they resort to calling names when their story falls apart, and they look to team, right? Because they immediately will come back with like a gaggle of fans with them all to repeat the same damn thing to try to beat you into submission.
Can I say something real quickly? I'll just say this real quickly for like a couple seconds. The people who do that are usually the people that have issues, is what I found out personally. That's all I want to say. Go on.
Yeah, glad you were about to chime in. I know you're fresh. Your mind, aren't you? Like doing school right now, right?
Yeah.
Do you have narcissistic personality disorder kind of at the top of your? I just know that just labeling somebody prideful as a narcissist is not fair, because narcissists are scary people, and I don't mean that like the boogeyman. I mean that like they're as scary as axe murderers. They're as like people with personality disorders are people that are very predictable, and also as a result of them being predictable, their prognosis for future behavior is extremely not good.
Yep, that's true. The way I break it down simply is the best way. So just think about the implications. The best way to piss off a narcissist, or to get them, right, get their goad, piss them off, is to ignore them. That's all you gotta do. That's it.
Yeah.
What's the definition of narcissist?
Because they're going to want to control every situation.
Just a moment.
They're going to want every single thing to be, every decision made is signed off by them or developed by them. They came up with the idea first. God forbid anybody else have anything to contribute to the project or whatever. Everybody else is just auxiliary compared to this person, if you know what I mean. That's the way they think. And a lot of it, my stepdad's a narcissist. I grew up with the shit. When I study it, yeah, that's right, I guess. But, like, you got to live with it to see it. But anyway, there's all kinds of narcissists. And narcissist is like a broad term anyway.
I'm putting it in the chat.
It's kind of like autism, in my opinion. It's like there's a spectrum and all this kind of deal, because you've got people who know they're narcissists, but a lot of them don't. They wouldn't agree. They wouldn't agree if you sat them down and explained all the tenets of narcissism. They'd get angry because you'd be holding up a mirror to them. But even if they're smart enough to understand what you're saying, it's just like, you're right, it's just like a Glober saying, there's no way I'm wrong about this. There's no way. It doesn't matter if you have facts. There's no way I'm wrong.
Look. There are a lot of different people with a lot of different ways of acting. Narcissists is specific. So based on what I'm reading here, so they have a very high esteem for themselves.
Oh, so I guess
They also
narcissism
need to be regarded as that higher self, higher than the others around them. That goes into the belief that others are inferior and they lack empathy as well.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't many people.
I put it in the chat.
I feel like everyone's in some way
That
prideful. But
Let me
narcissism is just
let
the
me put it to you
extreme
this way. In
level,
my
like the other level
experience,
to it.
there's a lot of narcissism in my family, and I'll tell you, I used to be one. You can probably hear it in my voice. I used to be a big one, and it's a problem. But you know, you can stop it. It's a choice.
Guys, so I from a standpoint of identifying not the people, right, but just the behavior. That's one thing. And the thing that Glatt mentioned that is so important is it is the aspect of ignoring them. Now, what I always say is I look at these conversations that we have with people as investments. And if I'm investing, I'm actively pouring into you, and you're not willingly taking it on, then I'm not going to pour into you. Forget that aspect of it and pour into something else that's willing to receive that. The whole aspect of narcissists and their behavior, they like to put the rules to the game in place, then bring you in and play with you. And when they're done playing with you, they will dismiss you very quickly.
There's a lot of narcissists in this world.
Did you look at the criteria?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the way that psychology works, if it is to whatever degree it is a legitimate thing, the way that it works is by meeting a certain set of symptom criteria. As it lines out, you have to have at least 5 of the 9 symptoms in order to be classified as having the thing. That should indicate to most logical people that the thing is not like if you have a broken bone, you have a broken bone. It's not like, well, do you have pain on your arm and is there blood gushing out? Like there's symptoms, right? No, if you have a broken bone, there's a broken bone. In regards to psychology, it doesn't work the same way. So, to as legitimate as it is, just be aware of, psychology is what it is. I'm not here to defend it by any means, but when you call somebody a narcissist, they ought to have these criteria, no less than 5, and it is disruptive to one's life, so on and so on. There are people that are prideful, yeah. There are people that act similar to narcissists, may have 1 or 2 traits, but
pride,
it's not a thing until it becomes quote unquote full blown or what they call clinical, 5 out of the 9 or higher.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, they call it just chronic narcissism, but I am always careful about using that word, throwing it around, because I've seen people be called narcissists their whole lives and became one specifically because of that. I've watched them develop in ways that I was like, you aren't that way deep down. I've seen it. So it can do all kinds of things. Yeah. So the criteria, right? But just like you said, broken bone, that's medically, scientifically, always provable. You can't prove a level of pain in somebody. You have to take their word for it. And that's, yeah. So I hate when somebody's diagnosed with OCD or ADHD. You cannot diagnose that. These are cognitive issues, and even say chronic, like chronic narcissist. Well, technically that means eventually you're going to die from the thing. I don't think narcissism is a disease, right? But it is definitely, a screw loose, something that needs to be tweaked and can be tweaked. Absolutely.
I've seen people in my life, a lot of people who have a so-called because a doctor or something said to them that they're depressed, they think because they're because they think, oh, I have depression, I can't do anything about it. No, I can't do anything. That's what they think, so they don't do anything about it. And it's just so sad. Like, they just put themselves in the trap. Like, they're obviously not going to be able to fix their depression if they don't, look for it, look for an answer, look for a way to fix it. So they just sit there helpless. It's so sad. And there's a lot of other people who have some anxiety issues. Like, they can't talk to people, and because they went to the doctor said, oh, you're chronic, whatever, and all this. Like, you're very bad. Like, take some pills, and it's just so sad. Like, they can fix it themselves if they put enough evidence to it, but because the doctors say otherwise, they just don't bother anymore. I've seen a lot of people like that, and I tell them, and then they don't want to believe me, because if they believe me, then they'll make them have to question a lot of other stuff.
You know, we're living in a society.
Quetzal, are you there? I know that it sounds off topic, but ironically, this came up because we were addressing the topic, or I guess Cody was addressing the observation that these behaviors are coming from the globe zealots. So that's the relevance of.
Couldn't have said it better.
I threw up antisocial personality disorder up there too.
Yeah,
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the
what's it called?
The personality disorders they got, the globe zealots. But not much to say about it, to be honest.
When I talked earlier with someone about the artificial horizon, and he said the thing that you have to plug in electronically horizon.
Yo.
Who was that?
Me. What's up?
And you said something else. I forgot to take notes about this. Something
It's a mechanical instrument.
Yes, proof. You proved it to me, but I forgot to take notes about this.
No, just based on what I understand of the artificial horizon, it's a mechanical instrument. It goes into the dash or the cockpit, the dash of the cockpit. Obviously, things have to be presented. It has to be lit. But from a standpoint of the actual instrument itself, it's a mechanical instrument because it doesn't have to be plugged in. Electronics have to be plugged in. Those things require calibration and calculation and would be able to ascertain for a curvature of the Earth. But an artificial horizon is a mechanical instrument, right? Exactly, just like the gyro on a camera. Oh no, yes. Gimbal. Sorry, gimbal, not a gyro. Sorry, gimbal.
And you said something with you can't manipulate.
Up is always up with a mechanical instrument like that. It's 2 points that are affixed on either side, right along the x-axis, and up is always up and down is always down. And there's a weight, and wherever you take that thing, the artificial horizon, the line always sits flat, no matter where you take it. It's like having a coffee.
Always stays upright.
You can have a coffee, like a coffee cup, right? A coffee sitting in the top, and a weight sitting on the bottom that is weighted heavier than the coffee. And if you pin those two items, or you pin that in a cage, exactly like the gimbal that's posted in the chat, that coffee will always stay upright, regardless of if that was like a cup holder in a car. It will always stay upright, regardless of where that weight swings. It'll counterbalance it.
Okay, and thanks for the information. And do you have maybe a video about this? Because I only have a few.
I'll look for it. I think there's a breakdown. I can find. Hold on.
If you find one, send it on DM, please.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I actually had a debate against someone who built parts of the plane actually, and which was pretty funny because he couldn't counter this argument with the gyroscope. He was just 16, so I don't think he was actually working with building these plane parts, but as he said, he did. which is pretty funny because he didn't even know his own job. Or probably he didn't counter because he knew it was mechanical.
As far as I'm aware, the calibration happens on the ground before they take off, and they don't touch it at any point in flight. So they stick to that. Doesn't matter. What else are they going to be telling you?
Did anyone in the server ever had a debate against the Globe Earther? And in the final, he said, "Yes, okay, you beat me, and you proved me that the Earth is not a globe." I think this would never happen because they always gonna defend the globe, even if they can't even counter one argument. Like that's what happened to me since I got Flat Earther this year.
You are right. You know, the Kosho was here and he was posting things in this morning, and I did said to him, "Can you prove space?" And he was silent. And then I posted that rat from the SpaceX supply, and this is on NAS YouTube channel. So NAS.
And you could actually see a rat on the SpaceX rocket.
Yeah, and I asked him, how can a rat be on space?
Did he answer? No, probably not.
No. And then let me. Is this one? I have the link for the original video.
Yes, send it to me, please, because I need this in a debate. Because it could be pretty funny.
So they want to talk about space, but how can a rat be on that space rocket? And okay, this is the link.
Oh, someone.
If you click it, you will see it on that time. And before NASA, 1 year before NASA was 1958, and 1957. Let me get the document. There's this document that was unclassified for the year 2000. So they were at Antarctic talking about flat Earth and the firmament.
Yes.
So this is a CIA document. So they have no proof, but we present proof.
I actually think behind the South Pole there is extraterrestrial means extra land. Do you think they're hiding land, or is it just the dome behind the Antarctica? Because I actually think that the Earth is bigger than we are told. That maybe there's land behind the Antarctica.
Yes, there was a man. There was an
Richard Admiral Byrd.
Admiral.
There's a land as big as the United States.
Yes, and there was one helicopter pilot and other people that work there, did work at there, and he says there is more big. But anyway, there's more land beyond this size, but inside this container, the firmament. And one team from Brazil, they did release an high altitude balloon next to New Zealand and Antarctica. They have access through the Brazilian Navy, and they saw beyond the ice other huge landmass and water, and so maybe there's more, So, but inside here,
I think that there's more, 100%. Keith, you send the link from the gyroscope. Thank you.
No worries, man. The major thing on that, if you look at the section, I know if you look at the section of it, it's all gear driven.
Okay.
Right, which it relates to like gears are just like a clock. It's mechanical.
Yeah. So that's 100% proof that a plane is flying over a flat surface and not over a curved one.
When they calibrate the gyro on the ground before takeoff, it has to be leveled. There's no other way. And that's it. It's set for the whole ride after that. That's how they return back to their reference frame. So, in case they go into bad weather or bad visual view, whatever you want to call it, they can rely on the artificial horizon, basically. So they know they're not, dipping or flying.
Bro, you guys have so much knowledge about this stuff. I'm probably the weakest flat earther debate on this server, man. But
no, you're definitely not.
No, you're not. You know why?
Why?
Yeah, you're not at all.
Because Earth is with you.
Underestimate my power.
Love it.
Okay,
That was awesome.
see.
That was so good. No, dude, you're doing amazing for 14 years old. You're doing great.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm actually learning it every day. But did someone actually talk to this Indio guy? Because, bro, he's insane. He has so much. I think he could win a debate against anyone. He's insane. This Indio, the admin of the server.
He's the opposite of insane.
Yep. Listen, I want to put out in the ether, and if we could really make this happen, just no way he could say no somehow. It might probably not happen, but I want it to happen. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Indio or Miggy. Okay, let's go. We're quantum eraser. Woo wee! Let's go. Right?
Yeah.
Imagine you against Neil deGrasse Tyson in the debate.
I know. Listen, a boy can dream. It's a pipe dream, as if there ever were a pipe dream, that's the one. But I'm just saying, wouldn't that be nice? That'd be great. Fuck you, Neil. You're done. Look at this. Live television.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He talks so much shit, man. He says you can never fly high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, and then he says after that ships disappear over the horizon, like over the Earth's curvature, which is 3 miles. It's completely. That's stupid.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is like that not even Globers wants to use him for anything.
Yes, because he talks so much shit, you can actually use him in your debate and ask people, why would someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson say something like that?
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Hey, did any of you here saw there was a man that proved the geocentric model. He filled water in a telescope and somehow he proved the geocentric model. Actually, is someone familiar with that?
Ask again. What was you saying?
I heard of someone that he filled water in a telescope and proved that the Earth is not spinning, or the geocentric model, something like that.
Oh, sounds like the Ares failure experiment. I don't know which one was it, or the Bedford one. I don't remember.
Is there a way to debunk the Bedford level experiment without using refraction or Fata Morgana or mirage? I mean,
I don't know. No idea. I mean, it would have been debunked by now. Someone would have known that.
But I think the best example are the Navy ships, the water that is always level, and the Chicago image.
Yeah, I mean, if you repeat the experiment and you get one black, what do we call it, black swan, and that's it. You don't need 100 of them. Just one is enough. It disproves the globe.
They can't prove the globe without using something like calculations, theories, or the NASA.
That is 100% correct. The globe cannot be proved without proof created by some dude. Period.
They can take you out.
You make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
What the hell did you just say?
Exactly. Oh man.
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. The largest mismatch between
So what happened to the Joy stones? I heard some kind of sabotage or something like that. They ruined the
Yeah, somebody blew up one of the
monument.
stones.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
Somebody blew up one of the stones.
Well, good. Listen, here's what I think that is. Just my 2 cents, my sarcastic ass 2 cents on this. The Georgia Guidestones, it means nothing. Oh, good. It looks at the North Pole all the time. Who gives a fuck? You kidding me? You think the kind of people that run this place, well, run societies, don't know about that? Can't make a little piece of stone, put some $500 million on it, scare the fuck out of people. Get out of here. It's just for people like us to waste time talking about. It's just some stones. Oh, they got blood magic on top of it. Okay, so they killed a person on top of it? They killed a lot of people doing a lot of weird shit, guys. They don't need to tell us any of that shit.
I didn't want to go into details like that and relax.
Anyway, they don't need to tell us that stuff. They're going to do it anyway. It's just for us to go, ooh, look, my 2 cents.
All right, thank you for your rant. Cheerful.
Yeah, there's many structures all over the world that point to Polaris. There's one right in North Dakota on the top of a mountain. You just look through it and you can see Polaris all year long.
Dude, that's hilarious. I did not know they did that.
Who? What?
Sorry, the Guidestones thing, that's just freaking hilarious. I just Googled it. It's so
funny. Oh, yeah.
The narratives these days are hilarious, bro.
I just want to know specifically which one was destroyed and what did it say. That's what I want to know.
Well, you can find that out, I'm sure. But also, if you destroyed something about it, wouldn't the whole thing fall down? Wasn't it all just kind of supporting itself from the top, the 4 things, or am I off base? Literally. Anybody catch that?
I was distracted by answering something in the chat, personally.
Not sure. Were they supported by the top stone, or is it?
Okay, so I think so. What it was is the stones are rectangular shaped. They're standing vertically, and there's a thing on top that it's just another rectangle on top, just kind of a roof for it. I'm not sure why, but so anyway, if you take out one of those columns, wouldn't the roof fall down? Or my
3 points to find a plane, so there's potentially still enough support with the 3 points.
Okay, yeah. I was just thinking of it like a chair with 3 legs kind of deal. But yeah, okay.
It all depends on how balanced it was, or out of balance potentially.
Sure. So it's ruined now? They fucked it up?
Well, one of the pillars. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get the rest of them.
Is it
Chop, chop.
Is it a pillar with a hole in it? looks up to his nostril, or
I
the,
don't know.
one of the others?
Guys, I don't think that any of the articles that have talked about this silly news have clarified. And then what you find out which one it is, and you make speculations about the meaning behind it. Then what?
Yeah, the whole.
My potatoes are doing incredibly, by the way. Just figured I'd throw that out there.
Look, it's like, hey, we'll destroy one of their effigies. Really? And then you figured out all the languages, Sanskrit, Hebrew, and all this, right? You figured out every word of it, you decoded it, super duper. Why? What are you gonna do now? You're gonna move on to the next rabbit hole. What you gonna do?
Gonna wind up having more potatoes than I can store. Just 80 square feet, though. It's experimental. What can you do with approximately 80 square feet? What can you do?
Grow potatoes.
Yeah. I'm gonna see how many in scraps.
Does someone know maybe a good book about flat Earth where you can find like a lot of information? Because I think there are some books, but I don't know which one is actually good.
Yeah, the old one that's over 100 years old is still useful.
I think Flat Earth Banjo has one as well. Like it's a really thick book as well. You sell
I
them.
have one.
Samuel Robotham, the TEDx Astronomy.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Here's another one. Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. If people need it in a book form, I think he has that too in a PDF. Am I wrong about that?
I just posted the Zetetic Astronomy one.
So you might even be able to get a hard copy of Dubé's 200 Proofs. I think it's a PDF too, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
What the hell is this?
Elevator music, man. You gotta have some elevator music when you're waiting to get to the top. We're moving on up to that delight apartment in the sky. No.
I guess we could just give a quick shout out to anybody VC verified. Desi, there's a Davey Z. I've not spoke with them before, so welcome. Panels here and open if you have any questions or anything. And I think that's it.
Yeah, what's up, Davey Z? Did you watch The Jeffersons?
Who's Goldie Longer?
Deluxe apartment.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I thought you said D-Light apartment. My bad.
I don't think so. That'd be crazy if that came out of my mouth. Davey Z, Grain.
What's up, Grain? How you doing? So many new people around here. What is that from an?
Zelda, right?
Oh, Zelda.
Choose your character.
Oh, it's Smash.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Smash Bros. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Choose your character.
Always been more of a turn-based guy.
This guy made a 3D print of Zelda.
They need to start getting nuts with those characters in Super Smash Bros. They need to start doing like Bugs Bunny and all kinds of shit, right? Tony the Tiger. Can you imagine Tony the Tiger? Great. Anyway.
Checks out.
Earth flat.
Game Boy Advanced SP. Damn. Good old times. Game Boy. Was that the... yeah, which one is it? PlayStation?
Xbox. No, it's the Xbox login. Yeah.
Damn.
As soon as you said it, I'm like, I know what he's going for.
Oh, that's the PlayStation. Yeah. That's the one. PlayStation 1. Oh, yeah.
Does your mic work, Davey? I mean, you got the voice verified, so it had to have worked at some point.
They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
See on board with the audio cover. Nicely done.
All right, Goldie.
Goldilocks. Who's Goldie Longears? Look at him bending.
Shout out to Flat Man. I could just see what the astronaut's thinking. I'm going down. No. Oh, oops! They got me.
Goldie, say hello. Goldie Longers.
Welcome to the room, Goldie.
I'm going to ban Goldie if they don't say hello.
Give us a P. Give us a D. Give us a R. Give us a I. I think I know what it is.
Who do you get? The P Doctor.
Hey! Man, I should.
Wait, is that Dr. P?
Guessing, man.
Dr. Pepper?
Man. I'm so good.
Well,
yeah.
I just wanted Goldie to say something. I think he said that and left the server.
Yeah, he left before it gets banned.
I had the button pulled up, but my mouse slipped and I didn't hit the red button. I clicked out of the window, so it canceled my ban action. I was ready and I choked it. Oof.
Yeah, he likes playing games. You have to find a way just to trigger him a bit to come out with new accounts like that before he speaks.
He's obsessed. He really is obsessed with us.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do, man?
Hey, can someone explain Atmo blockage?
But what?
Atmo blockage.
Atmo blockage.
What?
What the hell did you say? What?
Just Atmo. I
Can you
think
type it?
isn't
Type it.
that? But wait, isn't that the reason why we can't see like unlimited?
Air. Just say air. Why is everybody saying Atmo all the time? Just say air. What is wrong with the word air? Why is everybody not saying air?
I mean, when someone asked one time, why can't I see like Mount Everest? Because when the Earth would be flat, you could see the Mount Everest from everywhere. And someone said Atmo, like blockage.
Yes, I know. People keep saying Atmo. I don't understand why they keep saying Atmo.
Okay, and air blockage. Okay, but can someone explain why?
There's
real quick.
particulate.
Yeah, there's shit in the air. There's all kinds of stuff. You've got
So
water,
the oxygen
vapor,
is not
gases,
clear.
and listen to this. Listen to this. There's gases up. You know why the sky is blue? Because there's gases excited. Hydrogen, nitrogen, neon, all kinds of shit up there being excited, and those are gases. So down here you have gases too, all the same ones, just organized differently. And all of that stuff has to go between your eyes and the thing you're observing. Eventually, there's going to be too much stuff for you to see.
Do you have maybe a video or something which is which explains everything pretty simple? Because I don't think that's anywhere here in this server. I think.
Yes.
Vanishing
you have
point?
seen? No, it's not about vanishing point.
Because I mean, I'm
No,
looking.
it's
I think about no. Again, hear me out. I'm thinking about the fact that he's talking about he can't see far enough, right, due to the distortion in the atmosphere. And I'm also thinking that if he were to reduce change the distance that he was looking at, he'd be able to see further. In essence, that makes sense.
I mean, it's a shit ton of factors. Objects, they shrink in size the further they go, like away from you, like, or you go away from them.
Wait,
like,
what's
how the fuck are you gonna see anything at a certain point? We have limitations, you know.
The further you go away from something, it's going to disappear. And yeah, there's a crap load of stuff in the atmosphere that's going to prevent you from seeing to the exact distance that you can see. On a clear day, you can see for distance, for forever. Not forever, but for a far distance away. But when there's exactly, but when there's fog and it's a humid day and there's things in the way, yes, that's going to affect how far you can see. So
Yeah, yep. And another thing, how would you know something going away from you unless it got smaller and blurry? Thanks.